Ding! Cauliflower Beast leader has reached level 11. Stats increased. Chi. Little Collie let out a cry and did 2 full spins right in front of me, practically bursting with pride. Okay. I patted the leaf on top of its head. Just like Pippi the dragon, getting all 8 cauliflower beasts from level 10 to 11 took forever. That's fine. Ring 6 is right in front of us now. Come on, let's keep moving. Woo! Once we entered Ring 6, I couldn't tell any difference from Ring 7. Same ash lice lizards, same leaf rot moths. Same species, same numbers. I was happy to take it easy and let the cauliflower beasts push forward. But we hadn't gone far before something stirred in the distance. Beast roars, cannon fire, and mixed in with it, the whine of a chainsaw. Somebody's fighting in Ring 6. That was strange. I'd just checked the trial token, and I was solidly in first place. Back in Ring 7, Su Qingxue, who was ranked second, was still stuck in Ring 9. I pulled out my token and looked at the scoreboard. Huh? Second place, Muyu. Third place, Liang Kuan. They made it into Ring 6? When did that happen? Rankings go by ring number first, then by merit points. So Su Qingxue, who'd been snapping at my heels the whole time, got pushed all the way down to fourth because she was still stuck in Ring 8. I shook my head, not sure what to say. From the shifts on the scoreboard, I could clearly feel that Su Qingxue had been quietly competing with me the whole time. Too bad she never caught up, and instead got pushed behind by these 2 friends of mine. What a coincidence. Out of everyone here, those 2 were the only friends I had. I put the token away and got ready to keep moving. This was just a little side event. My goal had always been the Calamity Beast leader in the central zone. Beep beep. A friend message came in. Liang Kuan or Muyu? Somebody in trouble? I opened it. Liang Kuan. Zhou Yun, saw you made it into Ring 6. Can you come help? I can't hold on much longer. I didn't even think about it. I typed back 2 words. On my way. The second I sent it, a message from Muyu popped up. Muyu, whatever you do, don't head west. There's a huge pack of Shatterjaw corpse bears. Also, do not listen to anything a guy named Liang Kuan tells you. He got me into a real mess this time. My expression turned subtle. Those 2, they weren't teaming up now, were they? Still, if there were Shatterjaw corpse bears, that was all the more reason to go. Pippi, woo. Come on that way. Woo. The scene cut to the spectator platform. Ace, the situation is looking really grim. Leader Muyu and Leader Liang Kuan have been tearing down buildings to block the Shatterjaw corpse bears, but this pack just keeps getting more and more savage. Bing bing. At this rate, they've got 3 minutes left, tops. Ace, it's a real shame. They took a teleport array straight into Ring 6, but from the looks of it now, they're standing right on the edge of elimination. Bing bing. The good news is the senior leader in charge of rescue is already in position, so their physical safety isn't a concern. Up in the stands, Muyu and Liang Kuan's families look tense. Is there still a chance? They worked so hard to get into Ring 6. Why did it have to be peak E-rank Shatterjaw corpse bears of all things? Ace, you can see how heartbroken both leaders' families are on camera. But I have to say, luck is part of skill too. Bing bing, exactly. Compared to the leaders who got knocked out on the outer edges, this outcome is honestly not bad. Ace, run into danger on the outer edges and odds or somebody lends a hand. But these 2 happen to be in Ring 6. Bing bing. Right now the only other leader in Ring 6 besides them is Leader Zhou Yun. And with that lone wolf style of his. Ace, wait. Something's happening. Leader Zhou Yun just changed direction. And he's headed straight for where Muyu and Liang Kuan are. Bing bing. Could it be? Ace, hard to say. Can't be sure. By all rights, he shouldn't even know what's going on over there. Bing bing. The 2 leaders are still fighting. They haven't given up. Leader Zhou Yun is closing in, and it looks like there might be a turnaround. Ace, for a leader as strong as Zhou Yun, clearing out this bear pack wouldn't be hard. The question is, will he step in? In the stands, the family shot to their feet. Please help. You have to help. Leader Zhou Yun, save my son. He never forgets a kindness. He'll pay you back, I swear. Save my daughter. Let her hold on a little longer. Don't let her get knocked out now. The other families around them just shook their heads in silence. They'd seen exactly how strong Muyu and Liang Kuan were. If they hadn't run into Shatterjaw corpse bears, farming merit in Ring 6 would have been a breeze for those 2. If Zhou Yun was willing to lend a hand, they could double their haul this run. But would Zhou Yun actually step in? With that lone wolf style of his, nobody dared get their hopes up. The scene cut back to Ring 6. Bang bang bang. Only about 2 miles left to the Calamity Beast leader. The number of Calamity Beasts in this area was nothing like the outer edges. But Pippi charged forward at full speed all the same. Didn't matter how many ash-lice lizards or leaf-rot moths there were. It didn't so much as blink, just kept pushing ahead. After all, its big eyes rolled around and glanced up at little Collie, leaf spinning on top of its head. After all, fighting was the cauliflower beast's job right now, not its. Only when the cauliflower beasts couldn't hold the line did it get its turn. Woo woo woo. The thought made it snicker under its breath. Over there. I patted its head, signaling a left turn. At this distance, the beast roars, the chainsaw, and the boom of cannon fire came through crystal clear. Getting close. No more than 650 feet out. Right there. The camera showed Liang Kuin's side. Boom. A cannon shell slammed into a broken wall, and the whole thing collapsed, kicking up a wall of dust. Cough, cough. Liang Kuin coughed and waved a hand to clear the dust in front of him. How's it going? Can you still hold on? The sawtooth beast can still take it. Muyu's voice came from not far off. But even throwing up every barricade we can't stall much longer. The pack's getting closer. I know. Liang Kuin was burning up with panic inside. How could he not know? Even through the brick and concrete, he could smell the rot coming off that pack of bears. But what could he do? He'd already given it everything. His heavy cannon P was badly overloaded, its muzzle glowing a terrifying red. And that was without any other calamity beasts adding to the mess. If a few ash-lice lizards showed up right now, the two of them would have collapsed already. Boom. A thunderous crash went off behind him and to his left. He turned to look, and his blood ran cold in an instant. That had been a wall. Given how little brain a Shatterjaw corpse bear had, he'd been certain they'd never attack from there. But now there was a huge gap smashed into it. And in that gap, two vicious, ugly bear faces stared back, plain as day. Muyu heard the noise and rushed over. When he saw the wall breached, he froze on the spot too. They'd picked this defensive position on purpose, with buildings for cover on three sides. They'd been tearing down the surrounding structures to seal off the only entrance. But now, before the entrance had even broken, two bears had punched straight through the side. The spectator platform. Ace, it's over. The flanks breached, the front's on the verge of collapse. This is a dead end. Bing bing. They fought hard enough, but the scales still didn't tip their way. Ace, looks like they've given up too. Senior leader Gu Mingru is already moving in for the rescue. Bing bing, wait. Leader Zhou Yun has arrived. And the direction he's heading is exactly where Muyu and Liang Kuin are. Ace, senior leader Gu Mingru has stopped. It looks like she's watching to see what leader Zhou Yun does. Bing bing. Does she think leader Zhou Yun would risk drawing a whole pack of bears down on himself just to save these two? The camera zoomed in. Ho! The two Shatterjaw corpse bears stepped through the gap first, closing in on Liang Kuin one step at a time. Crash! When it rains it pours. The brick barrier out front collapsed too, and 5 more bear heads shoved through at once. Liang Kuin sucked in a sharp breath, the veins standing out on his neck, and roared at the sky. Zhou Yun, I'm right here. Help me. Coming. I gave a light shout. Pippi the dragon, 10 feet long, and even more massive than a Shatterjaw corpse bear, came crashing down out of nowhere. Boom. It landed square on the two bears closest to Liang Kuin and stomped down hard with both claws. Just like that, the two bears went silent. The red blazing sun domain snapped open, and a wave of scorching air swept up a ring of dust. Chi. The 8 cauliflower beasts came charging right behind, throwing themselves straight at the bear pack. Roar! The Shatterjaw corpse bears spread their claws and lunged back. The cauliflower beasts didn't dodge at all. The leaf blades on their heads spun into a blur as they met the bears head-on. Squelch, squelch, squelch. Claws and torsos alike got sliced clean through. The situation stabilized for the moment. Sitting on Pippi's back, I looked over at the two of them. You two okay? Everything all right? Liang Kuin opened his mouth, but nothing came out. That shout of his a moment ago had been pure refusal to go out like this. He hadn't actually expected me to come. But not only did I show up, I patched the two of them up in 3 moves flat. Keep in mind, these were peak E-rank Shatterjaw corpse bears. And not just 1 or 2, but a whole pack. Yet in the eyes of my subjects, they were no different from weeds, cut down like it was a game. What kind of combat power was that? Liang Kuin's head was buzzing. Didn't I tell you not to come? How did you still? As Muyu spoke, his ears flushed red, and he quickly turned to look somewhere else, the rest of the sentence trailing off thin as a mosquito's whine. Roar! From not far away came another round of beast roars. The sound seemed to come from the north, from the south, from every direction at once. Muyu's face changed. Shatterjaw corpse bears call in their packmates. The bears here took a beating, so they've summoned everyone nearby. Get out of here, don't worry about us. Liang Kuan's expression shifted again and again. He gritted his teeth. Another huge pack's coming, and even with your skills you won't get away. Go. You've already helped me once. That's enough. But I smiled. I was just worried there weren't enough bears. Their timing's perfect. Then I lowered my voice. Bear 1, Bear 2, you're up. A flash of gold. 3 dark figures dropped to the ground. Roar. The moment they saw the Shatterjaw corpse bears, I didn't even have to give the order. Bear 1, Bear 2, and Bear 3, who joined up later, charged straight in. Bam! Slap for slap, palm against palm. The 2 palms collided, and the Shatterjaw corpse bear's paw got knocked clean aside. When it came to raw strength, being Dark Earth bears, the 3 of them had the clear upper hand. But somehow that only fired them up more. They threw themselves right at the bears, both palms hammering down together. Chain palm strikes. Smack, 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 smack. For the first few blows, the Shatterjaw corpse bears still struggled to fight back. But the palm strikes came down wave after wave, and soon they went still. By the time Bear 1 stood back up and roared at the sky, the bear on the ground already had its skull caved in. Roar! Bear 1, Bear 2, and Bear 3 all raised their heads to the sky together, like 3 black city walls. Liang Kuan and Mu Yu were left completely dumbstruck. Earth bears. B-rank Earth bears. 3 of them. What kind of combat power is that? No wonder Zhou Yun was so calm. He'd been sitting on a hand like this the whole time. Not far off, a flicker of shock crossed Grand Lord Gumengru's eyes too. B-rank Earth bears, this kid. Over at the viewing platform, the crowd went wild. Ace shot to his feet, so worked up his commentary was practically spraying spit. Ace, it's the Earth bear. A B-rank monster, the Earth bear. A symbol of raw power, the very picture of courage. Facing over 100 Crushjaw corpse bears, they don't flinch. Only 3 of them, and they're the ones charging in. The Crushjaws feel the threat and raise their paws too. Bear against bear, might against might. The Crushjaw goes down. The Earth bear's strength advantage is staggering. The Crushjaw may be a peak E-rank famous for its power, but standing before a B-rank Earth bear, it just doesn't measure up. They roar with pure contempt for the Crushjaws. And they want more. With bears pouring in from every direction, the Earth bears countercharge. The one in front flattens a Crushjaw with a single swipe. One tries to ambush it from the left, but it sees it coming. It spins, slams in, sends it flying. My goodness. The Crushjaws that were so unstoppable a moment ago can't take a single hit now. The Earth bear is a bulldozer, plowing through everything in its path. There's no contest. Wait, no? It took a claw to the back, it's hurt. But now it's furious. It grabs the one that ambushed it with one paw and drives it straight into the ground. And then, its signature move, the chain palm strike. One blow, another, 24 in a row. That bear's head is long since pulp. This is the fury of the Earth bear. Come on, try to ambush it again. Still feeling brave, Ace rattled it off at breakneck speed, riding the rhythm of the fight so tightly that Bing Bing couldn't get a word in. By the end of that stretch, Ace's voice had gone hoarse, and he was gasping like he was starved for air. But the crowd was fully lit up now, cheer rolling over cheer. For one simple reason, the Earth bears had arrived. After all, these were B-rank monsters. In today's world, A-rank stands at the very peak, few in number, serving only under a handful of super-tier lords as the absolute backbone against the strongest calamity beasts, rarely deployed. So for ordinary people, B-rank is the strongest power they ever get to see. Earth bear, Earth bear, Earth bear. Nice hit. Give it to them. You dare pick on my daughter? Huh. Come on then. Still feeling cocky. Liang Kuan's and Mu Yu's families were flushed red with excitement, waving their arms to cheer the Earth bears on. Ding. The Earth bear Alpha reached level 3. Ding. Level 4. Ding. Level 5. When monsters fight calamity beasts, it's all about matching form to form. The more alike the two sides are, the more experience you get for a kill. And the Earth bears clearly outclassed the Crushjaws by more than a little, especially after leveling. At B rank, every level gained 4 attribute points, twice that of the cauliflower beasts. Once that momentum built, it was a rout. A single swipe, a shoulder check, a headbutt, and a bear dropped dead. I just recalled the cauliflower beasts. There was no need for them in this situation. Having them and Pippi Dragon keep killing these level 1 low-tier calamity beasts earned pitiful experience anyway. Since the enemy was also bear-kind, I'd let the bears cut loose. The Crushjaws around us gathered faster and faster, as if they'd sensed their kind running into something tough. But the Alpha and its 2 were already blood-drunk and didn't care in the least. After leveling, their strength surged, and their speed wasn't bad either. Big as they were, they moved with wicked agility. Next to them, the Crushjaw's attacks looked like slow motion. Bam, bam, bam. One bear head after another got smashed to pieces. 10 minutes later, the ground was carpeted with corpses. The three earth bears just stood there in the middle of the pile. Roar! They pounded their chests in unison, letting out a victory bellow. All right, quit howling and come back. I waved them over. Whimper. The three towering beasts that had looked so majestic a second ago turned into big softies the next, whimpering, dropping to all fours, and trotting back to my side. Whimper. The alpha swung its huge head close, wanting me to pet it. I dodged away with a grimace. No thanks. You reek. Leon Kuan wasn't having it. How can you treat it like that? It's your subject, and it just did the heavy lifting. You should be good to it. Muyu leaned in toward the alpha too. Calamity Beast blood is black and foul, sure, but it earned its keep. As its lord, you've got to grit your teeth, and ugh. I laughed. Keep up the act, you two. As if I didn't understand reward and discipline with my subjects. It was just genuinely too rank to touch. Whimper. The alpha realized it had been snubbed and pouted, hurt. Now not only the crowd, but both commentators were up in arms on the alpha's behalf. Ace ahem. Yes, Calamity Beast blood stinks, but I have to say, Lord Zhou Yun handled that poorly. Bing bing exactly. Foul or not, he should tough it out. How can he treat his hero like that? The bear didn't get dirty on purpose. Look how hurt it is. Ace, if I'm not mistaken, Lord Zhou Yun should be getting a loyalty drop notification right about now. I hope he learns his lesson. Liang Kuan looked at me, then at Muyu, and shook his head. You two, calling yourselves lords, and you don't have even this much patience? Here, let me show you how it's done. He pulled a carp out of his lord's space, waved it at the alpha, and cooed in a pinched voice like he was coaxing a toddler. Here, look, there's a fish. The alpha glanced at it and turned its head away. Turning down a fish? No way. Liang Kuan muttered, edging closer and waving the fish again. The alpha still ignored him. He refused to give up and leaned in further. This time, the alpha moved. Flump, flump, flump. It suddenly shook its whole body, that classic water-shedding shake furry animals do. Normally a shake like that was nothing. But with the state its coat was in right now, splattered across the face with black blood, Liang Kuan silently wiped a hand down it. And then, ugh, watching him retch his guts out, I could only shake my head. I told him it stank. Why wouldn't he believe me? I scanned the area and said to the two of them, there are bear corpses all over the place here. No small calamity beasts will dare come near for a while. Take the time to get yourselves together. I'm heading out. As I spoke, Pippi Dragon had already turned around and started walking off slowly. Even though I don't think you should have come, thank you anyway. Muyu called at my back. Liang Kuan bellowed after her. I owe you one this time. I'll make it up to you, I swear. And one more thing. You'd better take down the Calamity Beast boss. I won't let you lose to that Su Qingxue. I smiled without turning around, just raised my right hand and gave a wave to show I'd heard. Then I patted Pippi Dragon's head. Let's move. Pippi Dragon picked up speed on cue, the earth bears and cauliflower beasts keeping right behind. Back at the viewing platform. Ace, what a heartwarming moment. It's got me all warm inside. Bing bing. He clearly had the strength to just bulldoze through. Yet Lord Zhou Yun went out of his way to double back and help. That's especially rare. Ace, looking back now, when he suddenly changed direction earlier, he must have picked up on the commotion over there and made a beeline to the rescue. Bing bing. That said, when we called him a lone wolf earlier, were we being a little unfair to him? Ace, yeah, that probably wasn't quite right. Even if he is a lone wolf, he's a lone wolf with a warm heart. Bing bing. Oh, and earlier a squad sent him a request. He turned it down, but think about it. Didn't he still clear the calamity beasts around them before leaving? Ace, hey, I didn't even notice until you said it. Now that I think back, that's exactly right. We really did misjudge him. Bing bing, huh? The camera is cutting to Lord Su Qingxue. She summoned a bird-shaped monster with gray-blue feathers. Ace, it's the Nighthawk. A C-rank flying monster, the Nighthawk. Bing bing. Why summon a Nighthawk all of a sudden? By the looks of it, her squad's pushing forward just fine. Ace, my guess is she feels the gap between her and Lord Zhou Yun keeps widening. So she wants to use the Nighthawk to overtake him on the curve. Bing bing. You mean she's going to ride the Nighthawk straight to the Calamity Beast boss? Surely not. That'd mean ditching her whole squad. Ace, I don't think she'd go that far either. But other than that, I can't think of what else she'd summon a Nighthawk for. Bing bing. You called it. She's climbed onto the Nighthawk and flown off alone. Mengshan City, Ring 8. Screech. The The nighthawk beat its wings and carried Su Qingxue up into the air. She turned to the people still on the ground and said apologetically, "Sorry, everyone. I'm going on ahead." The lords all reassured her. "Nothing to be sorry for. We're the ones who couldn't help you. We should be apologizing, right? We're the ones holding you back. Go, Goddess Su. Take first place. Don't lose to Zhou Yun. Charge." Su Qingxue nodded, lingered no longer, and flew straight for the center on the nighthawk. Mengshan City had no flying calamity beasts. Even the leafrot moths could only skim along at low altitude, so her path was completely clear. She pulled out her token, fixed her eyes on the name still parked in Ring 6 on the scoreboard, and her eyes blazed with fighting spirit. "Right now, I'm less than 2,000 meters behind you. You have to clear beasts while you push forward, but up here, I don't have to deal with anyone. The nighthawk isn't exactly fast, but catching you won't take long. Very soon, I'll pass you. Meanwhile, on my end, with 3 earth bears, pushing forward was absurdly easy. Unlike the cauliflower beasts, who had to kill one at a time, the earth bears fought big and wide, flattening a whole patch with a single swing or kick. Their level shot up too. Crossing the Ring 5 line, the alpha leveled again. Ding! The earth bear alpha reached level 11. Level 11. A sharp light flashed in my eyes. By now the only ones I had left that hadn't leveled were the slime, the gold gnaw rat, and the water swordsman. I wasn't planning to deploy the slime. Its stats were too low, and in this environment one slip and it'd drop dead. The gold gnaw rat's fighting style didn't suit this place either. As for the water swordsman, that was a proper A-rank monster listed in the bestiary. The moment it appeared, not just lords but ordinary people would recognize it. Pippi Dragon was a mutant strain, not in the bestiary, so nobody could read its hand even if I used it. The water swordsman was another story. Ever since the city lord mentioned that business about the cult, I'd kept my guard up. I'd only heard of the cult, never seen it, but the caution the city lord showed at the time said it was not to be trifled with. At a time like this, you keep your trump cards hidden. The B-rank earth bears were plenty. There was even less reason to bring out the 3 heroes. Heroes get no experience from killing ordinary calamity beasts. They only level once the survival phase ends and the secret realm opens, by killing calamity beast shadows. This wasn't their arena. I glanced at my token and frowned. Su Qingxue, who'd been in Ring 8 a moment ago, had somehow already made it into Ring 7. She sped up all of a sudden. At her earlier pace, she should still be in Ring 8. She's alone in Ring 7? She left the others behind. Looked like she was going to steal the calamity beast boss kill from me. That wouldn't do. The boss dropped a mountain of merit points and was the key to trading for an evolution stone this time. I put the token away and said in a low voice, "Pippi Dragon, full speed. We. Alpha, Kali, clear the way. Roar. Cha-cha." The viewing platform. Ace Wo? Lord Zhou Yun clearly picked up the pace after checking the scoreboard. He must have realized Lord Su Qingxue is chasing him. Bing bing. But he probably still has no idea she's traveling on the back of a nighthawk. Ace, can't blame him. The odds of a rookie lord taming a flying monster this early are almost 0. Bing bing. And that's exactly why Lord Su Qingxue can catch him completely off guard. Ace, nothing to be done about it. On a field like Mengshan City, a flying monster is just too overpowered. Bing bing. At the rate they're both going, they're going to hit the same ring back to back. Ace, that's right. The lone wolf and the leader are about to collide head-on. And when they do, who will land the boss kill? Stay tuned. In the air, Su Qingxue stared hard at the scoreboard. The nighthawk's size was limiting. She couldn't summon the snow child and water elemental to fight while she flew, so the merit gap would only keep widening. Still, catching up on merit had never been possible anyway. Merit is off the table. Right now, the only path to a comeback is landing the calamity beast boss kill. If I pull it off, I don't just overtake him on merit. I can use the points to put together another set of calamity beast armament. A C-rank nighthawk equipped with calamity beast armament doubles in combat power. That's a huge asset for me going forward. If I fail, my territory's growth falls way behind. I have to take it. The nighthawk chased at full speed, and the gap kept shrinking. Not long after I entered Ring 4, she entered Ring 5. When I hit Ring 3, she hit Ring 4 almost in sync. Less than 3 minutes after I entered Ring 2, she followed into Ring 2. And then, almost at the same instant, the two of us stepped into Ring 1. That was the moment both sides got a clear look at the other's lineup. 8 C-rank cauliflower beasts, 3 B-rank earth bears, an amount I can't read that C-rank at the very least. Su Qingxue was secretly stunned. That's absurd combat power. At the same time, the question in my mind was answered. So it was a C-rank nighthawk. Riding on its flight, She'd given up merit to dash straight for the boss. No wonder she'd caught up. Our eyes met in midair for a split second, then parted. Neither of us said a word. It was all understood. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Guck cup. Shoo shhhh, shhhh. Once we entered Ring 1, two more kinds of calamity beast appeared. The F-rank oil shadow loach, which charges up and self-destructs the moment you get close, and the E-rank split-face infant, which can fly at low altitude and attacks with sound waves. The oil shadow loaches were no fewer than the leafrot moths. Get near one, and it charges up to blow itself apart. One slip, and you're caught in the blast, which kept the cauliflower beasts and earth bears from cutting loose. The split-face infant's sound waves were a nuisance too. Their numbers were low and their short-term damage light, but ignore one and let its sound waves grind on you, and a person slowly loses their sanity. I made a snap decision and had Pippy Dragon open the Crimson Flame domain to clear the oil shadow loaches. The domain's range was larger than their blast radius, so I could hold them off from outside, which was perfect. The split-face infants I handed to the cauliflower beasts, who could spiral up into the air. The old familiar foes, the gray louse lizards and leafrot moths, went to the earth bears and cauliflower beasts, as usual. With the division of labor sorted, everyone doing their job at full throttle, pushing forward was no strain. On speed, though, I still trailed Su Qingxue by a fair bit. The Nighthawk wasn't fast, but with no calamity beasts in the air, it stayed a step ahead of me. At the instant she passed me, the Nighthawk dropped noticeably lower in altitude, which was exactly why I caught the smile at the corner of her mouth. Taunting me, I smiled too, so she could reach the boss ahead of me on wings. So what? From Ring 10 on, Mengshan City packed calamity beasts denser the closer you got to the center. The density around the boss went without saying. She might get there first, but how would she fight the battle after that? Kill the boss with a single Nighthawk? I didn't buy it. Flying high didn't mean having long reach. To attack, it still had to drop altitude, and the moment it did, it'd be easy to swarm. If she really had the ability to tank the high-density calamity beasts at the center and go toe-to-toe with the boss, all the better. The moment she landed and started fighting. If the threat was small, fine. But if the threat was large, the boss would call its minions to the rescue. At that point, the calamity beasts would stop bothering with harmless little me and all pile onto her. By that very mechanism, I could seize the opening, race to the center, and simply take over the boss. Either way, I came out ahead. But in the eyes of the two commentators, I was clearly at a disadvantage. Ace, such a shame. At the last stretch, Lord Zhou Yun got overtaken by Lord Su Qingxue. Bing bing. Put that way, Lord Su Qingxue's odds of landing the boss kill just jumped. Ace, right. Both are strong in ability. Lord Zhou Yun has B-rank earth bears, so he wouldn't shy from fighting the boss head-on. Lord Su Qingxue's hand looks weaker, but she wins on coordination. Bing bing. In your experience, Ace, what are their odds on the boss right now? Ace, 70-30, I'd say. 70 for Lord Su Qingxue, 30 for Lord Zhou Yun. Bing bing, 70-30. Then Lord Zhou Yun's situation really isn't looking great. Ace, enough small talk. You can see it in the frame. Lord Su Qingxue is getting closer and closer to the center. So which calamity beast, exactly, is the boss sitting at the dead center of Mengshan City for this trial? The answer's about to be revealed. Bing bing. It looks kind of like a blood egg. Ace, a blood egg? This is bad. It's the eight-faced ghost tentacle advancing. We have to stop it right now. It's actually advancing? And at a time like this. Atop a crumbling high-rise, Gu Mengru looked down on the plaza below. The entire plaza was packed solid with calamity beasts, and black-red blood vessels seemed to writhe faintly across the ground. Dead center in the plaza, a massive blood egg about 5 meters tall pulsed in and out, as if it were breathing. With every pulse it swelled a little larger, swallowing whole any calamity beast it touched. She glanced at Su Qingxue, still closing in on the blood egg, and pressed the earpiece in her right ear. Report. The eight-faced ghost tentacle originally assigned to the rookie lord to clear has turned into a blood egg and is advancing. Should it be eliminated immediately? Please advise. A reply came back through the earpiece quickly. Keep observing. Await orders. Understood. Ending the call, Gu Mengru frowned and muttered under her breath. When we scouted yesterday, it showed not the slightest sign of advancing. How did it suddenly? But even to advance, it should take a good while. Qingxue needs to hurry. Once it finishes advancing, it goes from E-rank up to D-rank. And when that happens, Mama will have no choice but to step in. Up in the air, Su Qingxue's expression darkened too. She knew perfectly well what a blood egg meant. If she couldn't kill it before the advancement finished, the Grand Lords guarding the Lord's safety would step in. And at that point, merit and everything else would be out of reach. There's no way to gauge how far along its advancement is. I can only race the clock. Little Gray. Screech. The Nighthawk cried softly, beat its wings hard, and a fist-sized ball of ice blue energy rapidly condensed and slammed toward the blood egg. This was its skill, Frost Coalesce, gathering ice element into a ball to deal ice damage. Pop! The ice ball struck the blood egg without the slightest resistance. But the blood egg didn't budge. Only the spot that got hit went a shade darker, like a red-hot iron pot with cold water splashed on one part. In the blink of an eye, that dark patch faded away. What? Su Qingxue frowned. Little Gray's Frost Coalesce leans toward control, and its damage is only SOSO, but it shouldn't get wiped away this easily. She raised a hand and pressed down lightly. The Nighthawk understood, quickly dropping altitude and diving toward the blood egg. Rushing to a spot directly above it, Su Qingxue raised a hand and summoned the Snow Child and the Water Elemental. The instant they appeared, each triggered its ability, and glittering snowflakes drifted down over the blood egg in an instant. The very moment the snow fell, a faint light flashed over the Snow Child and Water Elemental as she recalled them to her territory. The Nighthawk immediately climbed away from the blood egg. Pat, 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 pat. Snowflakes kept landing on the blood egg, dotting it with one dim little mark after another. Su Qingxue gave a slight nod, fairly satisfied with that wave of attacks. The Nighthawk was small, only big enough for her to ride. That meant the Snow Child and Water Elemental effectively lost their aerial combat ability. So all she could do was use a summon and recall trick, letting the two of them fight for an extremely short window. This style couldn't last, and it cut the damage way down. Summoning and recalling both had cooldowns too, further limiting her output. But she had no other option. This was the strongest move she could come up with. As for landing and fighting the blood egg in a set-piece battle, she didn't consider it for a second. The calamity beasts around the blood egg were terrifyingly dense, hard to even find a foothold. And even if she found one, how would she deal with disgusting things like the split-face infants and oil shadow loaches? Not to mention the sheer swarm of gray louse lizards and leafrot moths. Those two alone were enough to give her fits. And E-rank crushjaw corpse bears kept popping up in the horde too. It was precisely because the Nighthawk could fight in the air that she dared face the boss alone. She'd had it all planned out. No matter how many calamity beasts there were, as long as they couldn't reach her in the air, she could grind the boss to death. But now, the advancing blood egg had thrown that whole plan into chaos. Again, the moment the cooldown finished, she launched another round. Another sheet of snow came down, and the blood egg's surface was once again peppered with dark spots. But that was as far as it went. Bit by bit the time slipped by, and those dark spots visibly faded. No good, the output gap is too wide. I can't keep up with its recovery at all. Watching the blood egg keep devouring the calamity beasts around it, its health bar refilling at breakneck speed, Su Qingxue was furious and helpless. Up on the viewing platform, the two commentators saw her dilemma too. Aza, the damage Lord Su Qingxue dealt to the blood egg has been wiped away yet again. Bing bing. Nothing to be done. With an endless supply of calamity beasts feeding it, the blood egg's recovery is just monstrous. Ace. This is exactly why in past trials, lords mostly formed big groups before entering Ring 1. At the end of the day, a trial's calamity beast boss is simply not something one or two lords, or even a small group, can handle. Bing bing right. The boss's damage may not be high, but that recovery on top of its enormous health pool is enough to give anyone a headache. Ace. Barring a surprise, Lord Su Qingxue can't stop the eight-faced ghost tentacle from advancing. Bing bing. What if you add Lord Zhouyan? He's got 3 earth bears in hand. Their attack power should be able to firmly overpower the blood egg's recovery. Ace. True if, quick, cut the shot back. The blood egg is attacking Lord Su Qingxue. Crack. A huge black-red tentacle, like an octopus leg, whipped through the air like a lash, letting out a shrill crack. Screech. The Nighthawk climbed frantically in panic. That last strike had nearly caught it. It's actually attacking me on its own? Su Qingxue's eyes were full of shock. She couldn't hide. Aren't bosses supposed to have no attack ability while advancing? How could it? Dodge gray. Crack. Another tentacle whipped through empty air. That was the second one. Right after came the third, the fourth, the fifth. While rapidly swelling and devouring the calamity beasts around it, the blood egg shot out one long, thick tentacle after another. Some chased, some blocked, some struck, sealing off the Nighthawk's flight path little by little. Screech. The Nighthawk's cries were shrill and urgent. It smelled the thick intent to kill. Its room to maneuver was shrinking fast. Snowchild, water elemental. Su Qingxue called, and white snow fell over part of the sky. But like before, the snow failed to stop the tentacles in the slightest. This isn't normal. This absolutely isn't normal. Guardian Gumengru was frantic with worry. You still won't let me act in a situation like this? This intensity is already far beyond what a rookie lord can withstand. Grand Lord Gumengru, I completely understand your wish to protect your daughter. But please, follow orders. Yes. What the hell is that thing? Pushing forward steadily, I got a little dumbfounded too at the sight of all those tentacles thrashing across the sky. A moment ago, I'd seen Su Qingxue flying around on the Nighthawk dealing damage. How did all these tentacles appear out of nowhere? Inspect. Name: Eight-Faced Ghost Tentacle, advancing. Category: Calamity Beast Boss. Rank: E to D. Level 1. Strength: 12 Endurance, 23 Wisdom, 10 Spirit, 9 Speed, 8. Talent: Greedy Absorption. Absorbs low-rank calamity beasts and converts them into its own health. Skill: Agony Lash. Swings all tentacles, each dealing strength times 50% plus wisdom times 50% in damage. Cooldown 20 seconds. Description: a newborn eight-faced ghost tentacle that entered advancement early after absorbing ample calamity force. Advancing too soon has made it greedier, more berserk, and hungry to grow stronger. It hasn't even finished advancing, and it's already got these stats. That's on par with the same rank hero's sheet. I was mildly surprised, but that was all. For me, this thing's only real trouble was its thick health. A boss's health was calculated as endurance times 100, so 23 endurance meant 2,300 health. That meant even with all my forces going in, I couldn't burst it down in a short time. Never mind that it could devour calamity beasts to heal. Seeing Su Qingxue in serious danger, I gave the order. Full speed, get over there. Pippi Dragon took the lead and accelerated on cue. Earlier, to guard against the oil shadow loach's self-destructing, it had had to slow down. But now that I'd given the word, it knew exactly what to do. Bam, 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 bam. It barreled straight through, eating every one of the oil shadow loach's self-destructs. But its white shield had long since recovered to full, so its real health didn't drop at all. You have to understand, back when I laid siege with the Alpha, the second bear, and a swarm of Goldenaw rats, it took us a good long while to grind down that layer of white shield. The oil shadow loaches were only F rank, and even their self-destructs did pitifully little to Pippi Dragon. With it charging ahead, the earth bears and cauliflower beasts didn't have to tangle with the calamity beasts at all. They just followed behind. The speed shot right up. As I charged, I kept my eyes on Su Qingxue. By the look of it, she couldn't take down the boss alone. So her role in my plan was clear: support. She'd draw the boss's fire and free me up to go all out on damage. Once she couldn't hold on and got rescued off the field by a Grand Lord, I'd have to duel the boss myself. If I could help it, I really didn't want my subjects eating its damage. Screech. The Nighthawk in the air was still fighting desperately to break out. The eight-faced ghost tentacles were thick and long, but not fast, which was the only thing giving the Nighthawk room to breathe. But Su Qingxue on its back looked more and more anxious. The Nighthawk was the subject leader she'd appointed, so she knew its condition best. First it had flown her straight into Ring 1, then tangled with the eight-faced ghost tentacle at high intensity. Its stamina was dropping fast. It couldn't hold out much longer. Just then, her gaze caught. She saw me down on the ground, taking the oil shadow loach's self-destructs and charging forward at high speed. Could he be trying to help me? Willing to take the damage just to go faster? Could it be that under that cold exterior, he's hiding the heart of a sweet guy? No. What am I even thinking? Down on the ground, I frowned and shouted at her. Don't space out. Hold on a bit longer. I'm coming fast. Got it. Su Qingxue answered on reflex. The moment the words left her mouth, she regretted them. Why did I answer him? Doing that makes it look like I've become a subordinate taking his orders. Aorg. I had no idea what melodrama was playing out in her head. Right then my whole mind was on how to close in on the boss faster. A half-broken stone pillar loomed ahead, so I quickly said, "Jump." Pippi Dragon leapt up onto the pillar, then with another bound, sprang up onto the steps. Up the steps was the plaza. The Calamity Beast boss, the eight-faced ghost tentacle, sat dead center in it. Knowing the final enemy was right in front of it, Pippi Dragon began its last sprint. gray louse lizards, leaf-rot moths, split-face infants, oil shadow loaches. It ignored them all and just plowed forward. Anything in its way got knocked flying or trampled over. Even a towering crushjaw corpse bear blocking the path got rammed all the same. Bam! Before the crushjaw could even strike, Pippi Dragon slammed its head into the bear's chest and sent it flying. Ace, what terrifying brute strength. A peak E-rank crushjaw corpse bear, sent flying by a single headbutt. Bing bing. From that showing, this mount of Lord Zhou Yun's might have combat power beyond even the Earth Bears. He's been hiding his strength this whole time. Ace. Only when he saw Lord Su Qingxue in danger did he finally play his real trump card. Barring a surprise, he's going to fight the eight-faced ghost tentacle head-on and save her. What a hero rescuing the damsel. Bing bing. A gentle heart hidden under a cold exterior. Lord Zhou Yun has already broken through the last obstacle and reached the eight-faced ghost tentacle. He's making his move. Alpha, second bear. Roar. The alpha and the second bear on the right, the third on the left, all four paws to the ground, charged and roaring from both sides. Bam! They slammed their forepaws hard into the ground, using the recoil to leap into the air, swinging their right paws down at the giant blood egg that had grown over 5 meters tall. Rip! The three Earth Bears' thick claws swept across, tearing off a huge chunk of flesh from the blood egg. Red-black, foul-smelling blood gushed out, drenching them. The alpha's nose twitched, and its eyes suddenly went red. It was furious. Earlier I'd found it too stinky to even pet. It had finally aired out a bit, and now it was coated all over again. Roar! It spread its arms, gathered strength for a moment, and brought down a berserk chain of blows. The Earth Bear skill, Chain Palm Strike. The Alpha was the Earth Bear leader, and at level 12 it now had 41 strength. Chain Palm Strike had a 300% coefficient, so a full set dealt 123. The second and third bears weren't leaders, with 3 less strength, but together they still dealt 228. That single all-out wave from 3 bears drove 123 plus 228, 351 damage into the blood egg. Output like that, even a B-rank Calamity Beast couldn't take. But a boss was a boss after all. The 100 times endurance conversion made it absurdly tanky. That whole set poured and only knocked its health bar down about a sixth. I'd expected as much and was about to send the cauliflower beasts in. Get out of there, quick, came Su Qingshua's urgent shout. Actually, I didn't need her warning. I'd already felt the wind pressure overhead. Fall back. At my command, the Earth Bears leapt back in unison, and Pippi Dragon carried me in a backward jump clear of the spot. The next instant, boom, 8 tentacles lashed down at once. Calamity Beast limb fragments and crushed stones sprayed everywhere. Screech. Maybe furious that its strike had missed, the blood egg shuddered violently and let out a shrill, angry cry. Then its black-red body suddenly swelled, wrapping up all the Calamity Beasts around it, squirmed a few times, and shrank back to normal, its health bar visibly regaining a big chunk. My gaze darkened. Recovery this monstrous, paired with the endless Calamity Beasts all around, made a war of attrition the worst possible move. I had to finish this fast. The blood egg had just used its skill, a 20-second cooldown. Those 20 seconds were the window to go all out. Pippi Dragon Alpha, Collie go. Cha. Whimper. We. All three understood, lunging at the blood egg at once. Pippi Dragon's tail whip, the Alpha's paw, and the cauliflower beast's leaf blade came down almost simultaneously. For the first time, I too drew the Gale sword and joined the fight. Gale slash. Swish. A pale green crescent of sword energy cut into the blood egg, but its health bar didn't drop noticeably. My expression didn't change. I knew this was because right now I was synced to the stats of the water swordsman, Ashue. Ashue hadn't appeared in the trial and was still stuck at level 2, so his output was far below the Earth Bears. Fortunately, I wasn't the main force. 3 Earth Bears with basic attacks alone dealt 38 plus 38 plus 41, 117 per round. 8 cauliflower beasts, 23 times 7 plus 26, 187. Add Pippi Dragon's 58, and a single round of basic attacks stacked up to 362. And that didn't even count skills. Pippi Dragon, the Alpha, and Collie all understood my urgency, striking so fast they finished 2 combined rounds in the blink of an eye. The blood egg's health visibly dropped. Whoosh! The 8 tentacles gave up on Su Qingxue entirely and whipped straight at us. Pippi Dragon. I barked and leapt down. The very moment I landed, Pippi Dragon sprang up and took the hit head-on with its back. Pat, pat, pat. The near-instant flurry of lashes knocked it clean off to the side. It rolled once like a lazy donkey and steadily got back on its feet. The eight-faced ghost tentacle's skill damage couldn't even break its white shield, let alone ordinary tentacles. In just that blink of time, the blood egg's health had already dropped to under a third. At that moment, Su Qingxue, the commentators, and the Grand Lords on guard duty were all stunned. What output? What damage? In the blink of an eye, the advancing blood egg, the eight-faced ghost tentacle about to rise to D rank, was almost beaten to death? This was really a rookie lord? Su Qingxue, tied for the highest potential of this generation, looked as weak as a child in front of him. If even Su Qingxue was like this, never mind the lords of past generations who joined forces to swarm a boss and still got beaten to a mess. Up on the viewing platform, Ace swallowed hard before quickly picking up. Unbelievable. Lord Zhou Yun's subjects fighting together are this terrifying. As mighty as a calamity beast boss is, the advancing eight-faced ghost tentacle is as fragile as paper in front of him. But it hasn't given up. It attacks with its tentacles again. No use. Lord Zhou Yun's mount takes it all. Its attacks pose no threat whatsoever. The assault continues. Its health bar is plummeting. It's already dropped below 10%. That's the boss's berserk threshold. Careful. Sure enough, its body swelled up again and put on a layer of blood shield. What's it trying to do? Devour calamity beasts to heal like before? Yes, but not only that. It really is devouring calamity beasts to heal, and at the same time it's spewing out huge amounts of black liquid. The calamity beasts coated in the black liquid get buffed, but the ground gets corroded. This liquid both empowers and damages, two traits at once. But Lord Zhou Yun doesn't give an inch. He sends the cauliflower beasts to clear the surrounding calamity beasts so the eight-faced ghost tentacle can't absorb any. The cauliflower beasts spinning leaf blades reap fast, and the job is done beautifully. The eight-faced ghost tentacle is starting to contract. This time it swallowed nothing. But what about the blood shield? The three Earth Bears plus Lord Zhou Yun's relentless assault still can't break through it. Could there still be suspense? No, there shouldn't be. Lord Su Qingxue's Nighthawk used Frost Coalesce and fired an ice ball. What? The ice ball was blocked by Lord Zhou Yun? What's going on? Trying to steal my kill? I knocked the ice ball aside, shot a cold glance at Su Qingxue in the air, then turned back to keep attacking the blood egg. Su Qingxue's face went red with anger. She'd swear on her life she had no intention of stealing the kill, that the thought had never even crossed her mind. Watching Zhou Yun's ferocious assault, she'd actually known for a while that she'd lost. She'd thought they were rivals, but from their showings against the blood egg, the two of them weren't on the same level at all. The only reason she'd stepped in was that Zhou Yun kept failing to break the blood shield, and she'd wanted to help him finish the boss before something went wrong. What she got in return was a cold glare and an accusation. Humph. Rotten man, rotten man, rotten man. So infuriating. She didn't say it out loud, but in her heart, she'd already cursed Zhou Yun 10,000 times. Crack. A crisp snap suddenly came from the blood egg's direction. She looked closely, and a crack had actually split open on the blood shield. Under Zhou Yun's ceaseless assault, the blood shield was about to break. Roar. Cha-cha. Seeing the blood shield about to shatter, the Earth Bears and cauliflower beasts went even harder. Watching its life run out, the eight-faced ghost tentacle went berserk, its 8 tentacles lashing with everything they had, all taken one by Pippi Dragon. Crash. The cracked blood shield didn't hold much longer and finally shattered. With the blood shield's cover gone, the attacks of the Earth Bears, the cauliflower beasts, and mine landed straight on the blood egg. Rip. I ran it through with a single thrust. The blood egg's health hit 0. Its 8 tentacles crashed to the ground, and its body began spewing blood everywhere. The moment the boss died, all the other calamity beasts spread across Mengshan City collapsed at the same instant, going still. Yes. At that moment, the commentators, the audience, and the Grand Lords watching the fight all cheered without meaning to. Not just for the strength Zhou Yun had shown, but even more for how this kill had cut off the 8-faced ghost tentacle's advancement. Beep, beep, beep. Every lord's token in the trial chimed at once. Pulled out, the scoreboard showed everyone else's merit and rankings had locked in. Only first place, Zhou Yun's points were still skyrocketing. 15,000, 20,000, 30,000, 50,000. It finally locked in at 62,743. The lords erupted. Holy crap, the boss got killed that fast. It was actually Zhou Yun who landed the kill, not Goddess Su. Ha ha. I told you. I told you Zhou was right. Zhou's the man. Impossible. Goddess Su lost. Didn't she make it into Ring 1? What happened? Zhou definitely stole the kill. There's no other way this ends up like this. I can't accept this. On the viewing platform, the two commentators were fixated on something else. Ace, whoa? The boss's merit reward this time is way too generous. Bing bing, it is. In past years the boss was always worth 30,000 points, and this time it gave a straight 50,000. Ace, merit that high has me drooling. Think how many good things it could trade for. Bing bing, F-rank common materials are 3 merit, E-rank 10, D-rank 30, C-rank 100. Over 60,000 merit is equal to 600 units of C-rank material. Ace, good grief, 1 unit of C-rank material floats between 100,000 and 200,000 on the market. Even at the lowest, 600 units equals 60 million credits. Bing bing, huh, same as him, a lord, and I'd have to save 30 years giving it everything I've got. Ace, don't be so gloomy. Take a look at the merit the other lords this generation got, and you'll feel more balanced. Bing bing, you're a senior, at least. Is it right to be staring at rookies' merit in the tens and hundreds? Ace, but then I look at Lord Su Qingshue's 4,000 plus merit, and I get depressed all over again. Bing bing, no kidding. Set aside the boss reward and don't compare her to Zhou Yun. Racking up over 4,000 from killing ordinary calamity beasts alone is a pretty impressive record too. Ace, for the two of us it's fine, actually. We're not on the same track. But for the lords of the same generation as those two. Bing bing, somehow it feels a little cruel. Ace, haha. Well, whatever the case, this trial officially draws to a close, and we. Bing bing. Wait, what is that? A black vortex? The cult. Why did it drop 2 things? I looked at the blood egg's corpse, a little puzzled. One was round like a bead, giving off a faint golden glow. This one I recognized, a calamity beast pill, the core for making calamity beast armament, obtainable only by killing a boss. It was also my proof as the one who landed the boss kill. The other one was strange. It looked like a polygonal gemstone, milky white all over. I picked it up and used inspect on it. Name, Jade Lake Crystal Fragment. Rank, ED. Description, in its complete state, it provides a large amount of experience and drives calamity beasts to advance. In fragment form, it provides only a certain amount of experience after use. Shop buyback price, 5 gold coins. There's a thing like this? I frowned. I knew about evolution stones that catalyze monster evolution, but a thing that could drive calamity beast advancement, I'd never even heard of. Evolution and advancement were 2 different matters. Monsters evolve using evolution stones because they already have an evolution path built in. The stone is just a catalyst, a speed up. After evolving, only their appearance, skills, and talents change a bit. Their rank stays put. But advancement was different. Literally, it directly raised a calamity beast's rank. The 8-faced ghost tentacle's early advancement traces back to this crystal. But where did it get a Jade Lake crystal? Inside Mengshan City. No. If it were inside the city, the state would have found it long ago. It wouldn't have fallen to this thing. Saying it got it earlier and it only kicked in now doesn't add up either. After all, a boss like the 8-faced ghost tentacle was born inside Mengshan City from the very start. So the biggest possibility is that after it was born, something else fed it this crystal. Who? Which faction? Why do it? Suddenly the whole thing felt murky and confusing. Careful. Cult members have appeared. Fall back. Gumengru's voice came abruptly from behind me. The cult? My heart lurched, and I looked up to see a black vortex had split open in the sky at some point. Oh dear. I never expected my nurtured darling to be killed before it even took the stage. Truly heartbreaking. A man in a long red robe with black lining stepped out of the vortex, long hair and a seductive look. Which lord was it, going so hard on it? Was it you? Whoosh. His whole body suddenly turned into a sharp arrow and shot toward me. Insolent. At the same time, Gumengru and 2 other grand lords, 3 in all, ordered their subjects to strike at once. Roar. The alpha, the second, and the 3rd bear reacted lightning fast, striking at the arrow together. Bam, bam, bam. 3 muffled thuds, and the arrow turned back into the seductive man, flying backward, then rapidly climbing to return to the air. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and laughed. Oh dear. 3 B-rank earth bears really are hard to deal with. My gaze sharpened as I scanned the whole scene. This man could clash head-on with 3 earth bears and take only minor injuries. His strength wasn't weak. But right now he wasn't what concerned me most. What concerned me was the plaza's surroundings, the air, the rooftops, the ground, those 10 grand lords. They'd actually been held off by 10 mysterious figures in the same red robes with black lining. 10 grand lords against 10 mysterious figures, split into 10 separate battlefields, every one of them locked in a fierce fight. It was precisely the appearance of these 10 that left every grand lord, Gumengru included, unable to spare a hand to block that arrow for me. This is the cult's strength. I was secretly shaken. Before awakening, as an ordinary person, I'd feared the cult too, but deep down I'd always felt the cult was far weaker than the state, that once its lair was found, they could all be wiped out in one net. Now it looked nothing like what I'd imagined. What's more, these people's fighting style was completely different from the lords. Lords relied on their subjects as the main force, tending to protect themselves. But this cult bunch fought entirely on their own, not relying on subjects at all, or rather, they had no ability to summon subjects whatsoever. In a factory building about 200 meters from me, Gumengru was battling a cult member alongside her subjects. She couldn't stop worrying about me and Su Qingxue outside, and kept glancing out mid-fight. Haha, you dare get distracted fighting me? You Grand Lords really are arrogant. Whoosh! A cold flash was barely dodged by Gumengru. 2 white tigers immediately pushed in from the flanks, and Gumengru seized the chance to fall back. That neither man nor woman thing outside, if I'm not mistaken, is your young master Bai Yi, isn't it? Taking him out for a joyride is one thing, but exposing him right in front of us, aren't you afraid he'll die on the spot? Ha ha ha, die on the spot. I'd love that, but don't you have to get past me first? Gumengru gave a cold snort and asked again. If I'm not mistaken, the 8-faced ghost tentacle's sudden advancement was your doing too, wasn't it? The man wove rapidly among her many subjects. What? Not allowed. You use calamity beasts for your trials, so we borrow calamity beasts to use you for ours. Sounds fair enough, doesn't it? A trial. Gumengru's expression darkened slightly, and she reported through her earpiece. Preliminary assessment. The cult's goal this time is to give their young master Bai Yi some field experience. I'm pinned down by a grand diviner, and the others probably are too. Zhou Yun and Su Qingxue are very likely the primary targets of this outing. Please speed up reinforcements. Ha ha ha, reinforcements. The Grand Diviner's body suddenly spun sideways and charged at Gumengru like a drill. Worry about yourself first. Cult scum. A flicker of killing intent crossed Su Qingxue's eyes as she lightly tapped a fingertip on the Nighthawk's back. FWSH. The Nighthawk instantly launched an ice ball straight at the seductive man called Bai Yi. Even though it was a sneak attack from behind, Bai Yi acted as if he had eyes on the back of his head, spinning around with a hand chop that shattered the ice ball to bits. Ha ha ha. He rubbed his wrist and looked at Su Qingxue at his leisure. As a beauty, a sneak attack isn't exactly a good. Before he finished, his expression changed and he snapped his head back 90 degrees, barely dodging a pale green crescent of sword energy in an absurdly exaggerated pose. He glanced at me on the ground, just sheathing my sword, and laughed in fury. You people always say my holy sect stops at nothing, but you're not exactly clean yourselves. Fine by me. If not for the 2 of you showing up this generation, I really wouldn't have had any motivation to act. The survivor is king. Stopping at nothing. That's what makes it interesting. If I can't even beat greenhorns like you, what face would I, Bai Yi, have left to be the holy sect's young master? Come on, give it your all. Let me have my fill. He clenched his right fist, and thick black energy burst out in a ring. Su Qingxue and I hurriedly braced to defend, only to find ourselves completely unharmed. Just as I was puzzling over what that black energy was for, the calamity beast that had dropped when the 8-faced ghost tentacle died began climbing back up one by one. What? My gaze darkened. This Bai Yi wasn't a calamity beast boss, yet he could command the calamity beasts? Before I could think it through, he pointed a finger, and the calamity beasts all around surged at me like a tide. Roar! Cha! The earth bears and cauliflower beasts immediately shielded me in the center to meet the enemy, while Pippi Dragon hauled me back onto its back. Don't get caught up fighting. Su Qingxue shouted. I'll cover you so you can break out. Cover? Bai Yi sneered. Cover with what? Before the words fell, he turned into a black arrow, shooting at Su Qingxue. The Nighthawk beat its wings and swerved sharply, dodging the arrow. But the shaft, having rushed past her, bent in midair out of nowhere and shot back at her. The Nighthawk could only dodge again while accelerating to open up distance. Look after yourself, I answered loudly, summoning Ashue at the same time, stuffing the Jade Lake crystal into his hands, then immediately recalling him. The whole thing took less than a second. To an outsider, It was just 2 flashes of gold light from the summon and recall. Having done that, I kept my eyes on the sky while feeling for changes in myself. I was synced to Ashue's stats, so when Ashue went up, so did I. But 3 seconds passed, and I checked my sheet. Not a hair's difference. What's going on? I was getting a little anxious. The way I'd imagined it, the Jade Lake Crystal should convert to experience the instant it was used, leveling Ashue up and boosting my stats along with it, so I could threaten Bai Yi with Gale Slash. Bai Yi's strength was bizarre, and Inspect couldn't read his depths, but I could roughly estimate a number. From getting hurt ramming the Earth Bears, and going after Su Qingxue before me, his raw power actually wasn't strong. As long as Gale Slash could land, it'd pose a fair threat. But Gale Slash's slash speed was directly tied to my speed stat. That miss earlier meant Bai Yi's speed was higher than mine, and by more than a little. In that case, boosting my speed became the key of keys. And yet, feeding the Jade Lake Crystal to Ashue got no reaction, throwing my whole plan into chaos. As I was now, apart from Gale Slash, I had 0 options against airborne targets. Congratulations, your subject the Water Swordsman leader has reached level 3, stats increased. Leveled up. The notification came out of nowhere, and my heart leapt with joy. Ashue went from level 2 to level 3, only 1 level. But it meant the Jade Lake Crystal really did give experience, just not all at once. It was a process. Going from 2 to 3 doesn't take much experience. Since it reached level 3, it should be able to keep climbing. Thinking that, I rested my right hand lightly on the sword hilt, ready to support Su Qingxue at any moment. But my mind didn't stop. The cult showing up suddenly and conveniently pinning down every Grand Lord one-on-one is no accident. Which means the 8-faced ghost tentacles advancement and that Jade Lake Crystal were most likely they're doing too. But what are they after? If they were coming for a rookie like me, they could just send a few more Grand Lord level fighters. 3 or 4 would grind us to dust. They didn't do that, and the first moment they appeared they didn't target me and Su Qingxue either. The only one who stayed is this Bai Yi who calls himself the Young Master. Young Master. Maybe this is a trial prepared specifically for him. The targets are me and Su Qingxue, and the 8-faced ghost tentacle was just a filter. Congratulations, your subject the Water Swordsman leader has reached level 4, stats increased. The level up notification came again, but my expression grew even graver. In that short while, Su Qingxue had fallen completely into the losing side. Bai Yi's assault was dense and unbroken, leaving her nothing but dodging. The occasional counter with the Water Elemental and Snow Child had little effect. Ha ha ha, is this all you've got? Bai Yi jeered as he fought. The black arrow turned into dark light and passed through again, shearing off a lock of hair by Su Qingxue's temple and leaving a faint bloody scratch on her face. Come down and fight. Don't take him on in the air, I shouted. In this brief exchange, I could already see she had no way to handle Bai Yi, and I couldn't figure out why she was still stubbornly clinging to aerial combat at a time like this. We were both on the ground, so defensive counters would work better. Su Qingxue wiped the bloody scratch on her face with her thumb, her eyes growing calmer. Have me go to the ground. You underestimate me too, don't you? She suddenly twisted to one side, dodging another arrow strike in sync with the Nighthawk, and thrust her right hand forward. The gemstone on her earring and her palm burst into ice blue radiance at the same time. Freeze. Bam. As if the words became reality, the arrow was instantly encased in ice and plunged straight down. FWSH. A flash of gold, and the Snow Child and Water Elemental appeared together, snowflakes drifting within a radius centered on them. Screech. The Nighthawk flung an ice ball, striking the arrow now frozen into a target. Then it pressed down in altitude, hammering with claws and beak while descending together with the Snow Child and Water Elemental. Their combined assault peeled off great sheets of ice crystal from the frozen arrow. Some glittering, some crimson. Bai Yi was hurt. Their individual hits didn't look like much, but they won on persistence. Freeze him long enough, and Su Qingxue could absolutely beat Bai Yi to death with this wave. Too bad there were no ifs. Freezing, a hard crowd control, was bound to not hold for long. I counted just past 2 seconds in my head. Bam! The ice crystals on the arrow burst apart, and the freeze ended. Bai Yi now looked far more disheveled than before, several more bloody spots on his body, his long hair loose and thrashing wildly in the air, like a lunatic who'd used conditioner. Woman, you've successfully angered me. Not enough. Su Qingxue parted her red lips, her tone utterly flat. You can get angrier still. What? In the instant Bai Yi froze, her earring and right hand lit up deep blue again. Bai Yi turned to flee. The same trick, you think it'll. Bam! He was frozen again. The difference was that last time it froze the arrow form, and this time it froze the human form. But whatever the form, once the freeze landed, there was nothing more to say. A new round of attacks came down right away. The snow was still falling. The nighthawk kept pecking, though for some reason the spots it pecked were a bit sensitive. Another 2 seconds passed, and the freeze lifted. This time Baye's injuries were clearly heavier, and he'd learned his lesson. The moment he thawed, he turned into an arrow and pulled away, gritting his teeth. 2 freezes in a row. The rank of your Calamity Beast armament isn't low. Using the older generation's gear to fight a rookie trial. Is this all the class the Great Han Nation has these days? What? Not convinced. Su Qingxue raised her hand again. Bai Yi instinctively dodged, only to find nothing happened. He looked back at Su Qingxue, who had already recalled the Snow Child and Water Elemental, and climbed back up into the air on the Nighthawk. Of course he understood now. This clearly meant Su Qingxue's freeze charges were spent, and raising her hand just now was purely to scare him. You're courting death. Bai Ye's face turned frighteningly grim, his hair whipping madly, black calamity energy surging wildly over his body. Seeing this, Su Qingxue didn't linger, riding the Nighthawk swiftly away. Trying to run? Too late. Bai Yi suddenly accelerated, turning into a sky-piercing halberd in pursuit. The arrow from before had already been clearly faster than the Nighthawk, and now this halberd's speed was another level up. In no time, the Nighthawk was caught. Shing, shing, shing. The halberd struck 3 times, drawing shrill, metal-clashing screeches through the air. Su Qingxue dodged again and again, but couldn't fully evade a single one. Her arm, her thigh, her waist gained 3 not shallow wounds. Just as the 4th strike was about to land, a pale green sword energy arrived in time. The energy was easily dodged, but Su Qingxue used the moment to catch her breath. The halberd spun in midair, and 2 eyes popped out of its shaft, rolled around, and locked onto me on the ground. The same trick, you think. As if suddenly realizing something, it cut off mid-sentence, turned, and chased after Su Qingxue again. On the ground, I sheathed my sword. Su Qingxue stubbornly refused to land, so we couldn't team up against the enemy. The one saving grace was that she kept circling within Gale/'s range, letting me barely manage to help. Congratulations, your subject, the Water Swordsman leader, has reached level 14. Stats increased. Ashue jumped up another big chunk, and my stats rose right along with the tide. But I didn't let a hint of it show. That last Gale/, I hadn't used full strength either, all to keep Bai Yi from catching on. Exactly how much experience the Jade Lake Crystal could give, I didn't know. But the fact was, the Water Swordsman was still leveling. Since Su Qingxue still hadn't landed, it meant that in her eyes there was still room to maneuver. Thinking of that, I suddenly understood a little. Stubbornly refusing to land and fight alongside me is her deep-rooted pride at work. She won't play support to me. She wants to come out on top, doesn't she? True enough. Once reinforcements arrive, the cult's threat naturally disperses. By then, in terms of credit and contribution, she'll take the lion's share. But so what? Compared to your life, are face and pride really that important? Fine, since this is your choice. I simply calmed down and patiently waited for the Water Swordsman to keep leveling. Barring surprises, reinforcements would arrive within a minute. The Earth Bears and Cauliflower Beasts were spending a lot, but holding out 1 more minute was no problem. In other words, Su Qingxue only had to last a minute at most. If she couldn't, then it'd be my turn to act, though there was no telling what level the Water Swordsman would reach by then. Time trickled by, agonizingly. 40 seconds passed. In that span, I loosed another Gale/, defusing 1 crisis for her. But even so, she was now soaked in blood, wounds all over. Even the Nighthawk, protected with all her might, was badly hurt, its flight speed plummeting, its situation precarious. Yet as a lord, Su Qingxue still clenched her teeth and refused to retreat, no matter what. She wouldn't retreat, so I didn't force my way in. Even though by this point, the Water Swordsman had already reached level 24. Ha ha ha, still putting on a brave front. Another halberd strike wounded Su Qingxue, and the sky-piercing halberd laughed wildly. The great Su clan, nothing more than this. Foolish, arrogant, presumptuous, conceited. If only you'd listened to that kid on the ground sooner and joined up with him, I wouldn't be left this unsatisfied. Enough, the game's over. Pay the price for your arrogance and conceit. Let me send you to meet that ancestor of yours, just as conceited as you. Hearing this, a sharp light suddenly flashed in Su Qingxue's eyes. You're from the Niu family. The sky-piercing halberd didn't answer, only spinning at high speed as it slashed down at her. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. The roar of Calamity Beast armament craft suddenly came. I looked up at the horizon and saw a dense swarm of Calamity Beast armament craft rushing toward Mengshan City, no fewer than 100 of them. FWSH, FWSH, FWSH. The 10 cult Grand Diviners shot into the air almost simultaneously, shouting, "Reinforcements are here, move." The sky-piercing halberd stopped, paused slightly, seemingly loath to give up the prey already in its mouth, but still resolutely turned away. A black vortex quietly bloomed in the sky. "Scum, tucking your tails and running already?" Gumengru pursued from behind, jeering loudly. One Grand Diviner looked back and laughed. "You've got no honor, ganging up on the few. We'll stop playing with you this time. See you again if fate allows." On the way toward the vortex, the sky-piercing halberd changed back into human form and looked down at me from on high. "The main target this time wasn't you, but you're very interesting. You've successfully sparked my interest. Next time I'm free, let's play properly." "There probably won't be a next time," I said in a low voice. Bai Yi frowned. He only saw my lips moving, too far to hear. The next instant, a cold light flared, a crescent-shaped pale green sword energy shooting straight into the clouds. This was a strike I'd been plotting for a long time, and one I was bound to make. Stuck without flight, all I could do was fight a war of attrition against the Calamity Beasts on the ground. All I could do was play support to Su Qingxue, adding a gale slash when she was in danger. But that didn't mean I was doing nothing. Quite the opposite. From the moment I discovered Bai Yi could fly and that I couldn't reliably take him down, I fed the Jade Lake crystal to Ashue. From that moment on, I was preparing for this strike. If the Jade Lake crystal worked, the strike would come. If it didn't, the strike would still come. The only difference was the damage. It was precisely because the crystal's effect was ideal that I deliberately held back in those earlier strikes. Ashue hadn't leveled for a full 10 seconds, which meant the crystal's experience was used up. But I wasn't in a rush. Gale Slash had a 10-second cooldown, so a little earlier or later didn't matter. Bai Yi had taken no light injuries in his tangle with Su Qingxue, and with my strength stat right now, I figured the damage was plenty. With the damage sufficient, timing became what mattered most. If the first strike missed, then as long as Bai Yi wasn't a stupid pig, he'd sense the threat and never give me a second chance. So even though my speed had already reached 93.5 and Gale Slash's flight speed was greatly boosted, I still waited. Waited for the chance to maximize hit rate. And I got it. Reinforcements appeared, the cult retreated decisively, and Bai Yi in particular dropped the gravely wounded Su Qingxue and fled first, closest to the black vortex. At this point, even if he charged straight into the vortex, in my eyes the hit rate was 95%. But of all things he shouldn't have done, he turned back to jeer at me right before entering the vortex, probably relaxing his guard, counting on the 10 cult members behind him who could each hold off a Grand Lord one-on-one. In any case, that instant was the perfect timing I'd been waiting for. Strike. Gale Slash, 300% damage coefficient. Ashue, at level 24. Strength 81. Not counting damage reduction, this strike landing meant 243 damage, enough to one-shot a full health target with 24 endurance. Bai Yi had been rammed and hurt by the Earth Bears the moment he appeared, then took 2 joint assaults from Su Qingxue. Though she lost the upper hand the whole time, his own injuries were far from light. I judged that as long as this strike landed, even if it didn't cut him dead, it would leave him gravely wounded and send him plummeting. Falling from that height, in a gravely wounded state, he'd die whether it killed him or not. Even if someone came to catch him, there were still 10 Grand Lords in pursuit behind him. The slightest delay would be enough to hold them up. Just wait for reinforcements, and the cult would be wiped out all the same. Swish. At the 0.123456 th second after the strike, the sword energy pierced through Bai Yi's body. His expression froze in an instant as he began to fall. On the way down, his body split into 2 halves. Su Qingxue, Grand Diviners, Grand Lords, the commentators and audience on the viewing platform. "Young Master," one Grand Diviner shouted, reaching out as if to catch Bai Yi's corpse, but the motion stopped there. His body didn't drop in the slightest, instead rising steadily, closing fast on the black vortex. In the blink of an eye, all 10 Grand Diviners vanished into the vortex. The next instant, the vortex shrank rapidly and disappeared, and those 2 halves of Bai Yi, mid-fall, suddenly burst into a cloud of black mist, not even a whole corpse left. The moment he died, every Calamity Beast in Mengshan City once again dropped like machines cut from power, collapsing in unison. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. The Calamity Beast armament craft landed one after another, and officers and soldiers in military uniform descended one by one, surveying the calm plaza and voicing the question on their minds. Where are the cult's people? Ran off. Dead. At 2:10 p.m., the trial officially ended. At 2:12 p.m., a post exploded across the Great Han Nation's largest social platform. Cult appears at Lord Trial. Rookie King slays one in fury. The moment the post went up, its views skyrocketed. What happened? The cult showed up. Damn, they dare pop up even in the Lord Trial? Doesn't that make us even more in danger? The most terrifying episode. How'd it end? Is it safe now? Is the info legit? Don't be making stuff up. This is about the cult. You'll get hauled in 4T. It's gotta be real. I'm a lord who took part in this trial myself. What's so suspicious about it? The official site posted an announcement. Go look yourself. Holy crap. It's actually true. 10 Grand Diviners plus a cult young master showed up in a rookie trial. All 10 Grand Diviners fled, and the young master got slain on the spot by the Lord Zhou Yun. Who's this Zhou Yun? Way too fierce, killed the cult's young master. Dying of laughter, the cult's young master got killed by a rookie? Then the cult doesn't seem like much either. For real, and with 10 Grand Diviners, no idea how strong, accompanying him too. Bro, in case you don't know, let me educate you. A Grand Diviner's strength is on par with a Grand Lord. 10 Grand Lords present, and they still let this Zhou Yun kill the young master? How trash is this young master? In case you don't know, let me tell you. This very trash young master you're talking about was beating down the Su clan's Su Qingxue one-on-one. Holy for real? Su Qingxue was getting held down and beaten by the young master. And then the young master got slain by Zhou Yun. That's right. And slain right in front of 10 Grand Diviners. I didn't see the exact footage, but the commentators and the audience on the viewing platform all saw it. Can't be fake. I bow. Invincible. On my knees. Wait, that's not right. If this Zhou Yun is this strong, then isn't the number one on this generation's rookie board Su Qingxue not? What else? Look at the post title, Rookie King. I'm numb. Haven't all the big media outlets been hyping Su Qingxue as a once-in-a-century genius lord these past few days? And she can even get topped? Let me drop another bombshell. My man Zhou went into Ring 1 solo, and soloed and slew the enhanced Calamity Beast boss too. Claiming him as your bro already? Is he your bro, that you get to call him that? He's my bro. The hell, you dare fight me for him? I'll end you. Easy, easy. With Zhou leading the way, we're all blood brothers from different parents. Don't hurt the peace. Makes sense. What a mindset. This cup to brotherhood. In under half an hour, the news of my slaying the Calamity Beast boss, then slaying the cult's young master, was scrambled over by every major outlet. Even state media stepped in personally, their wording full of appreciation and praise. Bro, look, this one's praising you too. Zhou Huan pointed at a video on her phone, shouting excitedly. Watching my parents and little sister, absorbed and replaying it over and over, I felt warmth in my heart along with a bit of helplessness. Honestly, I don't like being in the spotlight. The city lord suggested I pick a few outlets for interviews, and I turned that down too. Turned out not getting me didn't slow them down. In the video, the female host narrated the whole process so vividly, and specifically it was as if she'd been standing right there at the scene. Oh, looking at you, you don't much enjoy the feeling of fame. City Lord Sun Wanhua asked with a smiling squint. I gave a slight tug at the corner of my mouth. Enjoy is less the word than burden. Sun Wanhua nodded to himself and went on. First thing tomorrow you head back to your territory. By tonight at the latest, the higher-ups will send people to bring you into the capital. Remember, convert as much of your merit as you can into resources to speed up your growth. Calamity Beast Armament, Evolution Stones, all have big uses for you. Pay attention to the Secret Realms and the ladder that'll open in the territory next. Secret Realms give rare resources and hero experience, and first place on the ladder can even get you a Lord's Aura. You've got a high starting point, but don't get careless. The frontline offense defense 8 days from now is another sizable chunk of merit. Once the snowball gets rolling, it's a virtuous cycle. I said with a smile, if not for your reminder, I'd have almost let taking Rookie first go to my head and neglected the planning to come. Sun Wanhua laughed heartily. For that line alone, whatever trouble you run into down the road, just come to me, Sun Wanhua. As he spoke, he placed a jade token into my hand. All right, I won't keep your family from their reunion. I'll notify you once the capital's people arrive. City Lord, I said, rising along with him. Actually, There's a matter I need to trouble you with right now. Right now? Right now? Under his puzzled gaze, I led him up to the second floor, into a room, closed the door tight, and took out a glass vial. Inside it 10 drops of ageless spring I'd deliberately set aside. Sun Wanhua stared at that trace of golden liquid, instinctively sensing something out of the ordinary. This is SS-Rank ageless spring. Once taken, it heals all injuries inside and out and can extend lifespan. SS-Rank, extend lifespan? Sun Wanhua's eyes snapped wide, his voice pressed extremely low. Even though he trusted White Jade Tower's defenses against spying and eavesdropping, he couldn't help growing several degrees more guarded. What SS rank meant. In the Great Han Nation's entire history, treasures above S rank had appeared only twice, both times SS rank, and each time accompanied by a storm of blood. What extending lifespan meant. To this day, nothing anywhere in the world had been found that could extend life. Those pillar rank lords, whose strength far exceeded ordinary people, had their origin damaged from years of grappling with the Calamity Beast's calamity energy, and their average lifespan didn't even reach 60. And the Great Han Nation's strongest pillar right now, Xiang Bei, was already 64, radiant before the public, but in truth burnt out, his medical team asserting he wouldn't last a year. Yet just half a month ago, he'd ignored all advice and personally gone to hold the front line. If a large-scale assault broke out at the front again, and something happened to Xiang Bei, the consequences would be unthinkable. Thinking of all this, Sun Wanhua had genuinely broken into a cold sweat back then. Inspect. He fixed his eyes on the liquid in the vial, a sharp light flashing in them, and the information surfaced at once. In that instant, his body trembled with excitement. It's real. It's actually real. A treasure like this truly exists. I looked at his tightly clenched right hand, a wry smile rising at the corner of my mouth. This is exactly what I wanted to ask of you. Hand it over to the state. I never feel easy sending something like this through other channels, so? Well done, Sun Wanhua said gravely. Well done indeed. A treasure like this, not turning it in through ordinary channels, absolutely the right call. But have you thought, what if I were with the cult? What would you do then? The cult? I shook my head with a smile. If even a city lord could be infiltrated by the cult, then whether I turn it in or not wouldn't make much difference. Sun Wanhua laughed heartily. Seems you've got it figured out. Saves me the extra reminders. That said, this treasure of yours is far too precious, its value hard to gauge, but the state absolutely won't take it from you for nothing. Before you head to your territory, I'll help you convert it into merit, and I guarantee the number will satisfy you. Good, then I'll trouble you with it, City Lord. I agreed readily. Bringing out the ageless spring, giving back to the state was one side of it, and merit was the other. The state's merit shop could trade for just about any supplies within the Great Han Nation's borders, its purchasing power stronger than credits by who knows how much. Sun Wanhua's plan hit exactly what I wanted. Just as he'd said, at 5 that afternoon the capital sent people to bring our family in, and the method was again a one-time teleportation array, efficiency maxed out. After a round of bustling about, our family was settled in the Forbidden City. As the core of the Great Han Nation's core, the Forbidden City's conditions went without saying. My parents and Zhou Huan, having entered, were like Granny Lu entering the Grandview Garden, finding everything novel. And because they were my family, with a special status, every area of the Forbidden City was open to them without limit. Wherever others could go, they could go, and where others couldn't, they still could. That pride from the bottom of their hearts nearly took form as golden light. As for the loan shark debts my parents had taken on over the years back in Qinghe City, the state stepped in and settled them with ease. With no worries left behind, I turned my focus back to developing the territory. And before that, merit conversion was the top priority. After the welcome banquet, I returned alone to Jingyang Palace and opened the merit shop. The Great Han Nation's merit shop wasn't a physical store, but an online one. But as long as you traded within the borders, in 10 minutes at most the goods would be precisely delivered by drone. After verifying my login, a dazzling array of goods spread out. Banking on my ample balance, I went for a simple, brute force move. Sort by unit price, high to low. The priciest batch surfaced at once. Thunderclap ring, a rank equipment 360,000 merit each, stock, 1. Meteor descent, a rank skill book 260,000 merit each, stock, 1. Calamity beast armament, equipment 10,000/set, F rank, 30,000/set, E rank, 100,000/set, D rank. C rank and above require pre-order. Evolution Stone, Special Enhancement Material 10,000 merit each. Stock 86. Cloud Sea Crystal, a rank or 1,100 merit per unit. Stock 68. Sky Frost Flower, a rank Spirit Plant 1,080 merit per unit. Stock 94. There's even a rank equipment and skill books. A buying urge rose in me at once. I'd experienced firsthand how useful the B-rank Gale Sword was. A-rank equipment would only be stronger, and learning an A-rank skill book was as good as mastering an A-rank monster's skill, one more source of output. But seeing the prices that followed, my enthusiasm went cold. 300,000, too expensive. The merit from turning in the Ageless Spring hadn't arrived yet, and I had just 62,743 points on hand total. Sun Wanhua said slaying the young master came with a sizable reward too, but it wasn't in yet. In short, I couldn't afford either of those A-rank items. But I wasn't discouraged. Those weren't my goal for browsing the shop anyway. I skimmed right past the Calamity Beast armament. It was made with a Calamity Beast pill as its core, decent for boosts, but noticeably worse than a full set assembled from separate pieces. At the same rank, one set of Calamity Beast armament was only worth the stats of 3 separate pieces, and it added only 1 skill, whereas 3 separate pieces could give up to 3 extra skills. So in my eyes, it was only good as a stopgap. Long-term, assembling separate pieces myself had a higher ceiling. My gaze settled on the evolution stones. Evolution stones could drive monsters to evolve, an important means of enhancement. The Earth Bears had 3 evolution lines. The Martial Earth Bear focused on melee, the Mountain Guard Earth Bear focused on defense as a meat shield, and the Mountain Mover Earth Bear gained intelligence and commanded Earth-type magic as a mage. The Water Swordsman had 5 lines, each with its own strengths. At the mere thought of what Alpha Bear and Ashue would look like after evolving, I went all in with the merit on hand, buying 6 evolution stones at 10,000 each, and 62,743 instantly plummeted to 2,743. Ding dong. A light chime, and the shop signaled an incoming mail. Opening it, I found it was actually a letter of thanks from the state's Supreme Council of Elders, with, appended at the end, 1 million merit points. Before I could rejoice, ding dong, another one. This time a letter of commendation from the state's War Resistance Headquarters, likewise with 300,000 merit points appended at the end. Adding the two together, my merit, which had just shrunk to 4 digits, instantly jumped to 1,302,743 points. I couldn't hold back a laugh. Just now I'd had no money and only traded for evolution stones, and now I suddenly had 1.3 million. What was there to say? Thunderclap ring, right? A-rank equipment, right? 360,000, right? Buy. Meteor Descent, right? A-rank skill book, right? 260,000, right? Buy that too. Just 620,000. After spending 682,743 left. What to do? Keep going all in on evolution stones, adding another 68. In under 5 seconds, I blew through 1.3 million merit clean. The money was gone, but I couldn't suppress the excitement inside. This feeling of spending big and free was genuinely great. And in 10 minutes at most, the Thunderclap ring, Meteor Descent, and 74 evolution stones would be in hand. I could hardly wait. The Great Han Nation Grand Lord's official group chat. What's going on? Where's my Thunderclap ring? How is the Thunderclap ring gone? What's up? Old Sue jumping at shadows. The Thunderclap ring. The shop's Thunderclap ring is gone. What's this about? Didn't you give everyone a heads up in the group ages ago that you wanted to trade for it? Nobody should have snatched it, right? Exactly. I was this close to scraping together enough merit, watching it every single day, and then just now, poof, it's gone. No way. At 360,000, even in our group, not many could afford it, right? Is it a bug? Let me go check. Damn it. I'm seeing ghosts. That Meteor Descent is gone too. What did you say? My Meteor Descent is gone. Say that again. The sky's falling. My Thunderclap ring. My Thunderclap ring. I don't want to live either. My Meteor Descent is gone too. Asked the official support. They said it's not a bug. Both were traded away through normal channels. Traded away? Who traded for them? Stand out here. I want to duel you. Don't tell me you all didn't notice the evolution stones dropped by a big chunk too? Only 12 left. Holy crap. It's true. This is really killing me. Everyone, I've got subjects under me with an urgent need to evolve. Let me trade a small batch first. 3. I've got urgent needs too. Trading 2. Urgent need 2. Same here. You animals. The evolution stones are gone too. I haven't even made my move. I had no idea the Grand Lords group had erupted into chaos. All I knew was that the things I'd traded for had arrived. The 74 kaleidoscopic evolution stones went into the Lord's space first. There was also a hefty red book and a ring that flickered with lightning now and then. Name, Meteor Descent. Category, Skill Book. Rank, A. Skill Effect, summon a meteor, dealing fire damage equal to wisdom times 500% to enemies in range. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Shop buyback price, 2,800 gold. Name, Thunderclap Ring. Category, Equipment. Rank, A. Attributes, Wisdom plus 10, Movement Speed plus 10%, Lightning type damage taken minus 20%. Comes with a skill, Thunderclap, condense the power of thunder, dealing lightning damage equal to wisdom times 800% to a single target, cooldown, 10 seconds. Shop buyback price, 3,100 gold. After reading the attributes, I first slipped the Thunderclap ring onto my left index finger. Then I pressed my right hand onto Meteor Descent, calmed my mind and focused, and the skill book turned into strands of red runes drifting into the space between my brows. In a moment, the runes dispersed, and I had fully mastered this fire-type area attack. Following Ashue reaching level 24, my personal strength surged again. Name, Zhou Yun. Age, 18. Identity, Lord. Level 5. Strength, 30 plus 48 plus 3, times 120%. Endurance, 26 plus 40 plus 3. Wisdom, 20 plus 18 plus 3 plus 10. Spirit, 20 plus 18 plus 3. Speed, 30 plus 52 plus 3, times 120%. Talent, none. Equipment, Gale Sword, Thunderclap Ring. Normal skills, Inspect, Combat Sync, Leader Promotion, Teleport. Additional mastered skill, Meteor Descent, A rank. Compared to when I ran into the cult back during the rookie trial, I now had 2 more damage skills, both with higher coefficients than Gale Slash. If Bai Yi revived and stood before me again, one exchange with all 3 skills slammed down would one-shot him from full health. Of course, as a lord, it usually didn't fall to me to act personally. My subjects under me were enough to handle anything. It was just that the territory was still in its early stage, so a lot of things I had to do myself. Once it developed and I had more subjects and heroes, especially if I could recruit a few good heroes of the administrative, managerial type, things would only get easier and easier. Heading back to the territory tomorrow, I lay down on the bed, quietly calculating. With my current combat power, exploring and expanding around the stronghold shouldn't be much of a problem. It's just unknown how far I can expand. After all, since my territory has SSS rank monsters like the Crimson Flame Dragon and the Blazing Sun Divine Bird, S-rank ones surely won't be few. What will they be? Unicorns? Angels? Titans? And that SS rank hero's sword. Why was it inside the Crimson Flame Dragon's egg? The description said it needs a hero to hold it before its attributes show, but Huoxiu, Ailey, and Wuji all tried it, and there was no reaction at all. Could it be? This hero isn't that hero? In my territory, is there hidden, besides me, an intelligent race that can forge and wield weapons? Early the next morning, like the vast majority of lords, I made it back to my territory before the 3-day absolute protection period ended. A flash of golden light, and I was back at the stronghold. Rookie Lord Board rewards settled. Congratulations on placing first. Rewards have been issued to your Lord space. The number 1 reward was in place, but the absolute protection period hadn't passed, and inside the golden light dome the stronghold's time flowed at only 100,000th of normal. At such a slow rate, I originally had no urge to do anything. But out of the corner of my eye, at that moment, I caught something odd. To the northwest of the stronghold, outside the golden dome, a flock of birds, purple-black all over, were flapping their wings, eyeing the slimes inside the stronghold covetously. Lightning sparrows. I smiled. Exactly what I'd been thinking of. Before returning to the territory, I'd been muttering that it'd be nice to have flying-type subjects sooner, so running into the cult again wouldn't leave me so passive. And the moment I got back, lightning sparrows delivered themselves to my door. Lightning sparrows were C-rank, flying monsters. Back before I left the territory, lacking anti-air means, dealing with them really would have taken some effort. But now, sorry, so caught up in analyzing I forgot to include the main text. Adding it back. Though I'd already recognized them as lightning sparrows, to be safe I still used inspect on them. Name, lightning sparrow. Status, wild. Category, monster. Rank, C. Level, 3. Strength, 11. Endurance, 8. Wisdom, 16. Spirit, 11. Speed, 16. Talent. Thunderstride. Flight speed can be raised to 200%, lasts 1 second. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Skill. Chain lightning. Condensed lightning elements. Chain striking the target and nearby targets, dealing lightning damage equal to wisdom times 180%. Description. Swift and decisive, clear in its loves and hates. Fond of eating all creatures and objects containing lightning elements. Lightning type, slimes above all. Seeing that these lightning sparrows were uniformly level 3, I was completely at ease. The only worry now was that they'd flee during the absolute protection period. 2.5 minutes left until it ends. 2 minutes. 72 seconds. I counted silently while watching their movements. The lightning sparrows were quite persistent. Failing again and again to break the golden dome, they still refused to leave, clawing or pecking at it, at times flapping their wings to loose chains of lightning. But the golden dome was the external manifestation of the absolute protection period, and they were destined to labor in vain. As time passed, I grew more and more excited. 3, 2, 1. The instant I counted to 1, the golden light dome dissolved in a flash. Cheap, cheap, cheap. The moment the dome that had held them back for who knows how long vanished, the lightning sparrows immediately rushed, jostling to be first at the trembling lightning-type slimes. The poor slimes were far too slow, fleeing desperately toward me, but in the lightning sparrows' eyes they crawled like turtles. Take them down. Don't kill them. I gave the order at once and moved first. Wuji, Huishu, and Ailey reacted fastest, with the earth bears, cauliflower beasts, Pippi dragon, gold-devouring rats, and water swordsmen right behind. The doors of dwellings everywhere opened almost simultaneously, and my heroes and subjects charged out together. Cheap. The lightning sparrows got a huge fright, screeching to a halt in midair and flapping to flee. They weren't stupid. Wuji, Huishu, Ailey, me, and Pippi dragon they didn't recognize, but they knew the earth bears and water swordsmen's backgrounds inside out, 1 B rank and 1 A rank. Which of those was easy to mess with? So even with the delicacy right at their beaks, they gave up without hesitation. But they were too late. I had plenty of subjects who could suppress them in speed, and they could fly, but they'd drop their altitude to catch the slimes. FWSH, FWSH, FWSH. Relying on high speed, Wuji, Ashue, and I darted up onto the rooftops in a couple of moves, then with a tap of our toes borrowed the force to leap into the air. Snap, snap, snap. In an instant, 5 lightning sparrows were caught. 1 in each of my hands, 1 in each of Wuji's hands, and 1 in Ashue's right hand. Cheap. The ones not caught pulled up desperately, dodging the other subjects' attempts to catch them, while not forgetting to rescue their companions, loosing chain lightning at us. The caught ones didn't give up on self-rescue either, discharging along with them. Crackle. For a moment, Wuji, Ashue, and I were all electrified into X-rays. Phew. Landing back on the ground, I opened my mouth and puffed out a mouthful of black smoke. Have to say, 13 lightning sparrows electrocuting me at once, that flavor was really something. 1 round of chain lightning from 13 of them dealt me 16 by 180% times 13 is equal to 374.4 damage. It was only because I was a different person now, with endurance raised to 69, that I could withstand it. Wuji and Ashue were in similar shape, both smoking. Ashue wore a hat, so its image was unaffected, but Wuji and I were both electrocuted into afros. In the name of the verdant forest's blessing, as Ailey chanted, a ring of green light encircled us, dots of green rising from below, and our health rapidly recovered. Cheap. Seeing that we came through that hidden scathe, the lightning sparrows in the air instantly gave up any thought of rescue and flew off without a backward glance. And the 3 clutched in the hands of Wuji, Ashue, and me all gave up treatment together, heads tilting, tongues lolling out, going still. The scene nearly made me laugh. Seeing they couldn't win, they actually played dead to bluff their way out, and the acting was pretty good. If I couldn't see the health bars above their heads, I really might have been fooled. Amusing as it was, at the thought of them ganging up to shock me just now, I raised my hand and gave the one in my palm a finger flick to the head. Duong. Without full strength, that flick sent the lightning sparrow's health bar dropping 80% in a flash. It had, after all, only 8 endurance and 80 health, while my strength now reached 97.2. At this point, dumb as it was, it knew its playing dead had been exposed. It curled its body into a ball, trembling, its round eyes brimming with pitiful helplessness as it gazed at me, as if begging for mercy. The timing was right. I played a militia conversion talisman. A gray radiance sank into its body, and the conversion succeeded. Congratulations. You have successfully converted the lightning sparrow into a militiaman. The other two lost any thought of resistance as well, and I did the same. By the time I got to the third one, the initial 10 conversion talismans were used up, but that wasn't much of a problem. Basic militia conversion talismans were a permanent shop item, 1 gold each. I offhandedly sold a C-rank green log to the shop for 20 gold, then turned around and bought 20, and before long the third one was smoothly converted too. The one in my hand was appointed subject leader, and I named it Flashy. Cheap, cheap, cheap. Realizing it had become one of my own, Flashy immediately flapped its wings, chirping away with demands. I couldn't understand bird language, but the meaning was clear. They were hungry. It was precisely because they were so hungry that they'd fixated on the lightning-type slimes in the stronghold. Understanding aside, though the slimes weren't yet subjects under it, they'd followed it from the very start, and I'd long counted them as part of the stronghold. Feeding them to Flashy was out of the question. Besides lightning-type slimes, lightning sparrows also liked other things with lightning attributes, plants and animals both. But I thought it over. I had plenty of ore on hand, but not a single lightning-type piece, let alone lightning-type plants. After I told Flashy, there's nothing you like to eat for now, its little head drooped at once. In the end, it was fruit that Eats Eye had gathered that they made do with for a meal. You could tell they didn't like it, only forcing it down because they were too hungry. This gave me a slight headache. When subjects can't eat what they like, loyalty slowly declines. Slow though it was, it couldn't be left unchecked. Having finally gotten an air force, I didn't want them leaving over insufficient loyalty. What did you eat before? Since the lightning sparrows had survived until now, there had to be food sustaining them. I wanted to follow the thread and find a lead. Cheap, 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 cheap. Flashy's pitch rose and fell, and it flapped its wings exaggeratedly to gesture. I see. Piecing together what it said with what I knew, I got a rough result. It turned out they'd originally had an area where they could steadily obtain food, both catching slimes and eating a kind of lightning-type plant. But one day the Crimson Flame Dragon appeared, and the Sky Overlord's pressure scared them into hiding, until the dragon left a few days ago, and they dared poke their heads out. They thought they could finally go back and eat their fill, only to find that old spot had been occupied by 3 powerful flying-type monsters, huge in size, likewise lightning-type, with a diet that heavily overlapped with the lightning sparrows. Unable to win, they could only seek another way out, which was how the scene of forcing their way into the stronghold came about. 3 powerful flying-type monsters, huh? I stroked my chin and smiled. I'd only wanted to find the lightning sparrows a steady bite to eat, but there turned out to be an unexpected gain too. Subduing the lightning sparrows had, to a degree, solved aerial combat, but their rank was what it was, and in my eyes their ceiling wasn't high. Since stronger flying-type creatures had surfaced, I had no choice but to go take a look. But before that, I had one more thing to do: summon a hero. That B-rank hero summoning stone from placing first on the rookie board, I still hadn't used it. Walking to the center of the territory, I clasped the pale purple summoning stone in both hands, full of anticipation. By all accounts, the items awarded by the boards were all top tier for their rank, and this B-rank hero stone should, barring surprises, summon a top-tier B-rank hero, the only difference being the direction of expertise. Administrative type? Research type? Strategy type? Diplomatic type? Or combat type? My combat power is enough for now, so as long as it's not the combat type, come on. I flung it up into the air. FWSH. The summoning stone rose into midair, and just as it was about to fall, it suddenly burst into pale purple light. Layer upon layer of pale purple halos rippled out, casting a portal onto the ground. As I watched, a pair of moon-white tall-headed cloud-toe shoes came into view first, then a dark blue floor-length skirt, a black brocade wide waistband, a moon-white cross-collared Ruchuan, and finally a face as fine as a painting. Her figure was slender, her bearing elegant and refined, her black hair lightly bound with a plain green jade hairpin, a white jade ring hanging at her waist, carrying the air of a gentle, refined, talented woman. Once she stood still, she held a folding fan and gave a light bow. Wenji greets the Lord. No need for formalities. I stepped forward, hands raised in a supporting gesture. As a person of the Great Han Nation, I had a natural fondness for Wenji's classical attire. The portal quickly vanished, and the summoning ceremony ended. A summoned hero would automatically sign a contract with the Lord, no inspect needed, and Wenji's panel was already presented before me. Name: Wenji. Status: employed. Category: hero. Rank B. Level 1. Strength 42. Endurance 41. Wisdom 86. Spirit 88. Speed 46. Talent Peaceful Governance. All subjects in the territory gain +5 loyalty daily, cap 90. Work, study, and experience gain efficiency each +10%. Skill Observe and balance. Perceive thoroughly a range with radius of wisdom times 10 meters and carry up to one target to teleport to any point within it. Duration 3 seconds. Cooldown 5 minutes. Hero Unit Instructor Masters Fan-type weapons. Masters Skill Teach. Hero Aura Soldiers under her gain +15% to all attributes. If the soldiers under her are instructors, +30% to all attributes. Monthly wage requirement 800 gold. Loyalty 90. Description: a talented woman of the current generation of the one of the Yin clan, mild in temperament, skilled at governing internal affairs. Observe the trends of the world, balance the situation within and without, is the concentrated essence of her governing philosophy. So strong. After reading the attributes, my heart quivered slightly. Worthy of a B rank summoned by a hero stone. The rank was B, but looking at spirit and wisdom alone, they were actually higher than A rank Wuji's. Before I could finish marveling, Wenji asked softly, "If it's convenient, might I ask the Lord to give Wenji a brief introduction to the stronghold situation? It would be even better if you could also tell me the development plans in your mind." Newly arrived, Wenji would like to get into the swing of things as soon as possible and lend the stronghold some strength. Getting to work already? So proactive? I was slightly stunned. Still, a hero under me being proactive was naturally a good thing for me. So I told her the stronghold's current situation and rough plans. Wenji listened attentively, nodding now and then. After listening, she tapped the folding fan lightly against her palm and summarized. So, the Lord wishes to push forward construction aimed at reaching level 6 while strengthening the protection of the ore points and fishery, and at the same time explore outward and attract more subjects. The plan is very reasonable, but may Wenji offer a humble opinion? If there are shortcomings, please, Lord, don't hesitate to correct them. Please. I extended my hand to lead the way, walking toward the large table and chairs at the dwelling's entrance for subjects to rest at. Subduing the lightning sparrows was imperative, but before that, I did want to hear how this administrative talent saw things. Once seated, Wenji spoke slowly. Judging from the stronghold's current state and the surrounding environment, Wenji believes the pressing priority is to strengthen reconnaissance. The combat power within the stronghold already far exceeds what the surroundings require, so defensive construction can be put on hold. But the situation over a wider range outside is still unclear, making it hard to respond in a targeted way. Speaking of the existing subjects, Wenji suggests first taking in the Earth-type and Lightning-type slimes within the stronghold. They lack combat power, but are alert by nature, quite capable of reconnaissance around the stronghold. Once there's an anomaly, the combat units permanently stationed at the stronghold can respond in time as well. The lightning sparrows can be organized for medium-range reconnaissance. Flying-type units are uniquely gifted in this regard. Based on the situation they scout back, the Lord can then make arrangements. From reconnaissance to construction, from craft to trade, she went on down the line, laying out the stronghold's strengths and weaknesses almost thoroughly, and making me clearer on where my shortcomings currently lay. Professional matters really should be left to professionals. I marveled inwardly. I'd ranked near the top in administration class back in school, but before Wenji, I was as green as a raw recruit. By the time she finished, I'd already made up my mind. Appoint your hero Wenji as Deputy Lord? Yes. The instant the appointment settled, a silver light bloomed above Wenji's head. It was, strikingly, a silver crown. The way the subjects in the stronghold looked at her instantly changed. The silver crown represented a Deputy Lord's authority, a status second only to mine. Wenji's expression also turned grave. She rose and gave a deep bow. "Thank you for your trust, Lord. Wenji will surely do everything in her power to assist with all her might, and not fail your charge. Your Deputy Lord Wenji's loyalty has increased by 9 points. Current loyalty, 99. 99. My brow rose slightly. The loyalty increase was no surprise. Whenever a hero is appointed Deputy Lord, loyalty soars, and it almost always shoots straight to 100. Yet Wenji, of all things, only reached 99. To say she didn't approve of me didn't hold up either. Her initial loyalty was already 90, quite high. Then, was it reserve of the heart? I had no time to dwell on it. With the Deputy Lord's loyalty not full, I wasn't at ease. So I decisively took off the thunderclap ring and handed it over. You're outstanding in administration, but lacking in self-protection. Take this ring. It may be of great use at a critical moment. Wenji received it with both hands. Thank you for the reward, Lord. Almost no hero would refuse a reward. They came to earn money and do work in the first place. So why not accept a reward? Wenji was the same. But no sooner had she taken it than her expression suddenly changed, and she handed the ring back, her tone carrying a touch of alarm. This reward is too precious. Please take it back, Lord. I gave a slight smile, my tone brooking no rebuttal. I don't have the habit of taking back what I give. Keep it. Wenji bowed deeply again and said loudly, Thank you for your generous gift, Lord. Your deputy Lord Wenji's loyalty has increased by 1 point. Current loyalty, 100. Through fire and water, never to betray. Only then did I set my heart at ease. That was more like it. As a deputy lord, loyalty short of 100, was that proper? The moment Wenji put on the ring, the envy in Ailey's and Huishu's eyes could hardly be concealed any longer. Only Wuji didn't care at all, leaning against a pillar, gazing bored at the sky. With arrangements settled, I mounted Pippi Dragon and, with Flashy leading the way, set off along with Wuji, Ashue, and the lightning-type slimes. This trip was to subdue those few, powerful flying-type monsters Flashy had spoken of. Really, with me, Pippi Dragon, plus Wuji and Ashue, combat power was more than enough. But the lightning-type slimes, for some reason, insisted on coming along, so I had to bring them. Wenji, Huishu, Ailey, and the rest of the subjects stayed behind to guard the stronghold, with Wenji assigning tasks and pushing construction forward. Worth mentioning, on Wenji's suggestion, I'd already subdued 1 ice-type and 1 lightning-type slime, named Big Ice and, Big Thunder. For the water-type slime I took in the mutated one, naming it Big Water. By now the water, ice, lightning, and fire 4 attribute slimes were all under me, and my faction grew stronger and stronger. And precisely because of that, a small vexation arose in me. There were more and more leaders, so what to do when the names were about to run out? To make time on the road, I had the lightning-type slimes all get onto Pippi Dragon's back, and with Flashy leading, we headed almost straight for the stronghold's northwest. Along the way, there was still faint movement in the forest and grass, which I'd long grown used to. But this time there was movement from above the woods too, among the dense branches and leaves. It seemed that with the Crimson Flame Dragon gone, quite a few flying-type monsters had surfaced again. For me it counted as good news too. The more monsters in the surroundings, the more combat power I could recruit, and the richer the lineup. But for now I still had to solve the Lightning Sparrow's food problem first. This walk took over 2 hours. About 10 minutes after walking out of the forest, we reached an open area, and Flashy stopped. Cheap, 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 cheap. What's wrong? Seeing it seemed to show signs of being lost, I frowned slightly. After walking so long, a wasted trip would burn all that time for nothing. Cheap, cheap, cheap. Flashy flew to my side, chirping away. You're saying, they were here before, but now they're gone? And even the other things that used to be here are gone too. Cheap. Flashy nodded firmly, its 2 little eyes full of certainty. I pinched the space between my brows and turned its meaning over again. Monsters gone I could understand, but what did the other things that used to be here are gone too mean? Monsters could fly and run, but plants and stones surely couldn't slip away too, could they? Shoo shoo. Shoo. Just as I was stumped, Big Thunder hopped in front of me, stretching out a little limb to signal me to look up. Above? What's above? The words cut off abruptly. I saw a building the size of a sesame cake, hanging high in the sky. Cheap, cheap. Flashy spotted it too, excitedly indicating that was the place it was looking for. But the bitterness at the corner of my mouth grew thicker. Finding it was a good thing, but that was at least 1,000 meters up. How was I supposed to get up there? Flashy could fly, I couldn't, and neither could Pippi Dragon, Wuji, or Ashue. If I couldn't get up, what subduing was there to speak of? I couldn't very well wait dumbly for them to fly down. The monsters in this world were quite alert, and waiting by a tree stump for a rabbit was no different from dreaming. I shook my head and was about to turn back, blaming only myself and Flashy for not sharing a language, understanding most of the meaning yet causing this mix-up. But at this point the lightning slimes stirred again. Shoo, shoo, they called, straining to hop forward. The behavior was odd, and something moved in my heart, so I halted to watch. So far, the slimes had done me 3 big favors. The blazing sun rest crystal was discovered by the fire slime, the ageless spring was discovered by the water slime, and the 3rd time Big Fire stepped up to block the surging flames in the mine tunnel. Weak as they were, they had unique abilities in certain respects. This abnormal behavior was, most likely, telling me they'd discovered something too. Sure enough, after hopping about for a while they stopped, splitting into 3 groups gathered in 3 directions, each surrounding an oddly shaped stone. One conical, one columnar, one spherical. Shoo. They narrowed their eyes, seeming to be brewing something with effort. ZZT, ZZT, ZZT. Before long, bits of electric arc appeared in their midst. I suddenly understood. This was the lightning-type slime's talent, lightning element affinity. While immune to lightning damage, they continuously gathered lightning elements, and the arcs were precisely the manifestation of lightning elements accumulating to a certain amount. But what did they intend to do by condensing arcs? Just as I was puzzled, ZZT, the 3 stones they surrounded suddenly lit up. To be precise, 3 patterns on the stones lit up. Are these lightning rune stones being activated? Wuji stared at the scene, murmuring to herself. Lightning rune stones? What are those? I asked. Wuji didn't usually speak much, and this was a rare time she'd spoken up on her own. Yeah, what are lightning rune stones? Her eyes turned blank. How would I know about this? I could only give a wry smile. Wuji had amnesia, so on this front I really couldn't count on her. ZZTZ. 2 more currents flashed by, my vision blurred, and in the center of the 3 rune stones a stone platform had appeared out of thin air. Shoo shoo, the lightning slimes, like they'd won a battle, hopped in circles in place. Shoo shoo. Big Thunder hopped onto the stone platform, signaling me over. I stepped close for a look, and there was actually a lever on the platform. This is... Shoo. Big Thunder leaned against the lever and pressed down hard, but its strength was too small, and it didn't budge in the slightest. I got what it meant, gripped the lever, and pulled down. It came down without much effort. But after I pulled it, there wasn't the slightest change around us. Just as I was puzzled, a rumble like muffled thunder came from overhead. I looked up toward the sound, and the floating island in the air seemed to have changed, though I couldn't say exactly where. After watching a while longer, my eyes gradually widened. It's descending? Yes. Wuji made the same judgment. I looked at Pippi Dragon, and it nodded again and again. Then what was there to wait for? I hurriedly had everyone back far away. The island looked small up in the sky, but who knew how big it'd be once it actually came down? Retreating into the distance, the floating island indeed descended at a visible speed, and finally, with a rumble, its smooth underside fit snugly against the ground. Cheep, 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 cheep. The moment the island landed, Flashy grew excited, saying this was exactly what it had looked like before. By this point, I understood even without it saying. If those 3 flying-type monsters were lightning-type, it wasn't strange they'd inadvertently activated the 3 rune stones, and then in a brain fart, pushed the lever up. That was probably how the island had risen. And once it rose, just like moments ago, you couldn't tell at all that it was actually a flying island. Come on, let's go in and take a look. Inside the island, aside from a conspicuous tall tower, everywhere else was no different from the surrounding forest. From my angle, I couldn't see the 3 monsters Flashy spoke of at all. Cheep. Flashy answered and led the way. It knew this place better than anyone. After winding around this way and that, it suddenly made a sharp turn back to my shoulder, tapping ahead non-stop with its wing, not making a sound. I looked along its direction. On a few large stones, 3 big birds were gathered together resting. I smiled. Their form resembled eagles, left wing green, right wing purple. I recognized them at a glance. These were 3 B-rank Wind Thunder Eagles. Most crucially, they were fast asleep. B-rank Wind Thunder Eagles, with my current combat power under me, even a head-on clash would be handled with ease. But since they were sleeping, well, sorry then. I waved my hand, and Pippi Dragon, Wuji, and Ashue immediately flanked the 3 Wind Thunder Eagles without a sound. This was insurance. They could fly, and if the conversion talismans failed, we could still pin them down at once. With the current gap in strength, even if they woke, it definitely wouldn't turn into the chaos of when I subdued Pippi Dragon back then. Once everyone was in position, I pulled out 3 militia conversion talismans and flung them out one by one, very fast. The conversions went smoothly, all 3 succeeding. Congratulations. You have successfully converted the Wind Thunder Eagle into a militiaman. Congratulations. You have successfully converted the Wind Thunder Eagle into a militiaman. Congratulations. You have successfully converted the Wind Thunder Eagle into a militiaman. 3 prompts, 3 Wind Thunder Eagles under my command. Ribbit. One woke first, blinking, its face all confused. I was confused too. What bird cries like that? Was its mama frog? Ribbit. Ribbit. The other 2 woke in turn, their cries exactly the same. I was utterly speechless. So it really wasn't a fluke. Fine then. I decisively designated one of them as leader, naming it Croaky. Name, Wind Thunder Eagle, Croaky. Status, Subject Leader. Category, Monster. Rank, B. Level 5. Strength, 24. Endurance, 30. Wisdom, 6. Spirit, 7. Speed, 33 by 120%. Talent, Wind Thunder Wings, speed increased by 20%. Skill, Wind Thunder Charge, condense the power of wind and thunder to surround the body, charging in a spindle shape, dealing damage equal to strength times 300% to targets along the path. Description, fond of dwelling high up, rarely lingering on plains or low-lying ground, unless there's food it likes to eat there. Croaky, flashy, come here. Ribbit, cheap cheap, both came before me. No matter what grudges you had before, they're wiped clean from now on. Get along well from here on, understood? Ribbit. Croaky tilted its head to look at me, then at Flashy, and very humanly waved its wing. Ribbit? Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. My expression turned odd. Flashy, why is it saying it's never even seen you? Cheap, cheap, cheap. Cheap, cheap. Flashy got worked up, hopping up and down at Croaky, like it was denouncing it to its face. I got the gist of it. The general idea was that when their lightning sparrows had come to forage, they'd been beaten up by the wind thunder eagles that suddenly darted out. Ribbit. Croaky listened seriously, then tilted its head again, seeming still unable to recall. This got Flashy quite angry. Seeing it was about to flare up, I hurriedly soothed it. All right, past matters stop here. Croaky, go, take Flashy to share some food. It's been hungry a long while. Cheap. Flashy lifted its head, cocky as anything, as if to say, see that? These are the Lord's orders, so hurry up and take me over. Croaky had no objection and obediently let it off. When it came back a moment later, Flashy already had a mouthful of purple grass, its eyes narrowed to slits, clearly extremely satisfied. Name, Thunderbearing Grass. Rank, F. Shop buyback price, 0. Learn something new again. Ever since coming to this planet, I discovered there were so many things not recorded in the atlas. With the food problem solved, I turned my attention to the tall tower at the island's center. That tower was clearly not naturally formed, its construction marks extremely obvious. Croaky, are there other creatures in that tower? Croaky looked at the tower, then at me, and shook its head decisively. No. I thought and asked again. Then on this island, are there other creatures besides us? This time it reacted quickly, still shaking its head. Come on, take me to look. I swung up onto its back. Compared to the palm-sized lightning sparrows, the wind thunder eagles were far bigger, more than enough to carry a person. And this was what I now considered the biggest gain of the trip. I could fly. I'd felt a bit envious before, watching Su Qingxue soar riding a nighthawk. Now I'd done it too. Go. I patted Croaky with some excitement, and it spread its wings, taking off with a ribbit. The fresh, faintly sweet cool wind couldn't wait to slap my face, and everything on the ground rapidly shrank. Ah, so this was the feeling of flight, truly, too fast. So fast that before I'd finished savoring it, I'd already arrived. After all, the island was neither small nor large, and at Croaky's speed of course it was there in an instant. With a push of my feet on its back, I leapt through an open wooden window into the tower's top attic. What met my eyes was a table, chairs, and a bed. I was even more certain of my judgment. There must be highly intelligent life on this planet besides me. Whether the table and chairs or the bed, all bore distinct marks of civilization, with a unique flair in style and color. I walked to the table and picked up a notebook that kept flipping in the wind, filled with dense, unknown script. Though I couldn't read it, the font was pleasing and comfortable. This is a diary? After flipping a few pages, I made my judgment. Each page was in a format similar to a diary. Flipping from beginning to end, an illustration on the last page caught my attention. The illustration depicted 3 towers, their appearance very much like the one I was in. In the center of the 3 towers was drawn a bolt of lightning, and directly below the lightning were some flowers and plants. What does it mean? It gave me a splitting headache, so I just put the notebook away first. I'll ask Huishu and Ailey when I get back. Maybe they'll know something. After searching the not large attic a while longer, aside from 2 items of clothing on the bed that looked like they'd be worn by a little girl, I found nothing. Worth mentioning, both pieces of clothing had a hole on the back, looking like space left for a tail. This did give rise to quite a few guesses in me. Beep beep. A prompt suddenly popped up in the Lord's circle. I took a look, and it turned out the ladder function had opened. On top of that, the secret realm function also showed a countdown to its official opening. My interest surged. Both the secret realm and the ladder were of great help to me. The secret realm was the main source of hero experience, and the latter let me earn ladder coins to exchange for hero summoning stone fragments. With Wenji as precedent, the weight of a summoning stone went without saying. Moreover, the ladder rankings settled every Monday, and first, second, and third place could also gain a random permanent aura, or output increase, subject damage boost, tavern attraction rate boost, and so on, all extremely useful buffs for a lord. With the territory's construction now handed to Wenji, this was just the place to pour my energy. Considering that this floating little island had both food for the lightning sparrows and wind thunder eagles, and that tower of unknown origin, I decisively set a teleport beacon here. Adding the two at the fishery in mind, a level 1 lord's mansion capped at 4 beacons, so I had only my last one left. Afterward, I brought everyone straight back to the stronghold via the beacon. "Lord, you're back." Wenji came to greet me at once. I looked around, and seeing everyone busy, I nodded. "Put some care into the stronghold's construction. I'm going to handle something. Go ahead and attend to your business, Lord." Wenji smiled. I turned and walked toward the Lord's mansion, went inside and shut the door, and opened the ladder again. At this point, it was less than 5 minutes since the ladder had opened, yet the ranks on the leaderboard already each had their owner, and from what I observed in this short while, the rankings kept changing. The lords clearly all set great store by the ladder. Aside from the few lords with enough territory and resources to build taverns, most people were still far from recruiting heroes, and the ladder shop's summoning fragments were nearly their only choice. At the same time, information kept scrolling non-stop in the Lord's circle. The gap's too big, there's just no way to fight. What's going on? Running into an E-rank right off the bat. How do I fight that? Same here, my rotten luck really leaves nothing to say. You're like this after running into it once? I've hit it 3 damn times in a row. Bro, you all didn't run into Muyu, did you? That sawtooth beast of hers is seriously monstrous. More than monstrous, downright inhuman. Before I could even make a move on my end, one saw cut, and it one-shot me and my stinky mud. Hua Xiaowan strong too. 2 E-rank flower dandies, controlled me to no end. Yeah, you all just haven't tasted Liang Kuan's heavy cannon peas bombardment. One shot, and my screen went black on the spot. So what? Liang Kuan, Hua Xiaowan, and Muyu take turns topping the #1 spot. Where's Brother Yun? Really though, seems like nobody's been ranked above Brother Yun so far. No way, he's not even playing the ladder? Probably got things on his hands. Not gonna lie, I want to witness Brother Yun's skills. Bro, your courage is commendable. Rest in peace, no send-off needed. Haha, I want to get ranked against Brother Yun too. Let Brother Yun wreck me hard. Whoa, wait you. On the other side, I scanned the Lord's circle once and started ladder matchmaking. Matching for ladder ranked match. Matching you with an evenly matched opponent. Match found. Zhou Yun LV5 vs. Lu Tiantian LV2. Swish. My vision blurred, and I'd arrived at a dueling stage. The spectator seats were empty. On the not small stage, aside from me, there was just this round's opponent, Lu Tiantian. Before the duel began, both sides' range of movement was confined to a small circle. I quietly waited for the countdown. Lu Tiantian, however, had already gone completely blank. What the heck? How did I get matched against Zhou Yun? Evenly matched opponent, my foot. Yeah right, like hell I believe that. Her inner frantic ranting couldn't stop the countdown. 3, 2, 1 begin. The spatial binding released, and both sides could now move freely. Wuji, Pippi Dragon, Bear 2, Itsai. Swish, 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 swish. As I murmured softly, for figures appeared in unison. Like me, they weren't their real bodies, just projections for the ladder duel. Lu Tiantian watched 5 big fellows charge at her menacingly, so scared her period got thrown off. How was she supposed to fight this? Right off the bat, the opponent had a C-rank cauliflower beast, a B-rank earth bear, even a hero. Looking at herself, all she had was one weak, helpless, pitiful slime. There was no fighting this at all. Slap. She decisively raised the white flag. I surrender. Duel over. Zhou Yun LV5 vs. Lu Tiantian LV2. Zhou Yun LV5 victory. Congratulations on winning the ladder duel. Gained 50 ladder points. Rank none 4,369th. It's over just like that? My consciousness returning to reality, I found it a bit odd. The first match ended before it even began, dull as chewing wax. No matter, second match. The match was found quickly, and this time the opponent was a fellow male. To experience the dueling process, I deliberately waved at him during the countdown, even showing a smile. My voice couldn't carry over. but I believed the meaning had been expressed fully enough. And then, I surrender. Duel over. Zhou Yun LV5 vs. Fong Jian LV1. Zhou Yun LV5 victory. Congratulations on winning the ladder duel. Gained 50 ladder points. Rank 4,369th, 3,178th. Back in reality, my face was blank. Was that necessary? At least give it a try. Could it be my lineup was too outrageous? No, that wasn't right either. I was far from using my full strength. Next time I'll try sending out just one cauliflower beast. No sooner said than done. The third match completed, and I only summoned Itsai. The opponent was, sure enough, greatly excited, giving a loud shout. Brother Yun, I yield the honor. And with that he charged with 3 E-rank happy beasts. And then, one spinning leaf blade. The whole world fell silent. The latter matches went by extremely fast, and before I knew it, I'd already fought 24 rounds. After so many rounds in a row, I'd long lost the anticipation and tension I had when first entering the ladder, because they were too weak. In 24 rounds, opponents either surrendered or lost in a single exchange, with zero combat experience for me. Aside from the first 2 rounds, from the third on I only sent Itsai onto the field, yet opponents couldn't even break through Itsai. This cauliflower beast, whose strength wasn't outstanding among my ranks, could actually go on a rampage in the ladder matches. I never would have expected it. Boring as the fights were, the ladder still had to be played. My rank hadn't topped out, and though the ladder coins per match were decreasing, they still kept adding up. Rewards had to be collected in the end. It was with this mindset that I opened the next match. Meanwhile, in the Lord's Circle, some had already begun to wail. Too monstrous. I thought Mu Yu and Liang Kuan were monstrous enough, but Brother Yun's above them. How bold. You dare call Brother Yun monstrous? What's up? Ran into him on the ladder. Yeah, Brother Yun only sent out one cauliflower beast, so I figured I had a shot and decisively went all in. And then, need you ask? One electric fan, and I got one shot. Dying laughing. Music to my ears. Facing Brother Yun, and you still dared make a move? Serves you right. A textbook lack of self-awareness. Not like me, saw Brother Yun across from me and decisively raised the white flag. Haha, me too. Brother Yun's the badass who could force-kill the cult's young master right in front of 10 grand overseers of fate, and you still dared launch an attack. Your brain's really not too good. Real talk, Brother Yun only sending out one cauliflower beast is already going easy. It's us who can't hold our own. I actually hope Brother Yun climbs the ranks fast and gives Hua Xiaonuan and them a taste of some real intensity. Makes sense. Can't just let us broaden our horizons. Let them open their eyes too. Haha. Everyone, when you get matched against Brother Yun, don't struggle, just raise the little white flag. How about it? Absolutely. Send Brother Yun to the top at the speed of light. Us doing this, isn't it a bit unfair to Hua Xiaonuan and them? How can it count as unfair? We'll need Brother Yun to carry the banner in cross-circle events down the road, so we can't waste his time developing his stronghold. Right. We're not targeting anyone. It's for everyone's future interests. Let's go. Naturally, I didn't know everyone's scheming and kept on ranking. But I soon discovered that the 1 or 2 who used to at least put up a fight were now all gone. The moment the countdown ended, opponents surrendered at the speed of light. Not getting any real combat experience, I came to terms with it too. There'd be plenty of chances for satisfying fights later, and for now quickly earning coins while climbing the ranks was pretty good too. And so, my rank kept soaring, and before long I got matched against an acquaintance. Match found. Zhou Yun LV5 vs. Liang Kuan LV4. Seeing this result, I raised an eyebrow. Honestly, I was somewhat curious about Liang Kuan's strength. This was the person who'd placed second on the Rookie Lord board, and he'd once supplied me with lumber. A stable lumber supply meant he was either not short on resources or not short on labor. Either way, at the very least, he should have some capacity to fight. Sure enough, the moment I entered the dueling ground, Liang Kuan sent a message. Liang Kuan, don't hold back, go all out. All out, huh? I clicked my tongue. Fine then. 3, 2, 1, begin. Swish, 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 swish. The instant the countdown ended, I immediately brought out my full strength. 8 cauliflower beasts, 3 earth bears, and Pippi Dragon. This was also the lineup I'd shown in the rookie trial. Liang Kuan didn't disappoint me. White light flashed repeatedly, and he summoned 13 units. 4 F-rank pea shooters, 2 E-rank frost pea shooters, 3 D-rank tall nuts, 3 D-rank Gatling peas, and 1 C-rank heavy cannon pea. Come, Liang Kuan bellowed. Let me see just how big the gap is between you and me. All right, I answered, swinging up onto Pippi Dragon. Charge! Roar! Cha-cha! The 3 Earth Bears and 8 Cauliflower Beasts rapidly charged toward Liang Kuan's side. Liang Kuan's lineup was actually decent, but it had a fatal flaw. Insufficient mobility, nearly zero even. Pea shooters, frost peas, tall nuts, heavy cannon peas. All of them had extremely slow movement speed. Normally, facing this kind of lineup, I'd only need to stall a bit waiting for Gale Slash's cooldown, and I could fully end the fight before they closed in, outside their range. But why bother? It was just a ladder match in the end. A guaranteed win, and the opponent was a friend, so there was no need to make things too embarrassing for him. That was my thinking, but Liang Kuan was full of fighting spirit. Ready. Pea shooters, volley. At the command, the pea shooters, frost pea shooters, and Gatling peas fired all at once. PFT, 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 PFT. A round of 10 peas all landed on Bear 1 charging at the front, dropping its health by a third. Oh, I blinked in some surprise. Bear 1 was now level 12, with 54 endurance, which converted to 540 health. A single round shaving off a third meant these peas were all high level, very likely leveled up to 12 in the rookie trial, just like Bear 1. Beautiful. Seeing a round score a hit, Liang Kuan got even more into it. About to enter range, heavy cannon ready. Boom. The words had barely fallen when the heavy cannon pea beside him fired a pitch-black, watermelon-sized shell. Roar. Without my command, the rather spirited Bear 2 had already leapt up and smacked it with a palm. Boom. Bear 2 was blasted flat on the ground, its health instantly dropping by a fifth. The heavy cannon pea had nearly zero mobility, but its attack power was top tier for its rank, which was why Bear 2 had taken the initiative to step up. Though it was set back by the shell, it saved Bear 1, which had already weathered a round of peas. Fire again. Seeing the 3 bears getting closer and closer, Liang Kuan's voice grew ever more high-pitched. Boom. Rat-tat-tat-tat. The peas and cannon fired together. The instant the peas launched, Bear 1 took the initiative to slow down, and Bear 3 stepped up to bear the damage. The cannon was still handled by Bear 2. Another round of attacks, successfully neutralized by the 3 bears. I inwardly cheered. The 3 Earth Bears usually looked dopey, but as B-rank monsters, that spiritedness was beyond what low-rank ones could compare to. With no one commanding, they actually coordinated with each other, sharing out the damage neatly. Keep firing. Liang Kuan grew even more anxious. But at this point, the pea shooters, frost peas, and Gatling peas all stopped moving, and only the heavy cannon pea fired another shot. Because Bear 1 and the others had already charged up to the tall nuts. Before, the peas could still slip through the gaps between the 3 tall nuts, but now the firing path was completely blocked, and only the heavy cannon's U-shaped trajectory was unobstructed. Boom! Another shell came down, and Bear 3 was blasted over for the 3rd time, rolling and scrambling back up. 3 shells in a row, and it got mad. And mad meant it had to vent. Roar! It suddenly sped up, overtaking Bear 1 and Bear 2, and smacked a palm at the tall nut blocking the way. Nut! The tall nut's thick brows furrowed, its body abruptly swelling, firmly shielding the units behind it. Despite the gap in rank, as defensive-type monsters, they never retreated easily. Bam! The palm came down, fragments flying. Those earthy yellow fragments were all part of the tall nut's body. Right after, Bear 1 and Bear 2's attacks arrived too, and the tall nut's body rapidly shrank. Cha! The cauliflower beasts arrived too, the electric fans on their heads spinning up. Under the combined assault, in mere moments the 3 tall nuts turned into points of light and dispersed one after another. Once the front row was broken, the fate of the output units behind could well be imagined. Liang Kuan could only watch helplessly as his combat units fell one after another. What pained him most was that until his entire army was wiped out, Pippi Dragon and I never made a move. The gap between you and me, it just keeps getting bigger. He shook his head with immense bitterness, then suddenly threw a punch at Bear 1. But the projection Bear 1 knew nothing of human sentiment, and its pan-sized palm immediately swung over. Duel over. Zhou Yun LV5 vs. Liang Kuan LV4. Zhou Yun LV5 victory. Congratulations on winning the ladder duel. Gained 10 ladder points. Rank 4th third. Third place, I murmured softly. I'd sort of had a real match with Liang Kuan, but my heart still stirred not at all. Just as he'd said, the gap was too big. Maybe he thought I'd brought out my full strength, but only I knew how much I'd actually used. Let's continue. I took a deep breath and went on ranking. This time I got matched against Mu Yu, second on the ladder. Seeing the name, I gained a bit more interest. How had Mu Yu, who worked for me supplying lumber nearly all day, climbed to second, just with a single sawtooth beast. The sawtooth beast wasn't in the weakest tier, but it was E-rank in the end. Muyu, however, didn't give me the chance. The moment the countdown ended, she raised the white flag. "Can't beat you. I'm out of here," she said, and playfully stuck out her tongue. Duel over. Zhou Yun LV5 vs. Muyu LV2. Zhou Yun LV5 victory. Congratulations on winning the ladder duel. Gained 10 ladder points. Rank 3rd second. After rising to second, no surprise, the next match paired me with Hua Xiaowan. She wore her chestnut hair in braids, with the air of a girl next door, neither beautiful nor plain, giving off a just right, easy on the eyes feeling. She looked harmless on the surface, but at our first meeting she'd shown me a strong competitive streak. "I watched my family's recording of your performance in the rookie trial. I know I'm no match for you, but I still want to try. Come on." I raised my hand and summoned Pippi Dragon, 3 Earth Bears, and 8 Cauliflower Beasts. She was the current number 1, after all, so I decided to show some respect. To my surprise, Hua Xiaowan didn't summon any monsters, but instead dashed straight in my direction. I was greatly puzzled. Summoning monsters would at least let her put up a fight, but for a lord to charge over directly was no different from surrendering. In ladder matches, as long as the lord fell, it was a loss. "Go." I waved my right hand, signaling my forces to attack. Both sides charged at full speed, and Hua Xiaowan first ran into the fastest one, Pippi Dragon. This time I stood in place without riding it, so it didn't have to hang back to protect me, and its combat power was let loose. "What?" Pippi Dragon growled low, head dipping slightly, ready to ram straight in. With its current strength of a full 78 points, taking a ram would definitely be no picnic. And as long as it hit, the Earth Bears and Cauliflower Beasts behind would swarm in and end the fight in an instant. But then a scene that surprised me once again unfolded. Facing the charge, Hua Xiaowan didn't dodge in the slightest, meeting it head-on stiffly. And at the very instant she was about to be hit, she suddenly flipped into the air in a somersault, clearing Pippi Dragon exactly. This not only caught me off guard, Pippi Dragon clearly hadn't expected it either. Charging at full sprint, its momentum was too great to stop, and it could only let Hua Xiaowan pass through this line of defense. But what good does that do? My interest was piqued. Even if she got past Pippi Dragon, right behind were 3 Earth Bears and 8 Cauliflower Beasts. Pippi Dragon was 1 unit she could dodge, but there were 11 behind. How would she get past? Hua Xiaowan quickly gave the answer. Facing the wall of Earth Bears and Cauliflower Beasts, her footwork was like threading through flowers, her body like a butterfly, weaving and darting among them. It looked extremely perilous, yet each time she avoided the attacks by a hair. A martial artist? My gaze tightened slightly. Someone who could dodge all attacks at a speed far below the Earth Bears, with such exquisite skill, was very likely a martial artist trained for years. So strong. I marveled from the heart. If I let her get close, in one-on-one combat, I really wouldn't be her match. Still, no matter how good the skill, it can't make up for the disadvantage in speed. You can't even shake off the Earth Bears and Cauliflower Beasts, and Pippi Dragon's coming back to help. How are you going to get close to me? Just then, my expression suddenly froze. Because Hua Xiaowan, in the midst of dodging left and right, suddenly broke into a smile at me. "Come out, Flower Dandy." Flower Dandy. My heart quivered slightly, and I hurriedly commanded, "Scatter." But it was too late. 6 Flower Dandies, each about the size of an adult's arm, spread out in a ring. They wore pink suits, like shrunken children, only their faces were utterly blank, without features. Hee-ha-ha. Along with that somewhat grating laughter, the Earth Bears and Cauliflower Beasts that had been surrounding Hua Xiaowan a second ago, along with the just-returned Pippi Dragon, were caught in an instant. Their eyes turned dazed, their bodies swaying as if drunk, no longer able to pressure Hua Xiaowan, letting her easily break out of the encirclement. Watching Hua Xiaowan close in while recalling the Flower Dandies, I couldn't help but nod. Unlike ordinary lords who fought relying on subjects, Hua Xiaowan did the opposite. She made herself the core of battle, using the D-rank Flower Dandies with their charm ability as support. You had to understand, a control ability like charm was extremely rare among all monsters. Even ones as strong as A-rank Pippi Dragon and A-rank Water Swordsman didn't have it. Perhaps for the sake of some balance, the D-rank Flower Dandy, while gaining charm, was also pitifully fragile in build. An ordinary lord, even if they got one, couldn't use the ability well. But Hua Xiaowan, with her excellent martial arts foundation, coordinated superbly with the flower dandies. Just like now, she'd used them to complete a breakout, charging straight at me. Swap in another lord, say Muyu or Liang Kuan, and without subjects to protect them, once she closed in, they wouldn't last long at all. But this move was destined not to work on me, because the speed difference was too great. I was currently synced to Ah Shui's attributes, with a speed as high as 85 points. And Hua Xianwan, by my estimate, had a speed of less than 30. Under heaven, the only martial art that can't be beaten is speed. With such a large speed gap, no matter how good her skill, what could she do to me? She couldn't even catch up. Still, I didn't intend to play a chase game relying on the speed advantage. Speed covers 3 things: movement, attack, and chanting. Running fast was one thing, high attack speed was another. Hua Xianwan's martial arts foundation made my hands itch, and I wanted to test myself relying on an attack speed advantage. With this thought, I didn't even plan to use the Gale sword, preparing to fight her barehanded. But Hua Xianwan suddenly stopped 5 meters away from me. Just as I was puzzled, she raised both hands, quite playful. I give up. Brother Yun's too strong. I've got no chance even up close. But, taking into account that my strength isn't bad, could you give me a friend slot? Leave a spot to bring me along when running secret realms. How about it? In the time she'd been speaking, she'd already been surrounded by the earth bears, cauliflower beasts, and Pippi dragon. Just as she said, there really was no chance to win. Even if she completely dominated me in melee, the flower dandy's charm didn't last long, and if she couldn't finish me off quickly, my subjects would close in again. I smiled. Hua Xianwan looked pure as a girl next door on the outside, and she really did have a cleverness within. If nothing else, her performance alone had won my approval. No problem. I agreed with a smile. Someone with both strength and the sense to advance and retreat, nobody would dislike. Thank you, Brother Yun, Hua Xianwan called out sweetly, and sure enough raised the white flag, not forgetting to blow me a kiss before she vanished. Duel over. Zhou Yun LV5 vs. Hua Xianwan LV4. Zhou Yun LV5 victory. Congratulations on winning the ladder duel. Gain 0 ladder points. Rank second first. Reach the top. Consciousness returning to the Lord's mansion, I let out a long breath. Having fought this far, my battle count for the week had hit the cap of 100 matches, and fighting more wouldn't bring in any points. My rank had topped out just right, so I called it quits. The ladder had a function to set a defense lineup, which would fight automatically when challenged. I set my defense lineup to Earth Bear ×3, Cauliflower Beast ×8, Pippi Dragon ×1, then opened the ladder shop. The upper right showed my ladder coin balance, 2,000 points. There were many goods in the shop, but most were materials, and the highest was only C rank, which I had no use for at all. The only useful thing, the random hero summoning stone fragment, cost 1,000 points to exchange for 1 piece. And synthesizing a complete summoning stone took 10 pieces, that is, 10,000 ladder coins. In other words, even playing the max every week, it'd take 10 weeks to synthesize one, nearly 2.5 months. But that wasn't all. A random hero summoning stone could summon at most an A-rank hero. Sounds great, but the odds were maddeningly low. A-rank was only 1 in 10 million, and C-rank only 1%. Below C-rank goes without saying, since there are no heroes below C-rank anyway. In other words, banking on the guarantee, it'd take 100 summoning stones to summon 1 C-rank hero, totaling 1,000 weeks, 7,000 days, nearly 20 years. Getting this answer, even though I'd half expected it, I was still quite shocked. No wonder the teacher always harped on how hard heroes are to recruit, telling us that if we were lucky enough to awaken as lords, we absolutely had to seize every chance to recruit. Put that way, having 4 heroes now, I'm pretty lucky, aren't I? In terms of quality, 2 C rank, 1 B rank, 1 A rank. That shouldn't be bad either. Could it compare to a great lord? Great lord strength all seems to be kept secret. Hard to compare. Next time I get a chance to make contact, I could ask. Beep beep. Hua Xianwan sent a friend request. After I accepted, she immediately sent a message. Hua Xianwan. Brother Yun, don't you dare forget me #tongue out #tongue out #. I shook my head with a smile, closed the Lord's circle, and walked out of the Lord's mansion. Today was the first day back in the territory, and I had real business to attend to. Like evolution. Wenji. I called out to Wenji, who was arranging the subjects. I'm here, Lord. Wenji flickered and appeared before me. I smiled bitterly inside. I just called out once. There was no need to teleport straight over with Guanheng. Can the territory reach level 6 today? It can. Wenji listed it all off like counting family treasures. Reaching level 6 currently requires LV2 residence times 10, LV2 logging yard times 1, LV2 mine times 1, LV2 granary times 1, blacksmith times 1, fence times 40, watchtower times 2, schoolhouse times 1, training ground times 1, lord's mansion times 1, fishery times 1, orchard times 1, vegetable garden times 2, farmland times 10, evolution stone platform times 1, canteen times 1, stone path times 500 meters. Most are already satisfied. The evolution stone platform is still under construction at 40% progress, and the stone path is being laid at 30% progress. It's estimated everything will be complete by 5:30 this evening, finishing the upgrade. Very good. Notify me the moment the evolution stone platform is built. Understood. Having given my instructions, I turned and went back into the Lord's mansion. In the past, I definitely would have labored and joined the construction alongside everyone. But it was different now. It wasn't that I thought I could slack off and be a hands-off boss. It was that I now had an internal affairs talent like Wenji. As a lord, if I still put myself in the same position as before, it would only make Wenji think less of me, and might even cause a drop in loyalty. In the eyes of these internal affairs talents, a lord sweating and toiling like a subject was simply self-debasement and wasted effort. They wouldn't see it as being close to the people, only that the lord wasn't putting their energy where it should go. In their view, a lord need only coordinate and plan, grasping the big picture. Beyond that, even if the lord lay down and slept the day away, it'd be far better than toiling alongside the subjects. This was also a point the teachers repeatedly stressed at school. That said, I still felt some torment inside the Lord's mansion. Maybe because my days as a lord were still short. I always felt that with everyone laboring, even the slimes gathering to do what little they could with their feeble strength, for me the lord to be resting in the mansion, the more I thought about it, the guiltier I felt. Thankfully, that guilt didn't last long. About half an hour later, Wenji came to report. Lord, the evolution stone platform is finished. Very good. I immediately rose from my chair. Coming before the evolution stone platform and sizing it up, I nodded slightly and beckoned to the water swordsman leader who was laying the ground. Ashue, come here. Whoosh. Ashue immediately came before me, shouldering a log. Unlike the earth bears and cauliflower beasts, the several water swordsmen were all very quiet. I'd hardly ever heard them speak. Stand up there. Ashue complied 100%, immediately stepping onto the platform. Seeing it stand firm, I placed an evolution stone into the groove on the left side of the platform. The platform lit up, fine white patterns spreading out from all around like silk threads, slowly encircling Ashue. Seeing this, Ashue seemed a bit excited, the lips beneath its hat brim trembling slightly. I smiled knowingly. Evolution was what every monster dreamed of. As monsters, their ultimate pursuit was strength, and more strength, and evolution could sublimate their level of life while making them stronger. Even a subject with zero loyalty, once they completed an evolution, their loyalty would shoot straight to 100. Observing the threads on the platform, I placed down another evolution stone. More threads rose, wrapping nearly a third of Ashue's body from the bottom up. Looks like I really can't skimp on a single one. I sighed inwardly and added 4 more in one go. F-rank evolution needed 1 stone, E-rank 2, and so on, with A-rank needing 6. Generally so, with few exceptions. With 6 evolution stones invested, the rising white threads immediately encircled Ashue completely. But that wasn't all. I took out an azure crystal and placed it in the groove on the right side of the platform. Splash! A wave of water surged out from above the platform, dyeing part of the white threads blue. The evolution stones were the foundation, providing basic evolution energy. The azure crystal supplied the water element, matched to the water swordsman's attribute. Neither could be missing. This was exactly an important reason I'd chosen to evolve the water swordsman. Looked plentiful, but only 2 kinds carried attributes. One was the azure crystal I was using, water attribute. The other was crimson flame crystal, fire attribute. Evolution stones were precious, so naturally I wouldn't use them on a fire attribute slime, leaving evolving the water swordsman as the only choice. Seeing the azure crystals weren't enough, I added 9 more before the white threads were completely dyed blue with the water element. At the very instant all the white threads turned blue, a dazzling blue light suddenly erupted, and a thick blue pillar of light shot up into the sky. Ashue let out a cry both pained and excited, full of anticipation. Forcing back the piercing bright light, I saw the water swordsman floating in the light pillar spreading both hands, its body continuously undergoing subtle changes. Its frame grew a bit stockier, its clothes more elaborate, and golden patterns kept branding themselves onto its sword, clothes, and hat. When all the changes were complete and the blue light faded, the water swordsman slowly drifted down, its form growing clearer as the radiance dissipated. When it landed on the platform, its appearance had already changed greatly from before. A more angular face, gorgeous attire branded with golden patterns, and a more exquisite Western sword. Congratulations, your water swordsman leader has successfully evolved into a water sword master. The evolution succeeded. Water sword master. I was overjoyed. As far as I knew, the water swordsman had 3 evolution routes. Water sword master, which emphasized swordsmanship more, water sword soul, which emphasized assassination and burst more, and water sword guard, which emphasized damage reduction and phantom bodies more. Whichever it was a major upgrade. I couldn't wait to see Ashue's attributes now. But at that point, Wuji walked over and said to the just-evolved water swordsman, "You now seem quite strong. Lord, may I spar with it once?" Spar. I looked at Wuji in some surprise. In my impression, Wuji was quiet and reserved. Normally, forget speaking, even expressions were rare from her, and even in battle, she kept a cold face throughout. But now, her eyes glimmered faintly, and though the change on her face wasn't obvious, I could read it. That was excitement, an emotion that only showed when a hunter spots prey and takes delight. In other words, she was very interested in the evolved Ashue now. Ashue didn't respond, only looked at me. Noticing its reaction, I was amused. What a coincidence, too much of one. As a water swordsman, Ashue was usually cold too, yet at this moment it revealed a fighting spirit just like Wuji. Both want to fight, then have a match, go to the training ground. Hearing the reply, Ashue and Wuji both looked at each other in unison. In that instant, their gazes met in the air, seemingly sparking invisible sparks. The training ground. Ashue and Wuji stood on opposite sides, and the subjects in the stronghold all became spectators. At first I thought they were also interested in the sword and blade sparring, but I soon found that was only a small part of it. Most of their gazes were cast toward Ashue, their eyes full of undisguised envy. The reason wasn't hard to guess. As fellow subjects, Ashue had gotten to evolve first, and naturally they wanted it too. I understood their feelings. But evolution stones were precious, and I couldn't possibly evolve every one of my forces. At most, evolving the subject leaders was already quite good. Besides, I was currently short on attribute ores, so even if I wanted to, I couldn't do it right away. Just as I was thinking, Ashue on the field moved first. Whoosh! Its figure rapidly closed in on Wuji. Cling! I only felt a blur before my eyes, and both sides' blades had already clashed, meeting and parting in an instant, trading blows one after another. Cling! 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 Clang! My brow lifted. Ashue was actually going toe-to-toe with Wuji. This was strange. Ashue's speed was fast, but clearly still a notch weaker than Wuji's, yet it actually didn't let Wuji gain the slightest advantage in technique. Could it be that in technique, Ashue had reached hero level? The moment this thought arose, I snuffed it out. Impossible. For an ordinary monster to become a hero was as hard as ascending to the heavens, and without enough honing, even the technique, stat alone, could hardly match a same-rank hero. Woo-wa-ka-ka, cha-cha-cha. Both sides fought splendidly, and the watching subjects cheered and applauded. After Ashue's evolution, the boost in strength is really obvious. Hwashu laughed heartily. It is. Ailey chimed in. Being able to trade this many rounds with Lady Wuji, Ashue probably didn't expect it itself. Wenji flicked open her folding fan and slowly waved it. Lady Wuji hasn't gone all out yet. Still, Ashue's improvement really is considerable. Though it's at a disadvantage in speed, relying on its water sword intent, it can more easily judge the flow of battle and make more accurate responses. In technique alone, even an S-rank monster would find it hard to surpass it now. Water sword intent? My heart stirred, and I checked Ashue's panel. Name, Water Sword Master, evolved. Status, Subject Leader. Category, Monster. Rank, A. Level, 24. Strength, 30 plus 48 plus 3 plus 5. Endurance, 26 plus 40 plus 3 plus 5. Wisdom, 20 plus 18 plus 3 plus 5. Spirit, 20 plus 18 plus 3 plus 5. Speed, 30 plus 52 plus 3 plus 5. Talent, Formless Water, reduces damage taken by 30%. Evolution Talent, Water Sword Intent, senses attacks, enhances sword momentum. Skill, Mirror Flower Water Moon creates water clones to attack the target simultaneously. Evolution skill. Calm Waters sheaths the sword, and after a brief build-up, draws it in a horizontal slash while rapidly darting forward, dealing water attribute damage equal to strength times 500% to targets along the range path ahead. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Description: a cold swordsman, born alongside water. Superb swordsmanship and outstanding speed make them invincible, rarely meeting a match. All attributes +5, gain to talent, and gain to skill. I murmured. Evolution really is an all-around boost. Cling, clang, clang, cling, cling, cling. The battle between Ashue and Wuji still continued, speed against speed, dazzling everyone watching. But compared to Wuji's composure from start to finish, Ashue gradually revealed a declining momentum. The fight hadn't lasted long, yet Wuji had put enormous pressure on it, leaving it a bit winded. Clang, blade and sword clashed and parted at a touch, both sides using the momentum to retreat. Wuji sheathed her blade, her voice as steady as ever. Come, use your full strength. The water swordsman nodded slightly and likewise sheathed its sword. Click, along with the light sound of the slender sword returning to its sheath, 5 water clones suddenly appeared around it. Mirror Flower Water Moon. But the clones didn't attack immediately. Instead, like Ashue, they gripped their sword hilts with their right hands. Suddenly, Ashue raised its head, a flash of blue light abruptly lighting up beneath its hat brim. Right after, whoosh! 6 blue lines instantly passed through Wuji's body. When I looked again, Ashue's clones had all vanished, and it had at some point appeared behind Wuji. In that instant, even the leaves drifting down through the air seemed to briefly freeze, as if after that single stroke, all the ripples around had been smoothed out. Calm waters returned to silence. Click! Ashue sheathed the sword it had drawn at some point once more, letting out a long breath. Ashue won? I was quite surprised. I had to admit, that stroke really was stunning. Each water clone could deal 40% of the main body's damage. Before evolution, the clones could only make the most basic attacks. After mastering Calm Waters, the clones could release the skill just like the main body. That way, a single move dealt a total of 1,500% water attribute damage. With its current 86-point strength, that was 1,290 points. Any being with endurance below 129 would be one-shot instantly. On this point alone, even Wuji as she was now couldn't take it. However, Wuji seemed to genuinely not have reacted in time, taking that stroke head-on, and even after Ashue sheathed its sword, she still stood in place, motionless. Don't tell me. My heart lurched, and I suddenly grew tense. Just then, hazy mist rose all around, so fast it cut off sight almost instantly, a vast expanse of white. Suddenly, shing! A dazzling white line split heaven and earth, followed by a rumbling roar, great trees toppling, boulders shattering. The mist rapidly dispersed with it. As vision recovered, everyone was startled to find that Wuji still stood in place, but beside the training ground was already a scene of devastation. A large swath of trees had fallen, and a deep gully had cracked open in the ground. What had happened? Everyone, myself included, was full of question marks. Thank you, Wuji said softly. I seem to have remembered a little something. Ashue silently nodded and left the training ground. Remembered something? I looked at Wuji, then at that trail of destruction, and opened her panel. Name, Wuji, injured. Status, employed. Category, hero. Rank, A. Level 1. Strength, 94. Endurance, 91. Wisdom, 82. Spirit, 85. Speed, 101. Talent, Mist Hide, evasion plus 50%. Equipment, New Moon, a rank. Skill, Mist Cutter, mystifies the self, standing still, evading all damage for 1 second. Then spreads a heavy mist and delivers a drawn blade slash, dealing physical damage equal to strength attribute times 700% to targets in range. Cooldown, 1 minute. Hero troop type, none. Hero aura, none. Monthly wage requirement, 1,000 gold coins. Description: a peerless blade master pursuing her memories, perhaps with a past too painful to recall. Gained a skill. I was secretly pleased. Just by the description, this was both offense and defense in one. Casting it could evade all damage. No wonder she'd come out unscathed under Ashue's blade. Though it only lasted 1 second, used well it was a winning weapon. After defending, there was still a 700% area attack right after. Wait, why is it 700%? I was puzzled. The damage coefficients of same rank skills are roughly the same, both being area damage. Ashue's Calm Waters is only 500%, so how does Mist Cutter have 700%? And the cooldown is only 1 minute, a full 4 minutes less than Calm Waters. If Calm Waters is a standard A rank skill, then this Mist Cutter move probably reaches the standard of S rank, doesn't it? I wasn't quite sure. There was too little material about S rank on Earth, and what little existed was mostly top secret, nowhere near my reach to know. I stroked my chin, my gaze falling on Wuji standing quietly, lost in thought. She's already rated A rank in an amnesiac state. If I could restore her memory, she might genuinely have S rank level. After thinking it over, I decided not to dwell on it further. Though Wuji's panel was marked injured, I tried the Fountain of Youth, and it simply couldn't cure it. That is, even if she genuinely had S rank strength in full condition, I currently had no way to help her recover, and could only do like today, rely on her occasionally gaining some inspiration from some incident to recover a bit of memory. The randomness was just too great. Wenji, Huishyu, Ailey, come over for a moment. While everyone was here, I took out the notebook I'd obtained from the tower. Take a look at the contents in here. Can you make sense of them? Huishyu and Ailey leaned in for a look, and both furrowed their brows. It seems like I've seen this kind of writing somewhere, but I can't recall. Same for me. I have a bit of an impression, but I can't say specifically. I was a bit disappointed. I was very curious about the notebook's contents. If there were clues, maybe I could follow the trail to other highly intelligent life on this planet. If I could win their allegiance, the territory's development speed would, unsurprisingly, grow by leaps and bounds. The current Earth Bears, Cauliflower Beasts, and Water Swordsmen had decent combat power, but they were lacking in wisdom after all, and could hardly hold down a position on their own. Wenji, did you see anything? I asked, holding on to my last hope. In my view, this should be the writing of the Gilishan clan. Wenji tapped her palm with her closed fan, her tone flat, yet quite certain. Gilishan. Right, it's Gilishan. Ailey suddenly realized. Huishyu laughed too. I was wondering why it looked familiar. So it's them. The Gilishan clan? Are they famous? You all know them. I grew more curious. Huishyu shook his head. Know them? Not really, but famous, definitely. The Gilishan clan loves research. Forging, alchemy, formations, divination, every field we can come into contact with, they have outstanding achievements. Anyone who's a hero couldn't possibly not know them. Ailey nodded repeatedly. Who knows how many heroes and lords hope to gain the Gilishan clan's aid, but they're too mysterious, and their traces are hard to find. Since you've obtained this notebook, Lord, could it be you've been lucky enough to meet them? If I'd met them, it'd be simple. I shook my head with a wry smile and looked at Wenji again. Roughly what does this notebook say? Can you translate it? That well. Wenji smiled shyly. Wenji can tell it's Gilishan writing, but that's as far as it goes. I was a bit disappointed. I can try. Wuji's voice came unexpectedly from behind me. Ailey, Huishyu, and Wenji were all stunned. Clearly, like me, they hadn't expected Wuji to actually understand Gilishan writing too. Wuji's expression was calm as she took the notebook from my hands, translating offhand as she flipped through, with an air of utter familiarity. When she finished translating, I summed up, so, on the diagram at the end, these 3 high platforms called thunder-gathering towers. As long as they gather enough thunder energy, they can produce a potion that heals all injuries. Heals all injuries. It's very possible, Wenji said. I went to the cave where the Fountain of Youth is at noon today. From the geographic position, that cave happens to lie right at the center of the 3 thunder-gathering towers. Hiss. Seeing Wenji say so too, my heartbeat began to quicken. The Fountain of Youth, an SS rank treasure, could not only heal all injuries, but also extend lifespan. Yet, even such a great thing had extremely limited output. When I first saw it, there was only about half a bowl in total, and later I used some more. So now the remaining amount was only about 150 milliliters. Its density was very close to water, so that was 150 grams. Counting 20 drops per gram, there were still 3,000 drops. Used for healing at 1 drop per time, it could still be used 3,000 times, which counted as considerable. But if used for extending lifespan, 10 grams extended only 1 year, and using up all 150 grams would only extend 15 years. In short, no one would think such a good thing too plentiful. Yet the cave's output was extremely slow. Last time I went to observe, I waited a full hour plus before a single drop fell, and afterward it showed a trend of getting slower and slower. This was also the main reason I later simply left it alone. At this rate, who knew what day the cave would stop producing entirely? But if I had a method to produce the fountain of youth, the current predicament could be greatly eased. I hadn't been happy for long before Wenji promptly poured another basin of cold water on me. Regardless of whether the three thunder-gathering towers can actually produce the fountain of youth, we can try. However, as Lady Wuji just said, according to the notebook's records, the thunder-gathering towers require not ordinary thunder, but extreme thunder that appears once a year. And before the extreme thunder arrives, the S-rank void thunder-devouring beast very likely senses the aura ahead of time and comes drawn by the scent. Unlike most monsters, it's not only powerful but also brutal, attacking without any reason or warning. Its appearance really isn't a good thing for us, as we are now. Doused by this basin of cold water, I quickly calmed down too. The fountain of youth was good, but the S-rank void thunder-devouring beast really was a big trouble. If its level wasn't high, I wouldn't need to worry too much. Even an S-rank monster's combat power wouldn't be outrageous before its level rose. But the problem lay precisely in the fact that the void thunder-devouring beast was recorded in the monster codex. The codex clearly stated, it feeds on thunder, and high-quality thunder energy can significantly raise its level. In other words, it didn't rely on battle to level up, just eating thunder would do. Since this area would produce extreme thunder, heaven knew whether it had eaten before. If it had eaten a few times, its level definitely wouldn't be low. Today is October 26th of the star calendar. If the notebook's records are accurate, it's less than half a month until the next extreme thunder. Yes, Lord, Wenji said solemnly. To be precise, there are only 12 days left. 12 days. I began to get a headache. The S-rank void thunder-devouring beast, strength unknown. It was precisely because it was unknown that it was troublesome. On top of that, the arrival of extreme thunder would come with violent wind and rain, and with the stronghold's current building levels, I didn't know if we could hold out. The safe approach was to prioritize raising existing building levels at the cost of slowing the upgrade. The aggressive approach was to speed up the upgrade and charge straight to level 10, because once the territory reached level 10, it would unlock the barrier blueprint, and using a barrier to handle natural disasters was undoubtedly the most reliable. I immediately gave the order. Wenji, the top priority for the coming construction is raising the territory level. Make sure to charge to level 10 at the fastest speed. Also, increase exploration efforts and absorb as much combat power for the territory as possible. Wenji understands. At 5:23 in the evening, the stone path was laid. Congratulations, you have completed the construction of LV2 residence times 10, LV2 logging yard times 1, LV2 mine times 1, LV2 granary times 1, blacksmith times 1, fence times 40, watchtower times 2, schoolhouse times 1, training ground times 1, lord's mansion times 1, fishery times 1, orchard times 1, vegetable garden times 2, farmland times 10, evolution stone platform times 1, canteen times 1, jewelry workshop times 1, brewery times 1, hunting ground times 1, hero tavern times 1, stone path times 500 meters, and successfully risen to level 6. Congratulations, you have comprehended the skill. All Army Swift Assault. Magic Tower Blueprint, Research Institute Blueprint, Power Plant Blueprint, Finecraft Workshop, Hatchery Blueprint have been unlocked. Your Lord's space has been expanded. Level 6. My heart was elated. After level 6, I could build the power plant and the Finecraft Workshop. The power plant generated electricity, and the Finecraft Workshop could produce handcrafted leather goods, ceramics, glassware, and so on. As things stood, the thing the Finecraft Workshop should produce first was undoubtedly light bulbs. With light bulbs, paired with timber, I could make street lamps, then hook them up to the power plant to light the street lamps. And the territory's construction time could be extended from purely daytime by at least 2 more hours, pushing progress up further. By comparison, the Magic Tower, Research Institute, and Hatchery couldn't help much at this stage. Before sleeping, I glanced at the Lord's Circle and found the Secret Realm countdown still had 14 hours left. Around 10 tomorrow, huh? I murmured softly, unable to help feeling a bit of anticipation. Secret realms were the main source of hero experience, the main means of raising heroes' strength. As long as my heroes' levels rose, when I later faced the S-rank void thunder-devouring beast, my confidence would naturally be much fuller. Thinking of this, I sent Hua Xianwan a message. Me. Around 10 tomorrow, entering the secret realm. The moment I sent it, Hua Xianwan replied. Hua Xianwan, ready at any moment. Just as I'd fulfilled my promise to Hua Xianwan, as if by some tacit understanding, Liang Kuan also sent a message. Liang Kuan, the secret realm opens tomorrow. Can you bring me along? If there's still a spot. Me. There's a spot. Together tomorrow. The experience from killing the shadow of the calamity beast in the secret realm was calculated by the number of lords. One lord clearing it solo got only one base share, while 5 lords entering it full complement made the total experience multiply to 5 times. And the specific gains were then distributed by damage proportion. Looking at it this way, teaming up was all benefit and no harm to me. With my absolutely dominant output, I would, barring surprises, take the vast majority of the experience from killing the shadow of the calamity beast. Liang Kuan quickly replied, thanks. Since I'd pulled Liang Kuan in, plus Hua Xiaowan, there were 2 spots left. Naturally, I thought of Mu Yu. She'd supplied me with a full day's worth of timber again today, so calling her an off-the-book subject wouldn't be an overstatement. Me. Want to run the secret realm together tomorrow. Mu Yu, you'd bring me? Of course, great. If you don't mind me dragging you down. Me. Just come. Mu Yu. Okie doke. After pulling in Mu Yu, 4 spots including me were set, leaving only the last one. I thought it over and posted a message in the Lord's Circle. Me. Running the secret realm at 10 tomorrow, 4 is equal to 1, looking for a regular teammate. The moment I sent it, the message feed instantly began scrolling at high speed. Me. Group me, Brother Yun. Begging on my knees. Delicate and gentle, easy to push down. Salty, sweet, and good for warming beds. Add me, Brother Yun. Dazzled by it all, I simply sent another one. Me. Roll for points. The first to roll 100 joins the group. 1 chance each, repeats don't count. The instant I said it, the content of the message feed changed at once. Good idea. Brother Yun is wise. I'll roll. Your random number is 4 points. Dying of laughter. Watch me. Your random number is 2 points. Ha 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 ha. Your random number is 36 points. Your random number is 67 points. Your random number is 1 point. Your random number is 99 points. Damn it. Just 1 short. Your random number is 100 points. Huh. That's it already? I'm going to kill you. Lucky dogs are so hateful. I rolled 100. This counts right. It counts right, Brother Yun. Me. It counts. Accept the friend request. We start the group on time tomorrow. The friend request had just gone out when, with 2 beeps, the other party had accepted and even sent a message. Fuyinjia. Hello, Brother Yun. I'm really overwhelmed to be chosen. But I'm very weak. I don't know if I'll manage tomorrow. Me. Don't worry. Just show up on time tomorrow. Fuyinjia. All right. Thanks, Brother Yun. Time quickly reached 10 o'clock the next day. The secret realm countdown ended, and the moment the entrance opened, I created the party. Mu Yu, Liang Kuan, Hua Xiaowan, and Fuyinjia joined the party almost at the same time. Seeing everyone was present, I clicked to enter, and a black vortex immediately appeared before me. The secret realm opening this time was called Agualuo, rank F, in the lowest difficulty tier among all secret realms. Stepping inside, after a brief dizziness, I arrived in an unfamiliar region. The sky was gray and gloomy, the earth cast in purple, and visible dust drifted in the air, with extremely low visibility. Withered trees, barren mountains, cracked ground, white bones. Everywhere I looked was an air of decay. You have entered the secret realm, Agualuo. Secret realm rank, F. Find and defeat the shadow of the calamity beast to clear the secret realm and increase the liberation rate. Current secret realm liberation rate, 23.68%. This secret realm, by the look of it, doesn't have much material to gather. Liang Kuan sighed, his tone a bit disappointed. Mu Yu, however, was optimistic. Hard to say. After defeating the shadow of the calamity beast, the secret realm gets purified, and maybe there'll be materials to gather then. Hua Xiaowan smiled. It's fine even without materials. Just treat it as getting familiar with secret realms. Fuyinjia looked at me, scratched the back of his head with an earnest look. Anything's fine with me. Whatever you tell me to do, Brother Yun, I'll do it. After the 4 had stated their positions, all their gazes turned toward me in unison. I was the party leader, the one who'd initiated it, and my strength was plain for all to see, so they defaulted to me commanding. I didn't stand on ceremony. Everyone split up and explore, find the shadow of the calamity beast. When you find it, don't act on your own. Say something in the party channel. That said, I summoned Pipalong, vaulted onto its back, and pressed forward. The shadow of the calamity beast in the secret realm could be understood as an aggregate of calamity beasts, or an enhanced version of a calamity beast leader, with health equal to 1,000 times its endurance value. The health was astonishing, but there were no ordinary calamity beasts in the secret realm. In other words, as long as you didn't run into the shadow of the Calamity Beast, you were basically safe. Not wanting to waste time, I simply had Pipalong run at full speed, hoping to find it as soon as possible. However, it wasn't long before Fu Yinjia sent a message in the party channel. Fu Yinjia, it's over here with me. Come quick, come quick. Found it this fast? My heart lifted a little, and I immediately headed for Fu Yinjia's dot on the party radar. Before I even arrived, I felt the ground begin to shake, and Fu Yinjia's actually began moving toward me. Fu Yinjia, save me, brother Yun. My heart tightened, and I immediately ordered, Pipalong, speed up. The shadow of the Calamity Beast was highly alert. By the look of things, it had most likely discovered Fu Yinjia and was chasing to kill him. Wu, Pipalong ran at full speed, and I quickly found the source of the shaking. It was an ape-like existence, about 10 meters tall, gripping a club thicker than its own thigh. Every step it ran, the ground shook once. Wuji, Wenji, Huishu, Ali. I summoned all 4 heroes in one breath. To reap the experience, they had to be present. At the same time, I tossed a detection spell at that club-wielding ape. Name, Shadow of the Calamity Beast. Category, Aggregate of Calamity Beast Residual Will. Rank F. Level, 151. Strength, 36. Endurance, 64. Wisdom, 27. Spirit, 28. Speed, 13. Talent, Surging Residual Will. Health raised to endurance times 1000. Skill 1. Leaping Chop, leaps with all its might, fiercely swinging the club in hand at the target, dealing damage equal to strength attribute times 150%. Skill 2. Frenzied Summon, plunges the club into the ground, leaps above the club, continuously generating a summoning vortex, dealing damage equal to Wisdom attribute times 100% per second to surrounding targets. Description, an aggregate of Calamity Beast Residual Will. Each lord it kills makes it stronger. Level 151. My pupils contracted. This meant 150 lords had died at its hands. Whoosh! As a violent wind howled, the already dim sky suddenly grew darker. The shadow of the Calamity Beast had already leaped into midair, the club in its hand pointing straight at the desperately fleeing Fu Yinjia. Save me. Completely enveloped in shadow, Fu Yinjia was scared out of his wits. While screaming, he flung a bunch of little light orbs up into the sky. To his left, the figures of Hua Xianwan, Mu Yu, and Liang Kuan had also appeared, closing in on him fast. But by the look of him, he hadn't counted on anyone else at all. In that critical moment, in his heart only I, the big brother, was truly reliable. Save him. At my command, a gale slash had already struck out. Wenji's reaction was not the least bit slow either. Her figure flickered and she was already beside Fu Yinjia, her right hand resting on his shoulder. Then with another flicker, the two of them were back at my side. It was precisely her skill, Guanheng. Though not a damage skill, its mobility was extremely strong. Within 3 seconds, inside a spherical area of Wisdom attribute times 10 meters, she could come and go freely. Rumble. Before Fu Yinjia had come to his senses, there was a huge crash behind him. The shadow of the Calamity Beast's attack slammed into the ground, sending up great swaths of black dust. His heart lurched, and looking back, he only then realized he'd somehow already gotten that far from the monster. The crisis lifted. Before he could even catch his breath, he saw the shadow of the Calamity Beast wrapped in a hazy white mist. Right after, a piercing cold gleam that even the white mist couldn't obscure flashed by. Its health bar visibly dropped a sliver. Its endurance is 64 points, right? Fu Yinjia muttered, eyes wide, lips trembling. I understood what he was so shaken by. The shadow of the Calamity Beast's health was endurance times 1000, so 64 points was 64,000 health. With such a terrifying health pool, an ordinary attack landing on it wouldn't budge the bar at all. Yet that one slash of Wuji's made the bar sink noticeably, roughly 1%, about 640 damage in a single hit. That's only because the shadow of the Calamity Beast was that monstrous. A common Calamity Beast, even with 64 endurance, would have been instantly killed by that slash. Fu Yinjia's gaze turned to me, and seeing my expression normal as ever, he looked toward the battle circle. The 2 heroes beside me had also entered the fray. Ailey's hands glowed with a life-giving green light as she fired off a magic missile trailing a green tail. The red-bearded Huishu, hoisting a warhammer nearly as big as himself, charged madly at the shadow of the Calamity Beast. Everything was so weight. His mind suddenly jammed, as if he'd run into something inconceivable, and he cast his gaze again toward Wenji, who had walked to my rear side. 1, 2, 3, plus the one who'd struck first, 4 heroes. Monstrous. He squeezed out this line from his throat. In this era, having even one hero makes you a chosen one. So how could Brother Yin recruit 4? Isn't that too broken? While he was dazed over there, Huishu had already charged into the battle circle. Lady Wuji, I'll help you. Take my hammer. With a great roar, he leaped with all his might, gripping the hammer with both hands, smashing it hard at the back of the shadow of the Calamity Beast's head. Bam! A muffled sound, and scorching flames spread outward. Facing the shadow of the Calamity Beast head-on, Wuji, her form now revealed as the white mist dispersed, held her long blade and effortlessly dodged yet another attack like a phantom. While dodging, her offense never stopped. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes, almost in the blink of an eye, 7 slashes in a row. So strong. The yearning and envy in Fu Yanjia's eyes almost flowed out into physical form. Attack speed was directly tied to the speed attribute. From comparing the two, Wuji's speed was at least 7 times the shadow of the Calamity Beast's. Fast speed and high attack too. In just that blink of an eye, the health bar dropped another visible sliver. In the battle circle, Wuji's output was far higher than Huishu's, so she naturally drew the aggro. But no matter how the shadow of the Calamity Beast roared and swung its club repeatedly, it couldn't so much as touch the hem of her clothes. Under the massive suppression of speed, this secret realm boss seemed to have grown that huge frame and that long health bar for nothing, completely toyed with. By the time Hua Xianwan, Liang Kuan, and Mu Yu arrived, its health bar had already dropped by 1/10. The three were equally shaken. This was the first time the secret realm had opened. It was true this was their first time entering a secret realm, but that didn't mean they didn't know how their predecessors had struggled through it. Which lord hadn't been beaten into crying for their parents on their first secret realm run? Even the top honcho of past lord circles had been taught how to behave the first time. It was all thanks to the secret realm being able to forcibly teleport you out to save your life that everyone dared to try. And even so, quite a few lords had died at the hands of the shadow of the Calamity Beast. Yet such a terrifying existence had 1/10 of its health shaved off by my heroes in mere moments. From engagement to their arrival, it hadn't even been 2 minutes. Smiling wryly, they summoned their subjects to join the fight. The secret realm mainly supplied experience to heroes, but they had no heroes, so they could only send their subjects in. However, it was fine when the subjects didn't act. The moment they did, the three's expressions grew even more bitter. Hitting the shadow of the Calamity Beast, the health bar didn't budge at all. I was hoping I could help a little, but now it looks like I'm just getting carried. The three had this thought spring up in their minds, almost in unison. They weren't the only ones with this thought. Even Huishu, a hero himself, with a teammate like Wuji at his side, couldn't help but feel a wave of powerlessness. A hero was a hero, but there were gaps between heroes too. Never mind that he was fighting his hardest. The damage he actually dealt was probably less than 1/10 of Wuji's. Ailey, standing beside me in the distance, though she'd been doing ranged output the whole time, felt no better inside. As a support healing type hero, output was never her strong suit. But the current situation was, Wuji steadily held the aggro, her high mobility stacked with the plus 50% evasion talent, so the shadow of the Calamity Beast simply couldn't hurt her. If Huishu hadn't occasionally taken an area attack, letting her cast a heal now and then, she'd probably have really shut down. Being a support healer, yet only able to prove her presence through paltry ranged attacks, wasn't that an enormous sorrow? Lady Wuji, she really is too strong. Wenji sighed with heartfelt admiration. Hearing it, Ailey couldn't help nodding. I said nothing, but a smile touched the corner of my mouth too. A-rank Wuji truly was the trump card in my hand. If she recovered her memory, I wondered whether she could reach an S-rank rating. I thought a bit greedily. Babies, go for it. Hit it. Hit. Not far off, Fu Yinjia danced about, staring intently at the battle circle, muttering to himself. After a while, I couldn't help getting curious. Who are you calling babies? The interrupted Fu Yinjia looked bashful. I'm calling to my subjects. Subjects. I tried to look at the battle circle, but couldn't see anything. His face reddened a little. My subjects are maggot beasts. They're too small, not too easy to see. Maggot beasts. I blinked. A magic beast? I had the Magic Beast Codex memorized backward and forward, but I really hadn't seen a maggot beast before. Yeah, he nodded. A kind of monster I found in my territory, not recorded in the codex. What rank? What abilities? Seeing I was interested, he grew excited and licked his lips. It was actually a stroke of luck. Because the territory I got from Awakening is a toilet, so... A toilet. I couldn't help cutting in, then quickly apologized. Sorry, go on. He smiled shyly. The territory being a toilet really is laughable. At first I was in despair, gave up on myself, thinking I might as well abandon my lord status. But it was this very toilet that gave me a surprise. Brother Yun, you sent out 2 red packets during the survival period. My luck was decent. The first one gave 20 timber, and the second gave an E-rank maggot beast. It was this maggot beast that brought me hope. How so? I grew more and more interested. He held nothing back. Though this maggot beast is E-rank, its attributes are no different from F-rank, and it doesn't even have a skill. But it has an ability especially suited to me. It can convert maggots into maggot beasts 1 rank below itself. And in that toilet of mine, the thing there's no shortage of is maggots. It converts fast, and though the converted ones can't directly become my subjects, I tore down the toilet's walls and barely managed to build a subject conversion station. So my maggot beast army began to take shape. No worries about food, no fear of natural predators. As long as the growth time is long enough, the army will only grow more and more massive. Their rank is low and individual attributes are nothing to look at, but they can level up all the same. With high enough levels, there's still considerable combat power. In short, I'm very satisfied with my current territory. It could work like that. I was stunned after hearing it. First, I'd never imagined someone's awakened territory would be a toilet. Second, I'd never imagined an existence like the maggot beast. Third, even less had I imagined this maggot beast army was truly a promising, zero-cost venture. No worries about food, no worries about a source of subjects. A toilet plus 1 E-rank maggot beast, plus time, and its strength could grow infinitely. If he could raise a small batch of elite maggot beasts, stack up their levels, then have the veterans lead the newcomers, this idea really wasn't hopeless. Seeing that I seemed to approve, Fu Yinjie got even more fired up. To be honest, Brother Yun, weak as I am now, I have a dream of becoming the king of maggot kings. But everything's hard at the start, and it's so hard for this first batch of maggot beasts of mine to grow. If it's possible, Brother Yun, could you help me out? I'll never forget your great kindness. Good kid, quite the smooth climber. I was amused. Not that I was laughing at his dream. A soldier who doesn't want to be a marshal isn't a good soldier, and towards someone with such ambition, I wasn't disgusted at all, but rather quite appreciative. What amused me was the title King of Maggot Kings itself. No problem, I'll bring you along when there's a chance in the future. Thanks, Brother Yun. Thanks, Brother Yun. Thank you so much. His mouth nearly split all the way to the back of his head, so excited he was incoherent. So for now, better pull your maggot beasts back first, I said. It's fine. There are plenty of them anyway. So what if some die? At least they can put in a bit of effort, he laughed. It's not that I feel bad for them. I rubbed my forehead. Mainly, they'll split the experience. Oh. Only then did Fu Yinjie notice that in just that short while, the shadow of the Calamity Beast's health had dropped another 20%, and he hurriedly pulled all the maggot beasts back. This was actually inertial thinking too. These days, 99 out of 100 rookie lords hadn't recruited a hero. Though Secret Realm experience mainly went to heroes, without a hero, feeding it to subjects wasn't unreasonable. Who could have imagined I not only had heroes, but 4 of them? The battle that followed held no suspense. Under Wuji's overwhelming suppression, no matter how high the shadow of the Calamity Beast's health was, it was nothing more than a durable wooden training dummy. Then, with an unwilling wail, it dispersed into black dust. Congratulations to Lord Zhou Yun's squad for successfully slaying the shadow of the Calamity Beast and clearing the Agualuo Secret Realm. Total time, 12 minutes 53 seconds. Record refreshed. Since this Lord's Circle holds the fastest clear record for the Agualuo Secret Realm, the exploration duration for Lords within the circle in the Agualuo Secret Realm is increased by 1 hour. Damn, what the hell? At this moment, the Lords from the same circle still struggling inside the Secret Realm all shuddered with fright. And the Lords who hadn't entered, or had already voluntarily withdrawn for various reasons, were even more inexplicably shocked. It's cleared already? 12 minutes 53 seconds? Not even 13 minutes. Isn't Brother Yun way too broken? No. I mean, how did he do it? There should be a limit to being strong, right? I don't get it, I really don't. My subjects took just 1 hit from the shadow of the Calamity Beast and nearly got wiped out. Who wasn't in that boat? It was just your subjects in trouble. I nearly got done in myself. If I remember right, the shadow of the Calamity Beast has over 60,000 health? In under 13 minutes, shaving off that much health while taking hits? Is this even human? making a fuss over nothing. As the number one person in our circle, so what if Brother Yun's a bit strong? A casual strike, and the shadow of the calamity beast obediently lies down. How could you mere mortals imagine it? Bro, there's a limit to bootlicking too, right? Honestly, you're kind of gross like this. Gross? You sure? Just because Brother Yun refreshed the record and the squad topped the leaderboard at number one, we've gained an extra hour of exploration time through our shared circle connection. You can't see this concrete benefit, huh? There are plenty of F-rank resources in Aguayuo, and you won't even mention how much good an extra hour brings us. Haha, I'm bootlicking, so what? Whoever gives me benefits, I lick them. If you've got what it takes, hand out some yourself. At the same time, the change in the clear record also alarmed other Lord circles. Besides being the main source of hero experience, the Secret Realm was even more the lifeline for many resource-scarce lords to obtain supplies. Finding and slaying the shadow of the Calamity Beast after entering was of course the only way to clear it, but the shadow of the Calamity Beast was hardly something you could kill at will. So there was a second farming method: bypass the boss, give up on clearing, and at the cost of forfeiting its experience, focus on exploring and gathering resources. This was the real portrait of most lords. But doing so had a drawback. Entering the Secret Realm was time-limited. You could only enter once a week, exploring for at most half an hour each time. After half an hour, if the boss wasn't defeated, you'd be forcibly teleported back. In other words, even bypassing the shadow of the Calamity Beast, you only got half an hour of resource exploration time per week. Half an hour didn't sound like much, but to many poor lords it was already precious. This was where the circle's big shots showed their value. As long as a squad in the same circle could clear quickly and hold a top 10 spot on the speedrun leaderboard, all lords in the circle would gain an exploration time bonus, with the number one bonus the highest at a full hour. Without a bonus, it was half an hour. With the bonus, it was an hour and a half, a full triple. Equivalent to getting 3 cooldowns worth of resources from one cooldown. Such an accumulation speed was enough to make the vast majority of lords green with envy. Lord's Circle number 12. Damn. Function's Aguayuo record got broken. 12 minutes 53 seconds? How is that possible? Circle number 1176 broke it? A circle that far back should be all rookie lords, right? Function back, then gave it everything, and only managed 36 minutes 17 seconds. What kind of monster came out of this circle number 1176? Absolutely absurd. Aguayuo is a beginner's secret realm, only appearing in the first month after the survival period. Didn't Function set that record right on the last day? Yeah, he barely edged out number 2 by 2 seconds back then, and the circle partied all night over it. The waves sweep away the sand. This circle number 1176 burst onto the scene and beat Function's record by more than double. Worth keeping a close eye on. Take note during the cross-circle war. See who this heavyweight is. Win them over if we can. Must not make an enemy of them. Absolutely. Conversations like this appeared in who knows how many Lord circles. And through it all, my own circle remained completely oblivious, still basking in the joy of the squad speedrunning Aguayuo and topping the leaderboard at number 1. Inside the Secret Realm. After the shadow of the Calamity Beast was slain, golden light rose again and again from Wenji, Huixiu, Ali, and Wuji. As pure leech-along presences, Mu Yu and the others had conscientiously pulled their subjects back right before the boss was killed, so all its experience went to my heroes. The shadow of the Calamity Beast's experience only counted ownership, not damage, so it was split evenly among the 4 heroes. Sha sha sha. The dazzling golden light flashed repeatedly. When the golden light faded, I discovered to my delight that all 4 heroes had leveled up to 11 in perfect unison, and their attributes had risen astonishingly too. Heroes were benchmarked against monsters of the same tier, with attributes doubling per level. A C-rank monster gained 2 points per level, a C-rank hero 4 points. So the improvements for C-rank Huixiu and Ali were within my expectations. B-rank Wenji gained 8 points per level, and her gains slightly exceeded expectations, but were acceptable. But Wuji, as an A-rank hero, gained 16 points per level. Going from level 1 to level 11, she got 160 attribute points in one shot. The gap between tiers pulled apart at once. Whether Huixiu or Ali, their total attributes added up after leveling still fell short of what Wuji gained in this single boost. Name: Wuji, injured state. Identity status: employed. Category: hero. Rank: A. Level: 11. Strength: 94 plus 43. Endurance: 91 plus 42. Wisdom: 82 plus 32. Spirit: 85 plus 35. Speed, 101 plus 48. Talent, mist concealment, evasion plus 50%. Equipment, crescent moon, a rank. Skill, mist cutter, mystifies herself, standing still, evading all damage for 1 second. Then spreads a heavy mist, draws the blade, and slashes, dealing physical damage equal to strength attribute times 700% to targets in range. Cooldown, 1 minute. Hero troop type, none. Hero aura, none. Monthly salary requirement, 1,000 gold coins. Description, a peerless swordsman in pursuit of her memory, perhaps with a past too painful to recall. Wuji's attributes were already exaggerated across the board, and after leveling up, they stood out even more. When fighting the shadow of the Calamity Beast, her speed of 101 had already kept it from touching the hem of her clothes. Now her speed had risen to 149. Even I felt that under absolute speed dominance, endurance had become optional. Of all martial arts under heaven, only speed cannot be countered, and the ultra-fast Wuji simply had no chance of being hit. And yet her endurance wasn't low either, reaching 133, stacked with the 50% evasion talent. Her margin for error was maxed out. Her attack had also reached 137, so a single basic attack dealt 137 damage. Paired with the ultra-high speed, I could hardly imagine which shadow of the Calamity Beast at this stage could last 10 minutes under her blade. The secret realm's cleared. I've still got things to handle in my territory. I'll head off first. I waved to the three. Huh? Leaving already? Fu Yinjie was puzzled. There's still over an hour of exploration time left. I smiled without a word and simply chose to teleport away. After I left, Liang Kuan laughed. This place is all F-rank resources. How would he care for any of it? Hua Xiaolan playfully stuck out her tongue. Now that Brother Yun's gone, we can search in a relaxed way. I was under so much pressure with him here. A trace of displeasure showed between Mu Yu's brows. Leaving is leaving, but the secret realm was only cleared thanks to him after all. We've got to give him a share of the resources we find. Agreed. Fu Yinjie was the first to raise his hand. Reasonable. Liang Kuan nodded. That's only right. Hua Xiaolan laughed and ran off. Then I'll head off first. Exploration time is precious, mustn't waste it. Back in my territory, I gazed up at the sky, heroic sentiment welling up in my heart. My subjects' levels had been raised, my heroes' levels had come up now too, and my force's combat power was more than several times higher than before. Because I'd seen the Blazing Sun Divine Bird and the Crimson Flame Dragon, I'd always had a strong sense of crisis, afraid a powerful enemy would spring out from somewhere and wipe me out. But now, with my strength rising, this sense of crisis, though still present, had eased somewhat. At least, I now had the confidence to keep exploring outward. The affairs of the territory were presided over by Wenji, so I didn't need to worry about them. But I couldn't sit still either. Even though there was no work for me, I'd pace back and forth around the stronghold, and a few times I wanted to lend a hand, only to be dissuaded by Wenji's faint glances, so I could only pull my hands back. That's how I dragged through until 3 in the afternoon, when Wenji came to my side. Lord, there's a situation. The Wind Thunder Eagle found a village in the valley to the northeast. A village? My heart lifted at once. Wenji nodded. It's suspected to be a gathering place of the Maruru clan. The Maruru clan? I combed through my mind, but found no related information. It's a very ancient race. I only learned of it by chance from an old text, Wenji explained. Their skin is snow white, their ears and tails are like a rabbit's, and their eyes are like rubies. Because they're nimble and have excellent eyesight, they're natural-born archers. The information the Wind Thunder Eagle detected matches the traits of the Maruru clan in my memory quite well, which is why I made this guess. This Maruru clan, what's their temperament like? I asked the question I cared about most. In the 300 years since the Calamity Beasts appeared, Earth had made contact with no small number of races through lords, but most weren't very friendly. If the Maruru clan was the same, conflict between us was quite possible. Wenji pondered. According to the old book, the Maruru clan is very gentle and dislikes strife. But in practice, there seems to be some discrepancy. How so? When the Wind Thunder Eagle flew overhead, it came under arrow attack from them. By rights, the Wind Thunder Eagle didn't pass over the village, so they shouldn't have been so sensitive. It came under attack? Was it hurt? I asked immediately. No, it wasn't. Wenji's fine brows knit slightly. That's exactly what puzzles me. Given the Maruru clan's archery, once they loosed an arrow, it shouldn't have missed so easily. In your view, can we try making contact with them now? We can, Wenji answered quickly. Their valley isn't too far from us, and as our stronghold sphere of influence expands, we'll soon border them. Making contact early to probe their strength is beneficial with no downside. But to be safe, Lord, please do bring Wenji along. My observation scale can come in handy at critical moments. Then let's set off. Decisive as ever, once I said go, we went. 2 minutes later, Wenji and I were already on the road to the Maru village, accompanied by Wuji, Huixiu, Ali, the Pippi Dragon, and Ah Shui, who had already evolved into a water blade master. This lineup wasn't quite an all-out deployment, but it could be called sending out the cutting edge of my forces. The journey was as smooth as ever, without any obstruction. But just as we were about to enter the valley, a small accident occurred. I touched the air in front of me, as if brushing against an invisible layer of water ripples, soft yet extremely tough, rippling faintly at the slightest force. A barrier, I murmured. It's a starfield barrier, Wenji said. It can block outside objects from entering, while doubling and rebounding any impact applied to the barrier. Its setup difficulty is not low. Rebounding impact? I'm used. Could it be? Who are you? Why have you come here? A light reproach suddenly came from within the barrier. I fixed my gaze and saw a young girl standing on a hillock, drawing a bow and arrow at us. Her skin was snow white, her eyes like rubies, and her 2 ears were fluffy like a rabbit's. Aside from her tail, which was out of view from the angle, all her other features exactly matched what Wenji had described. Without needing my order, Wuji had already quietly stepped forward, blocking in front of me. Huixiu made the same move, circling to my front left, both hands gripping his warhammer. Battle was on the verge of breaking out. Insolence. To my surprise, the ever-gentle Wenji suddenly rebuked sharply. Standing before you is the lord of this world. As a native race of this world, how dare you be disrespectful to a lord? A lord? The girl was clearly flustered, the hand drawing her bow growing hesitant. Wenji gave a cold snort, said nothing more, and merely displayed the silver crown that represented her deputy lord status. A trace of silver light flashed above her head and vanished. I followed right after, displaying the golden crown that represented lord status. When that resplendent gold emerged, the girl's ruby-like eyes suddenly went wide, and she murmured, "It's a lord. It really is a lord. The prophecy is true." Just as I was wondering what prophecy she spoke of, she had already put away her bow and arrow and bowed respectfully. Hongxiu didn't know the lord's identity. "Please forgive me, lord." I was rather surprised. Even I hadn't expected the lord identity to be this useful. No harm done to the unknowing, it's fine. As I spoke, I stepped forward, but forgot the barrier was still there and got blocked outside again. Wenji wrapped her folding fan. "Aren't you going to open the barrier?" "Yes, right away." Hongxiu grew even more flustered, hurriedly casting a spell to open a golden door in the barrier, letting us enter. Only after walking into the barrier did I discover the scenery inside was somewhat different from what I'd seen outside. For instance, there was a distinctly black area to the northwest, which couldn't be seen from outside. "What's over there?" I pointed. Hongxiu answered at once. "That was originally our big radish forest, later destroyed by the void, thunder-devouring beast. Our whole clan hasn't tasted a big radish in 7 years." At the mention of big radishes, her expression dimmed. "Big radish." I was puzzled again. Wenji said offhandedly, "It should be the Maruru clan's favorite food, full name red-white big radish, a special B-rank spirit plant. Not only is it delicious, but eating it can boost their clan's strength and even directly affects the race's reproduction." "You're amazing, my lady." Hongxiu was astonished. "You even know that?" Wenji opened her folding fan and waved it gently. "Not worth mentioning, just what an old book recorded. The specifics remain to be verified." But Hongxiu said, "Everything you said is right, my lady. The big radish really is very important to us, and it's especially delicious. If the forest hadn't been destroyed, the chief would surely have had us pick big radishes to treat you two lords. But now, it's no longer possible." As she spoke, her tone grew low again. "Hongxiu," a stern shout came from not far off. "You were told to patrol. What are you doing? Who are they? How did you bring them in here?" I looked toward the voice and saw 8 Maruru clanfolk dressed like Hongxiu aiming bows and arrows at us. With the earlier experience, this time I didn't need Wenji's reminder and directly displayed the golden crown. The next second, the 8 reacted even more dramatically than Hongxiu, all bowing down together. We didn't know the Lord had personally arrived. "For our offense, please forgive us, Lord." I raised both hands in a light gesture. "Please rise." After they rose, the one in the lead looked at Hongxiu with a reproachful air. "Something this important, Why didn't you report it immediately? I know I was wrong. Hongxiu lowered her head. I looked at this side, then at that side, thinking to myself, these 8, judging by build, were considerably larger than Hongxiu, comparable to adults, while Hongxiu was only as tall as a human of 12 or 13. Could it be that Hongxiu wasn't yet an adult? The thought surprised me a little. If a race had underage clanfolk taking on patrol duty, their situation certainly couldn't be too optimistic. Just then the lead clanswoman said to me excitedly, Lord, you finally appeared. We've waited so long for you. Though it's presumptuous, time is pressing. Could you please come with us right away to see the chief? She can't hold on much longer. Go see the chief? I looked at Wenji, and she nodded. Only then did I agree. Lead the way. On the road, I learned a few more things from the conversation. It turned out that years ago, the void thunder-devouring beast had attacked their clan for some unknown reason. It was too powerful, and though the whole clan fought with all their might, they still suffered heavy losses. The big radish forest was destroyed, many clanfolk were killed or wounded, and even the chief was gravely injured, her body going downhill by the day. The barrier had been set up precisely for this, to protect the clanfolk. As for the one who shot the Wind Thunder Eagle, it was Hongxiu's mother, Hongzhuang, the leader of the 8 behind. The starfield barrier was invisible and colorless, hard to detect, and if the Wind Thunder Eagle carelessly crashed into it, it would be hurt. Hongzhuang shot the arrow to drive it away and avoid danger, not out of hostility. By the time all this was said, we had reached the door of the chief's residence. The surrounding clanfolk were at first somewhat wary at the appearance of outsiders, but upon learning my identity they gathered around, their eyes flickering, full of excitement and anticipation. Creak. Hongzhuang pushed open the wooden door and extended a hand to usher us in. 2 lords, please come in. I stepped inside. The layout and furnishings of the wooden house were full of a natural air, with flowers, grass, fruits, and trees almost merging into one with the furniture, very comfortable. On a bed to the left lay a clanswoman, covered with a blanket made of some unknown leaves, only her head exposed. Though her eyes were closed, from her face alone 2 words immediately came to my mind: gentle and kind. Hongzhuang walked softly to the bedside, not making a sound, but the chief on the bed seemed to sense something, slowly opening her eyes and revealing a faint smile. So the lord and deputy lord have arrived. Hongya, chief of the Maruru clan, pays respects to the 2 lords. As she spoke, she turned her head to the side with great effort, nodding toward Wenji and me. Seeing this, Hongzhuang's ruby-like eyes faintly welled with tears, her voice slightly choked. Please don't blame us, my lords. Last year, to protect us, the chief nearly died under the claws of the void thunder-devouring beast. Though she barely kept her life afterward, her body lost 90% of its mobility. Hongzhuang spoke sorrowfully, but Hongya remained optimistic, a gentle smile hanging at the corner of her mouth. Why bring up the past? The Lord graces our humble home. Let's not speak of such dispiriting things. Hongzhuang wiped her eyes and withdrew to one side. Yes. Hongya then said to me, to be honest, 10 years ago, the previous chief had a premonition that our clan would face a great crisis, and so she divined at the cost of her life, foreseeing the general course of what would follow. In the prophecy she left, you are the key to saving our clan. 12 days from now, the ultimate thunder will come again, and the void thunder-devouring beast will follow like a shadow. We fought it once last year, and given its nature, this time it will surely retaliate twofold. Last time, our clan gave everything and paid with nearly half our clanfolk's lives to barely force it to retreat. This time, our clan will find it even harder to withstand. So, Lord, for the sake of my Maruru clan being a native race of this world, please bestow your grace and grant us protection. And my Maruru clan, in accordance with the ancient oath, will offer you our loyalty. The Maruru clan pledges allegiance to you. Do you accept? The suddenly appearing prompt surprised me a little, but I didn't rush to choose. Instead, I first used the scan technique on Hongya and Hongzhuang. Name: Hongya, gravely injured. Identity status: unaffiliated. Category: Chief of the Maruru clan. Rank: A. Level: 20. Strength: 5. Endurance: 4. Wisdom: 6. Spirit: 7. Speed: 1. Talent: 1. Long shot. Shooting range increased by 30%. Talent: 2. Foresight. Senses future fortune and misfortune, and can consume all remaining lifespan to foresee a more precise future. Skill 1. Ruby Burst Shot. A focused arrow, dealing physical damage equal to strength attribute times 1000% to a single target. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Skill 2. Ruby Scatter Shot. Fires 10 arrows simultaneously at a target area, dealing physical damage equal to strength attribute times 500% to all targets in range. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Description: the chief of the Maruru clan, possessing an extremely rare foresight ability. Name: Hongzhuang. Identity status: unaffiliated. Category: Guard Captain of the Maruru clan. Rank: B. Level: 12. Strength: 28 plus 14. Endurance: 35 plus 19. Wisdom: 14 plus 2. Spirit: 15 plus 1. Speed: 23 plus 7. Talent 1. Long Shot. Shooting range increased by 30%. Skill 1. Ruby Burst Shot. A focused arrow, dealing physical damage equal to strength attribute times 500% to a single target. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Skill 2. Ruby Scatter Shot. Fires 10 arrows simultaneously at a target area, dealing physical damage equal to strength attribute times 300% to all targets in range. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Description: an elite of the Maruru clan, with combat power far surpassing monsters of the same rank. After reading the panels, my heart stirred greatly. This Chief Hongye was actually A rank. That was quite rare combat power. Though I couldn't accurately assess her attributes due to her grave injuries, just looking at her 2 talents and 2 skills gave me a glimpse. To this day, only Ashue, my newly evolved Water Blade Master, had mastered 2 skills, and not one of my forces had dual talents. What's more, an ability like Foresight, which lets you pursue fortune and avoid disaster, looked more and more like a bug no matter how I saw it. And though Hongzhuang was B rank, level 12, the same level as Xiongda, her overall attributes were a notch higher than Xiongda's, and she likewise possessed dual skills. I admit it, I was tempted. Accept the Pledge of Allegiance. At my silent thought, a golden book of contract emerged from the air, golden characters branding themselves onto it at high speed. Once the branding was complete, the book of contract turned into a streak of light and flew into the space between my brows. Looking again at Hongye's and Hongzhuang's attributes, their identity status had changed from unaffiliated to subject, bringing an entire race under my command with a single sentence, without any battle, put me in a great mood. But when I saw the number of Maruru clanfolk, my brows rose involuntarily. F rank 4, E rank 4, D rank 10, C rank 22, B rank 8, A rank 1, 49 in total. This was the first time I'd seen such a complex tally, a single race spanning 6 ranks from E to A. Until now, all the monsters I'd brought under my command were the same rank regardless of level or age. A case like the Maruru clan was truly the first. Seeming to see my confusion, Hongye smiled. My Maruru clan is somewhat different from other races. Other races have their growth ceiling fixed from birth, but not ours. Though a newborn is weak and small, as long as it takes in enough big radish nutrients during growth, it can continuously raise its rank. Generally, by age 12, a Maruru clan member can reach C rank. It's just that now the big radish forest has been destroyed and the source has been cut off, right? Hongye smiled bitterly. Exactly. The void thunder-devouring beast was too strong. Our clan gave everything, and we only managed to save a single seedling. I nodded noncommittally. We'll discuss that later. The pressing matter is to heal your injuries. Hongye's expression grew even more bitter. My injuries can't be healed, I'm afraid. The void thunder-devouring beast's void thunder strike is too lethal. The clanfolk used every means to help suppress it, yet I can still feel my life force rapidly draining away. She was only halfway through when her gaze froze. She saw a small vial of glittering golden liquid appear in my hand. As the cap opened, a rich aura of life spilled out. Her eyes opened slightly. This is the fountain of immortality. As I answered, I dripped a drop onto the space between her brows. A faint golden light instantly enveloped her. When the light faded, Hongzhuang at the side looked as if she'd witnessed something incredible, both hands clamped tightly over her mouth. Because Hongye, who had been bedridden with a long illness and unable to even move, was now propping herself up with both hands and sitting up in bed. Hongye's face was full of disbelief. She knew her own condition best. She had been on the brink of death, yet never expected to recover completely in a mere moment. She tentatively got out of bed, and her 2 small feet, fair yet ruddy with life, stepped steadily onto the ground. Hongzhuang trembled all over with excitement. Her cheeks flushed red. As guard captain, She, of course, knew that Honya's arms and legs had been utterly crippled by the void, thunder-devouring beast back then. Just yesterday, she had seen with her own eyes that lifeless ashen-gray color. Thud! She dropped to her knees, kowtowing to me. "Thank you, Lord. Thank you." I was startled by the sudden sound of the kowtow. "What are you doing? Get up quickly." But no sooner had I helped Hongzhuang up than I turned to see Hongya had also prostrated herself on the ground. The Lord's life-saving grace. Hongya can never repay in this lifetime. Hongya, chief of the Maruru clan under your command. Loyalty increased by 10 points. Current loyalty, 100, through fire and water, never to betray. Hongzhuang, guard captain of the Maruru clan under your command. Loyalty increased by 15 points. Current loyalty, 100, through fire and water, never to betray. I hurriedly helped Hongya up again. Since you've already pledged allegiance to me, this small matter is naturally what I as your lord should do. Now that your body has recovered, we should think about what to do next. Wenji nodded. The void thunder-devouring beast's arrival is imminent. Before then, we must make thorough preparations. I thought for a moment and made my decision. Hongya, arrange for the whole clan to pack up and come back to the stronghold with us. The void thunder-devouring beast has been here and has had conflict with you, so the chance of it coming to pick a fight again is high. By comparison, the chance of the stronghold being attacked is much smaller. Hongya and Hongzhuang exchanged a glance and smiled bitterly at each other. If we leave now, then even if we survive, the Maruru clan is destined to perish. I frowned slightly. Why do you say that? Hongya explained. My Maruru clan's power is extremely dependent on the Big Radish. Without it, the clanfolk will be stuck at F-rank their whole lives. Beyond that, our reproduction likewise depends on the Big Radish. If we can't protect the Big Radish forest, our clan cannot bear the next generation. Aren't big radishes produced anywhere else? Hongya shook her head. At least as far as we know, no. Wenji also said, the old book records that the red-white big radish is a specialty of the Maruru clan. From that angle, the chance of red-white big radishes appearing elsewhere is extremely low. My brows rose. That's not right. Didn't you say the big radish forest was already destroyed? It was indeed destroyed, but a single seedling was luckily saved. It's just, Hongzhuang's face showed worry. It's just that its roots were injured by the void thunder strike, and no matter what methods we use, it shows no sign of growth, but instead withers by the day. Withers by the day? I smiled lightly. Come, take me to see it. Hongzhuang was stunned. Then her eyes lit up. Right. Just because we couldn't do it didn't mean the Lord couldn't. This was the person of the prophecy, who had so easily healed even the chief, let alone a single big radish. Light returned to her eyes. Lord, this way please. Soon, I was standing before a yellow-green spirit plant. Name, red-white big radish, damaged. Rank, C. Description, a specialty spirit plant of the Maruru clan, with special effects on the Maruru clan. Shop recycling price, 100 gold coins. A C-rank spirit plant, with a recycling price as high as 100 gold coins? This further confirmed how extraordinary the red-white big radish was. By now the Maruru clan folk had all rushed over, watching me eagerly. Because of Hongya's pledge, they had all become subjects under my command. Going from free to subject, they had little resistance. The chief's decision could never be wrong, and moreover Hongya's complete recovery made them approve of me all the more. But right now the most crucial thing was still the big radish. That was their foundation. Without it, nothing else could be discussed. I took out the small vial holding the fountain of immortality, but felt a bit uncertain inside. Before, the fountain of immortality had been used to heal monsters and people, and it had indeed worked. But using it to heal a spirit plant, Ailey had tried healing earlier, to no effect. So whether the fountain of immortalities heals all internal and external injuries could actually work on a big radish, I really had no confidence. Uncertain as I was, I still dripped a drop down. Drip. The golden fountain of immortality landed on the seedling's leaf and was quickly absorbed. In an instant, the entire seedling gave off a faint golden light. Ah! The onlooking clanfolk cried out in unison. There was a phenomenon. A phenomenon was a good thing. It was hope. As the golden light faded, everyone couldn't help but crowd in a little closer. It seems to work. It really works. The leaves turned green. The stem straightened up a bit too. It's healed, right? Very likely. Everyone chimed in, all optimistic about the result. I didn't know for sure either, and looked to Wenji, wanting to hear her view. But even the learned Wenji shook her head. It looks like it worked on the surface, but how it actually is remains hard to say, unless we dig it up to look. No, no, no. Hongxiu hurriedly waved her hands to shield the seedling. If we dig it up, it'll definitely die. The other clanfolk also looked tense. Even though I was their lord, the big radish had finally shown signs of improvement after so much difficulty. Digging it up would likely ruin everything at the last step. I had a bit of a headache too. If the drop had had no effect at all, so be it, but now that it had an effect, I still couldn't determine the result. Never mind. See the Buddha off to the west. One more drop. Just as I was about to act, out of the corner of my eye I glimpsed the seedling's leaves quiver. I thought I was seeing things, but the next second I saw it begin to grow at high speed. This change fell into everyone's eyes too. Look at the seedling. It grew. It's growing. Heavens, it's growing so fast. Under everyone's astonished gaze, the seedling grew to about Hongxiu's height in a blink, completely shedding a seedling's fragility, clearly a small tree now. But that wasn't all. It was still growing rapidly. 1.1 meters, 1.3 meters, 1.5 meters, 2 meters, the branches multiplying, the leaves growing denser. In less than 10 seconds, it had grown into a large tree over 3 meters tall. At that height, it stopped growing taller and instead began to put out flower buds, blooming with flowers, and then the flowers withered and bore fruit. Radishes of interlacing red and white, plump and fresh, hung onto the branches one after another. Every one of the Maruru clanfolk, Chief Hongya included, was dumbstruck. Big radishes. They're big radishes. Hongya murmured, 2 streams of tears streaking down. The other clanfolk broke down even more, and quite a few began wailing on the spot. Big radishes. We have big radishes again. Our clan won't perish. There's hope again. Wonderful, truly wonderful. Watching this scene, Ailey's and Wenji's gazes softened considerably too. Though they couldn't fully empathize, they understood what the reappearance of the big radish, which could affect the race's continuation, meant to them. Plop! A red-white big radish had already ripened and fell from the branch. Hongya teleported and steadily caught this radish that was well over a person's height. Right after, more big radishes ripened and dropped one after another. Only then did the clanfolk snap out of it, joining the ranks of catching radishes. After a shower of radishes, everyone took count. A total harvest of 36 big radishes. Mama, eat, wanna eat. A Maruru toddler who looked about 3 or 4 pointed with a milky voice at the big radish in her mother's arms, her eyes full of longing. Not just the little baby. Even Hongxiu stared at the big radish in her arms and swallowed hard. Though the other adult clanfolk were much more restrained, they couldn't hold back the smiles on their faces, just like farmers at harvest. So many, so many. Too many, really too many. So heavy, must be 130 caddies. Mine's even bigger, a full 150 caddies. Haha, this batch of radishes is especially large. Yeah, before, anything over 100 caddies counted as a radish king. Hongya thanks the Lord for the grace of saving the whole clan. At some point Hongya had already set down her big radish, and she prostrated herself fully, bowing to me once more. I pressed my forehead. How long had it even been? Why again? Thank you, Lord, for the grace of saving the whole clan. The other clanfolk followed suit and prostrated themselves, and even the 3- and 4-year-old tots imitated the adults, sprawling on the ground in convincing form. Your actions have conquered the Maruru clan. The entire Maruru clan's loyalty is fixed at 100, through fire and water, never to betray. After having everyone rise, I asked Hongya, with this big radish tree, there should be no worries left, right? Hongya nodded heavily. With it, from now on we can use its old branches to grow more and more big radish trees, and the race's continuation is no longer a problem. And as long as we're given enough time, we can absolutely make the void thunder-devouring beast a one-way trip. I was surprised. The big radish boosts you that much? Yes, Hongya said solemnly. Before, though we possessed the entire big radish forest, it only produced 2 or 3 radishes a year, and in a bad harvest, it was even possible to get none at all. With yield that limited, we had to balance reproduction, growth, and rank advancement, so we were extremely cautious with our everyday use. But now it's different. With this many big radishes, aside from keeping 3 for the clan's children to grow, all the rest can be used to advance the clanfolk's ranks. As long as we're given enough time to digest and absorb them, every last one of us can advance to a rank. Even if the void thunder-devouring beast is an S-rank monster, we won't fear it in the slightest. Every one of them at A rank. I was shocked. I knew all too well how strong A rank combat power was. Never mind an A rank hero like Wuji, Just the A-rank Waterblade Master, Ashue, alone already had considerable combat power, at a level able to trade blows with Wuji. And the Maruru clan now numbered 49. If every one of them reached A-rank, that would equal 49 A-rank combatants. Terrifying just to think about. With a lineup like that, even an S-rank monster hardly seemed like much. From now until every member reaches A-rank, how long would that process take? Wenji asked. Hongya calculated briefly. Low-rank advancement is fast. From C-rank onward, the time needed for advancement grows noticeably longer. For everyone to reach A-rank, a conservative estimate is half a month. Then that won't make it in time. Wenji shook her head slightly. Deputy Lord needn't worry, Hongya said. Even if we can't get everyone to A-rank, by the time the Void Thunder-Devouring Beast arrives, we can still guarantee everyone at B-rank. This time Wenji said nothing, only knit her fine brows slightly, as if calculating something. I made the call. Then it's settled. Take the whole clan and boost your combat power well before the Void Thunder-Devouring Beast comes again. If you need anything during this time, like more big radishes, come straight to me. Thank you, Lord, for granting our wish. Hongya bowed. I nodded to myself. It was clear the Maruru clan was unwilling to leave this land that had raised them, and so was Hongya, which was why she had desperately displayed their combat power and value, to prove they had the ability to stay. To such a reasonable request, I naturally granted it as much as I could. Strong as the Void Thunder-Devouring Beast was, a fully B-rank Maruru clan was by no means weak. What's more, I as their lord wouldn't be idle during this time either. Besides developing the stronghold, I still had to make a trip back to Earth to take part in the frontline offense and defense. If that battle went as expected, I could reap a large amount of experience again, accelerating the growth of my subjects. If the growth was considerable enough, then even if the Void Thunder-Devouring Beast was S-rank, as long as its level wasn't too high, I could take it down easily. By then, that would be an S-rank subject. After a brief reverie, my thoughts returned to reality, and I asked Hongya. There should be a tall tower to the northeast of here. Have you seen it? How does the Lord know? After her surprise, Hongya immediately cautioned. There is indeed a tall tower there, but it's already been occupied by a group of armored thunder turtles. Their attacks can paralyze the enemy. Their own defense is extremely high, and they can also rebound attacks, very hard to deal with. I don't recommend the Lord go there right now. Extremely high defense. I stroked my chin, unable to help feeling a little tempted. I now had many main attackers under my command, but was severely lacking in defensive and support types. Support needs no elaboration. Currently, only the two heroes Wenji and Ailey could fill that role. The defensive type was even worse off. Only the Pippi Dragon was up to it. As for Lao Jin and the others, though their defense was decent too, fighting ultimately didn't suit their nature. Before, I'd forced them into battle only because I was short on combat power. Now that combat power was ample, I didn't want to make them do what they disliked anymore. They liked keeping company with, or, whether mining or forging, both within their comfort zone. Doing those two things well was contribution enough. Given this, I naturally wouldn't miss a chance to shore up my force's defensive shortcoming. Come, take me to see them. Though Hongya had already described the armored thunder turtle's general characteristics, I still had to see the specifics with my own eyes to judge. What's more, the Thunder Gathering Tower was an extremely important link for me. Only with it could I continuously produce the Fountain of Immortality. Taking control of the 3 Thunder Gathering Towers was imperative, and any trouble in the way had to be cleared out. All right, Hongya agreed. I'll lead the way. An hour later, our group arrived near the destination, standing on a small hill. In the low-lying ground below the hill dwelt a group of turtle-type monsters clad in purple shells. Exactly the armored thunder turtles Hongya had spoken of. Name, Armored Thunder Turtle. Identity status, unaffiliated. Category, monster. Rank, B. Level, 16. Strength, 2+1. Endurance, 62 plus 37. Wisdom, 6 plus 2. Spirit, 2+1. Speed, 19 plus 7. Talent, Thunder Armor. Absorbs 20% of damage taken and converts it into rebounded thunder element damage. Skill, Taunt. Forces the target to attack itself for 3 seconds. During the taunt, each hit taken restores HP equal to endurance value times 1. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Description, don't think it's easy to bully just because it's a turtle. Once they set their sights on you, you won't get off lightly. Hiss. After reading the panel, my teeth ached a little. The Armored Thunder Turtle's base panel was overall about the same as the Schwanda Bears, but its base endurance was far too high. The Schwanta bear's 33 points of base endurance already counted as outstanding, yet the armored Thunder Turtle had a full 62 points, and its growth was almost entirely put into endurance. At level 16, its endurance had actually caught up to the level 1 Wuji's. High endurance alone wasn't enough. It also came with a damage rebound talent and a taunt skill. It really had maxed out defense. Tempted, truly tempted. I'd already stirred at the thought of subduing them earlier when Hongya mentioned them, and now, seeing them with my own eyes, the itch was even harder to bear. A monster integrating defense, recovery, and control was absolutely the defensive subject every lord dreamed of. I could hardly wait to bring them under my command right now. But then came the problem. The armored Thunder Turtles in the hollow weren't just a scattered few, but a whole group, just those exposed and unobstructed in my field of view numbered 31. I'll go try. Huishu hefted his hammer and made to charge. Don't. I hurriedly stopped him. Huishu didn't have the scan technique and didn't know these Thunder Turtles' true nature. But I understood. If he really charged in, he'd very likely be focus-fired to death. This was no joke. One Thunder Turtle taunts, and a whole group takes turns casting it, so Huishu wouldn't even get to strike back. In this Thunder Turtle formation, only those with attack too high or too low could hold out. The too high ones, even if taunted, could rely on high attack to overpower the turtle's recovery and kill them. The too low ones dealt little damage to begin with, so the rebound damage they took was also limited. But someone like Huishu, neither high nor low, a mid-tier, would be utterly hard-countered to death. I can try. The ever-taciturn Wuji laid her hand on her blade hilt. Don't be rash. I reached out my left hand and stopped her too. After leveling up, Wuji's damage was indeed explosive. 137 strength paired with Mist Cutter's 700% coefficient could deal 959 damage to targets in range with one strike. But it still wouldn't do. The armored Thunder Turtle's endurance was 99 points, which converts to 990 HP. Even Mist Cutter couldn't one-shot it. Setting aside that a one-shot didn't fit my goal of subduing them, as long as Wuji struck and a turtle didn't die, she'd take 20% rebound damage. With these turtles packed so densely, one strike from her would trigger group rebound, 20% each, all 31 rebounding at once, and Wuji would absolutely drop dead on the spot. I looked at Hongya. Is there a way to lure one of them out with a single target attack? Hongya shook her head. As far as I know, they're a typical group-dwelling creature and love clumping together. Attack one, and all of them will join the fight together. This much trouble? I found it a bit thorny. If I could just draw one out to subdue, then it would be a matter of building a militia conversion facility next. Give it a try. Thinking it over, I couldn't come up with a good way, so I could only have Hongya act first and see. All right. Hongya drew her bow and knocked an arrow. Shoo. A ruby arrow struck the nearest Thunder Turtle. Ju. The resting Thunder Turtle poked out its head, glanced left and right, then retracted it and went back to sleep. I slowly typed out a question mark in my mind. I'd seen laid back, but never this laid back. It could keep sleeping even after getting hit? At my signal, Hongya, her blood a bit churned from the rebound, drew her bow again. Shoo. Another arrow struck home. Ju. It poked its head out again, this time seeing Hongya, who had shown herself openly. Ju. It shook its head and crawled toward Hongya. It looked a bit angry, but its speed really wasn't fast, posing no threat to us at all. Yet the next moment, the other resting Thunder Turtles woke up one after another and charged over along with it. Now I couldn't stay calm. Getting chased down by a group of taunting Thunder Turtles was no fun. Move. Reluctant as I was, I could only order a retreat. Before leaving, I took another look at their gathering ground. In its center towered a tall tower, exactly the Thunder Gathering Tower. Searching the surroundings with the target function, I soon found 3 Thunder Element runestones. Clearly, this Thunder Gathering Tower was originally supposed to be like the previous one, able to be lifted skyward by a floating island. According to the notes, all 3 Thunder Gathering Towers had to be high in the air to absorb the ultimate thunder. Now that it was on the ground, even if the ultimate thunder came, it wouldn't serve its proper function. So even if not to subdue this group of Thunder Turtles, just for the Thunder Gathering Tower to convert the ultimate thunder and generate the Fountain of Immortality, I still had to conquer this area. Even after returning to the Maru village, I was still mulling over how to subdue that group of armored Thunder Turtles. Wenji saw my worry and offered an idea. It would be great if there were something that could briefly draw their attention. Draw their attention? I didn't understand. Yes, she nodded. As long as something could make them relax their guard for a moment, I could use my observation scale to bring one of them out. I remained non-committal. I'd considered Wenji's observation scale too. It lasts 3 seconds and allows 3 teleports, 1 second each. A second seemed short, but I couldn't gamble. If the Thunder Turtles reacted and taunted in time, Wenji would be trapped. But her line of thinking was sound. As long as something could paralyze the Thunder Turtles into carelessness, even for a second or two, it would be enough for her to act. The problem was, where to find such a thing? Hongye reasoned aloud. The Thunder Turtles gather there because some Thunder Element spirit plants grow in that spot. Is it possible to use a spirit plant they especially like to draw their attention? Wenji tapped her folding fan lightly. That's a thought. I do know quite a few pure Thunder Element spirit plants, but there are none in the warehouse, and none have been found within the Stronghold's sphere of influence for now. Let's set it aside for the moment. I sighed and rose from the stool. Worst case, the Thunder Gathering Tower here can wait. Let's go handle the one to the south first. We can only take it one step at a time, Wenji agreed. Afterward, I set down the last teleport beacon in my possession at the entrance of the Maru village and used it to return to the stronghold. With that, I had 4 teleport beacons, one each at the fishery and the mine, one at the northwest Thunder Gathering Tower, and now the 4th at the Maru village. To get more beacons, the only path was upgrading the Lord's Manor. But to upgrade the Lord's Manor to level 2, I first had to upgrade all the main buildings in the stronghold to level 2. Another thing added to the list. I shook my head self-mockingly. The Void Thunder-devouring beast had to be dealt with. The Thunder Gathering Tower had to be activated before the ultimate thunder came, or else it'd be another year's wait. The territory's buildings had to be upgraded in step, or once the stronghold expanded, mobility would be severely limited. The evolution stones on hand couldn't be used because I lacked or of the corresponding attributes. So, or exploration needed to be stepped up too. By comparison, raising the Lord level was actually a lower priority. I ran through the current matters for Wenji, and she fell silent for a while before slowly saying, Lord, Wenji thinks there's one more matter equally urgent. There's more? Yes, gold coins. Gold coins. Yes. Apart from a few buildings like residences and farmland, most other buildings will need gold coin support to upgrade going forward. Right now, the level 6 to 7 upgrade doesn't need it yet. But if we're to upgrade the Lord's Manor as you said, then the school, blacksmith, tavern, evolution platform, jewelry crafting station, and so on will all need gold coins to upgrade. We can of course sell timber and spirit plants for gold coins, but Wenji believes it's best to establish a long-term, high-conversion gold coin channel. You mean, start building a production chain now? Yes. Recruiting heroes at the tavern requires alcohol. The alcohol you brought is good, Lord, but with our territory's resources, we can absolutely produce even better. We have a spirit plant garden that can yield the spirit plants needed for brewing, and the stronghold is already equipped with a brewery. If the alcohol we brew is up to standard, it can not only supply the tavern, but also be exchanged for gold coins. Beyond that, jewelry crafting, forging equipment, and the like are all directions we can develop. Let's start with alcohol first, then. I pondered a long while before making the call. Alcohol demands less labor and has a higher yield ratio. Completely understood. Wenji nodded. Then the stronghold's development policy going forward changes to upgrade the Lord's Manor while developing the alcohol brewing production chain. After Wenji left, I just breathed a sigh of relief and was about to rest when, to my surprise, she came back. Lord, there's one more thing I forgot to mention just now. Please go ahead. About subjects' mobility. Actually, teleport beacons aren't the only option. We can absolutely lay stone slab roads to establish connections with the various small strongholds. I know that, but the speed of laying roads. Wenji smiled mysteriously. About that, De Shui, De Hua, and De Lei invited their friend over, who might be able to ease the Lord's worries. Oh, my interest was piqued. Wenji clapped her hands and called toward the door. Come in. Shu. De Hua's round little head cautiously pushed the door open a crack and peeked inside. The Lord's Manor was where I lived, and since its construction only Wenji had been allowed in, so it found everything inside quite novel. Come on over, I beckoned with a smile. Weak and small as the slimes under my command were, the more I looked at them the cuter they seemed. Shu. De Hua immediately hopped over, followed by Da Shui and De Lei, and then an earthy yellow slime. An earthy yellow slime? My expression froze slightly. Name, Earth Element Slime. Identity status, unaffiliated. Category, monster. Rank, F. Level, 20. Strength, 2. Endurance, 4. Wisdom, 9. Spirit, 6. Speed, 2. Talent, Earth Element Affinity. Immune to Earth Element damage. continuously draws earth elements to gather. Skill, earth element construction, gathers earth elements faster and shapes them into forms. Description, one of the weakest monsters. It doesn't bully, it only gets bullied. Timid by nature, it almost never attacks proactively, is good at huddling together for warmth, and has a fairly strong sense of danger awareness. Under the scan technique, this earthy yellow slime's attributes appeared at once. These attributes, level 20, and a skill, earth element construction. I was a bit confused. The monster codex clearly recorded that slimes had no skills. Yet now, a slime with a skill stood alive before me. How can it have a skill? That's not right. I murmured. Wenji seemed to hear me and explained with a smile. The Lord may have misunderstood. Though the slime is one of the weakest F-rank monsters, it likewise has the same growth potential as other monsters. As long as it grows to level 20, it can comprehend a racial skill at an extremely low probability, and as its level rises, the success rate of comprehension gradually increases too. Is that so? I looked at her. That's exactly right, Wenji said with great certainty. I looked at the timid earth element slime before me and fell into thought. However authoritative the monster codex was on Earth, the facts were laid out before me, leaving me no choice but to accept it. There was definitely a problem with the codex's compilation. For instance, Earth did know about slimes, but because they were too weak, no one had seen their state at higher levels. Come to think of it, no wonder, with a slime's initial attributes, growing up was indeed difficult. Like this one before me, even at level 20, its overall attributes still fell a notch short of an adult human's. Calling it extremely poor value to cultivate was absolutely fair. And per what Wenji said, that slimes only had an extremely low chance to comprehend a skill after level 20. That made the codex's error even easier to understand. Even if a lord really did raise a slime to level up, bad luck would still leave it without a skill. Slimes truly surprise me time and time again, I sighed sincerely. Whether de Shui, de Hua, or de Lei, all had done me great favors so far. And this earth element slime before me, since Wenji had deliberately brought it up, she surely wasn't shooting blindly. Shoo. The earth element slime didn't dare face my gaze, wriggling its round little body slowly backward as if wanting to hide. But de Hua, de Shui, and de Lei propped it up from behind, not letting it retreat, rather encouragingly. Lord, don't let its shy character fool you. Its abilities are no small thing. If nothing else, if you take it in, it can absolutely be a big help in territory construction. Oh, Wenji's words piqued my interest even more. Come, give a demonstration. Wenji nodded at it. Shoo. The earth element slime, soft-voiced and not too confident, still swung into action. It closed its eyes, and faint earthy yellow elements rapidly gathered before it. My eyes widened slightly. That the earth slime could gather earth elements was a talent, nothing rare, but the speed of its gathering seemed too fast. Under my gaze, the earth elements gathered more and more, quickly congealing into a stone the size of a quail egg. And it didn't stop there. The stone grew larger and larger, becoming basketball-sized in a blink. My mouth fell open. If this basketball-sized stone could be launched, it could absolutely serve as an earth-type magic. A slime using magic attacks? If it really came to that, would a slime still be the slime people knew? Fortunately, it seemed to lack the ability to launch the stone. Once it condensed to basketball size, its whole body was already trembling faintly, eyes tightly shut, as if at its limit. Transform into a stone slab, Wenji commanded lightly. Shoo shoo. The earth slime strained, and the basketball-sized stone went poof, and freshly turned into a stone slab the thickness of a coin. Transform again, a stone pillar. Wenji gave another order. Shoo. The stone slab went poof, again, and became a fist-thick stone pillar. Having done this step, the stone pillar dropped to the ground as if drained, and the earth slime began panting heavily. This is your ability? I stared at it, my gaze sharp. Shoo. Shoo shoo. Shoo. De Hua, de Shui, and de Lei gazed at me without blinking, while the earth slime lowered its eyes, not daring at all to meet mine. This is simply excellent, I praised, breaking into a smile. Are you willing to become my subject, to become a member of my forces? Shoo. It seemed to lift its head in disbelief. Then, overjoyed, nodded again and again. Shoo. Shoo shoo shoo. Shoo shoo. Shoo shoo shoo. De Hua, de Shui, and de Lei also hopped up and down on the spot, very happy for it. What followed was simple. With one subject conversion talisman, my forces gained another earth element slime, and its name was De Tu. Watching the 4 slimes of differing colors gather into a cluster and hop about happily, I smiled and said, Datu's ability is indeed useful. It'd be great if there were more of them. Wenji revealed a teasing smile. The Lord surely doesn't think Datu survived until now all on its own? Slimes are group-dwelling monsters, you know. You mean? Yes, there's a whole group of slimes like Datu. Wenji said, smiling narrowly. Where? Don't be hasty, Lord. They're a fair distance from the stronghold, and it's late now. Inconvenient to head out. How about we go tomorrow at daybreak? All right. I suppressed my excitement, and my mood quickly settled. Datu's earth element construction was exactly as Wenji said. Far too useful for territory construction. Not only could it lay stone slab roads, but it could freely reshape its creations, leaving vast room to work with. It could put to use almost anything made of earth elements, small things like stone stools, stone lamps, and stone tables, to large ones like stone walls, stone houses, and stone cities. The only flaw was quantity. And now, from what Wenji implied, quantity didn't seem to be a problem either, which was just ideal. At night, I had already fallen asleep, but the Lord's circle was as lively as ever. The secret realm really is the way to go. This one trip gathered all the materials to build a subject conversion facility. Haha, I added a residence too. Things are looking up. I'm 3 pieces of timber short of upgrading to level 2, but wouldn't you know it, at the last stretch of exploration, I ran into a boss and could only teleport out. Same here. I had a whole 40 minutes left, mind you. So unlucky, sis. Hugs. Count your blessings. If Brother Yin hadn't pulled off a #1 leaderboard record, we might not even have what we've got now. Brother Yun's the MVP, no question. So envious of Brother Yun's teammates. Once the boss is dead, they can explore in peace and use every last minute. Don't even bring it up. I'm green with envy.